I gotcha. Yeah. Yep. No, thank you. Councillor Clark, good morning, sir.
But it is a presentation.
Oh, that's why Kelly called me on this morning. I said I'll have sharing the all day meeting to be able to start. Morning. Happy anniversary, Jason. Friends around here. Same place around here. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the General Issues Committee meeting of November 20th, 2013. Sorry we're delayed by about 15 minutes. All members of council are doing their best to get into the chamber. Everybody's busy. Some have started earlier than 9:30. Thank you to the public, the media, management, staff for your indulgence. And we'll begin the meeting. And before we do, I just want to provide some guidelines today, members of GIC. Number one, all of your Blackberries, please, on non-audible mode and or vibrate. Number two, I would respectfully ask today that we do a working lunch throughout the day, that we're not going to recess at all in light of the weight and the heaviness of the volume of this agenda. So I would ask members of committee, please be mindful of quorum throughout the day for your refreshment break, washroom break, bite to eat. Just be mindful of quorum. Keep the speakers on in the councillors' lounge so you can hear debate if you're there for a short break before you come back in. Our mayor, of course, will be coming and going in preparation for the Grey Cup weekend. And I know, for example, Councillor Pearson and we have a 6 p.m. scheduled library board meeting. I know many of you will have other boards and meetings with constituents scheduled, but we're just going to have to keep a track of things as the day goes along. So we'll just keep a track of things as we do. And we'll try to hold quorum and get through this agenda. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. Other individuals and the media may also be audibly and or visually recording this meeting. Madam Most Capable Competent Clerk, Carolyn Biggs. Any changes to this long agenda, Carolyn?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Deputy Mayor, members of the committee. Again, there are several changes to the agenda today. They have been distributed and are listed as follows. There are added delegation requests for today's meeting from Dr. Peter Graff, Department of Political Science, McMaster University, who wishes to speak to Councillor Clark's pending motion for a referendum on fluoridation. This is item 9.1 on the agenda for today. A request from Dr. Larry Levin on behalf of the Hamilton Academy of Dentistry to speak to the motion for a referendum on fluoridation. There's a delegation request from Connie Mallory, Chief Inspector, Ontario Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, who wishes to speak in support of Little Ray's Reptiles. There's a request from Tom Mason on behalf of Little Ray's Reptile Zoo. And for future meetings, there are delegation requests from Lorna Zaremba on behalf of the Anchor Arts organizations, including the Art Gallery of Hamilton, Boris Brott Music Festival, Hamilton Philharmonic Orchestra, Opera Hamilton, and Theatre Aquarius, to update the committee on positions and concerns arising from the recommendations of the Arts Funding Task Force. There is a request from Ron Jepson of Jepson's Fresh Meats to address market parking and the user fees for 2014. A request from Shane Coleman on behalf of the Hamilton Farmers Market Stallholder Association, who wishes to speak to the issue of parking. And a request from Dave Stevens, President of the North End Neighbours, to speak to the committee on December 4th to provide an update on the North End Traffic Management Plan. There is also an added report which was circulated to members of the committee last week electronically. This will be identified as item 7.4A, and it is revisions to the relocation of the Provincial Offences Administration courtrooms and offices. This is a supplementary information report to the existing 7.4 item in the agenda. There's also an added notice of motion, city lawsuit against the federal government respecting the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and an added private and confidential, which is added as item 12.3, court file 13-41006, respecting Sizzle Steakhouse, Koi Restaurant, and Diavolo. Thank you.
Are you sure that's all, Carolyn? Oh, just, all right. Thank you, Carolyn, very much now. There are members of committee that wish to ask questions or make a comment before I go to a motion to approve the agenda as amended, starting with Councillor Clark for what Carolyn has read off.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I just want to advise the committee that based on the amount of volume in our meeting today, that the notice of motion on the referendum can stay a notice of motion for another 2 weeks, as opposed to entertaining that today, if that assists you in any way.
Thank you so much, Councillor Clark, for your cooperation. That's very gracious on your part. Thank you. So the clerk will so note that. Yes, Carolyn, on that?
Yes, it is on the agenda today as a motion. It was already served as a notice of motion.
So Councillor will have to table it when we get to it at that time? Table it for 2 more weeks? Is that what you're suggesting? How's that, Councillor Clark?
That works for me.
Thank you. Thank you, Carolyn. All right, Councillor Farr on the changes.
Well, given what I just heard, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I wonder if Dr. Grafe, who's also a very busy individual, may want to wait and be a delegate on that issue for that next meeting. I don't know if he's here.
Well, tell you what, we'll, how about when we get...
You want to come back, Doctor? Or
I'll allow some latitude here. Normally, we don't speak to the audience from the chamber.
Just looking for
and
a
the
nod.
council floor, but it'll be up to Dr. Grafe when he's called upon if he wishes to withhold
Well,
and
we would
come
still
back.
have to approve that. So I
Okay.
would move to approve the delegates and the delegates for a future meeting then. That's why I tinged earlier anyway, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and thank you for the latitude.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Farr. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, I was going to speak to the same issue, that I don't think we can accept any new delegations today. Like everybody else, I have a 5 o'clock additional event I have to attend. I think we should deny the applications for the delegations today on the referendum, have them come back when the item is actually debated in 2 weeks, because the likelihood of us getting to that is 0. And so I'd be happy to move that any request for today be delayed for 2 weeks and approve the other ones for future meetings, if that would be appropriate, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so that's moved accordingly by, moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Partridge, just on the delegations speaking to the referendum question. Carolyn, clerk's comment?
Yes, I would also advise the committee that the December 4th agenda is going to be quite large as well. So it is up to the committee's decision. I know that Simon Kiss, who is here from Wilfrid Laurier University, was appropriately approved at the last meeting.
Yes, he was.
And he is here this morning, and he wishes to speak to the referendum issue.
Okay, thank you for that. So before I go to a vote on Councillor Ferguson Partridge's motion to defer the 3 delegations, in due respect to the delegates who came today, who may wish to speak today because they may not be available in 2 weeks, I want to in courtesy at least look to them one way or the other. Councillor Clark?
That was what I was going to suggest. I mean, it's a 5-minute conversation that they'll be having with us. There's only a few of them. It shouldn't burden our day that much to hear them, given that they're already here, but we simply won't have the debate on the question for another 2 weeks.
Okay, Thank you, Councillor Clark. Look, Councillor Whitehead?
Just piping, did we not pass that motion, or is that what
No,
we're
we
debating
didn't.
now? So I support, I like the congruency of having the discussion, the debate, and the information at the same time, Mr. Chair. I don't think it serves any purpose to have it 2 weeks before, any information coming forward 2 weeks before we actually get into the actual substance of the debate. So I certainly support the motion that's been put forward.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Ferguson, on your motion?
Yeah, just for clarity purposes, if Mr. Kisk drove in from Wilfrid Laurier and would still like to be heard today, we approved him previously.
Yes, we did.
That's okay. But the other ones who asking to be moved, to change it to today, those are the ones that my motion deals with.
All right. So to clarify, Dr. Graff and Dr. Levin, who asked today to be heard today, in advance of thinking the debate may be done today on the referendum, you're asking that those be deferred to
Correct.
December 4th, but in courtesy to Mr. Simon, who was approved 2 weeks ago, he would be heard today.
I see it, yes, Simon
Correct?
Kiss, yes.
Okay.
And
Simon Kiss, my apologies,
Let
Mr.
Simon
Kiss.
Kiss decide whether he wants to come back or deal today, but he is approved for today. We should listen to him if he wants.
Okay, so that's understood, except for Mr. Simon Kiss. The others will be as part of December 4th, and otherwise the agenda will be approved as amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Farr opposed? Okay, record Councillor Farr as opposed to the agenda as amended. Carried. Thank you. Members of committee, I wish to advise that at 11 a.m. today, the committee will deal with item 6.1 on the agenda. You'll recall that Council extended an invitation to Corrections Canada to respond to some of our concerns with respect to 94 York Boulevard, the halfway house. Mike Ryan, acting Deputy Commissioner of Corrections Canada, will be here, along with David Pasapio, the District Director. So at 11 a.m., wherever we are, we'll try to wrap up that topic and then invite our guests from Corrections Canada. Members of committee, any declarations of interest today on the agenda? Hearing none. Approval of previous minutes of October 30th and November 6th. Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Farr. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Delegation requests. Members of the committee, you've heard several delegation requests. Let's go through them now, each individually. 4.1, the first is Laurie Ireland to appear before the committee at today's meeting to speak about the issue of Little Rays. Councillor DeVal, move it. Councillor Collins, second it. To speak today, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. 4.2, Councillor McCaddy and Ferguson opposed to Laurie being able to speak today. The rest carries it.
Mr. Chairman, for the reason is the exact same reason as before.
Fair enough.
It's
noted.
walk on today.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. The two are recorded as opposed. The clerk has that. Carried. Dr. Graff, we've dealt with. Dr. Levin, we've dealt with to appear. Oh, let's formally do that for December 4th. Councillor Farr and Councillor McCaddy. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Connie Mallory, requesting to speak today regarding Little Rays. Moved by Councillor DeVal again, seconded by Councillor Collins again. The same two opposed. Councillor McCaddy and Ferguson. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Tom Mason, the same issue. Moved by DeVal, seconded by Collins. The same two opposed. Councillor McCaddy and Ferguson for their reasons. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Lorna Zaremba, Theatre Aquarius for the next meeting. Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Ron Jepson, and I just want to alert committee, you may have seen my email yesterday, so in deference, when we get to the report regarding the user fees today, I will be stepping out of the chair in courtesy to ask that just that portion of the market stallholders fee be deferred till December 4th, and Mr. Jepson would be extremely grateful. Then he and Shane Coleman can come in and speak to both the parking and user fees at that time. On Ron Jepson's approval, Councillor Farr?
Yeah, and I'll jump ahead to the next one, Shane Coleman as well. It's actually quite helpful because there's two reasons for both these delegations, 4.7 and 4.8, Mr. Deputy Mayor, not just the rate budget issue or the rate increase per stall, but the market parking. And certainly staff have been working diligently to find some answers there, and they could use the extra time, so thank you.
Thank you. So at 8.2, Councillor Farr, you and I will make sure that we get to that item and pull that out of the appendix. Okay, so 4.7, 4.8, moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Marula. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. And 4.9, David Stevens, President of the North End Neighbours, to address the committee on December 4th about traffic management. Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Farr. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. All right, we got through all the delegation requests today. Consent items, members of committee, item 5.1 to 5.4, what is your pleasure? Let's do them quickly one by one. 5.1, Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Marula. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. 5.2, Mr. Hawker was good enough to alert me to the fact, and City Manager will appreciate this, on 5.2 under the Greater Bay Area Subcommittee, all present, Mr. Jay Fielding is our new City Manager for the City of Hamilton. So, Madam Clerk, would you make sure that typo is corrected, because Chris Murray is still our City Manager. Thank you. On 5.2, moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. 5.3, lease agreement, moved by Councillor Duval, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. 5.4, advertising, moved by Councillor Duval, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. And Councillor Whitehead would like to speak to it. Councillor Whitehead?
Yeah, I just talking to staff, and I know that they identified a potential for at least a pilot. And I actually just traveled the stretch today. Clearly, the highest traffic volume on the link is between Upper James and the 403. And clearly in the morning and in the evening, it's almost bumper to bumper. It's a parking lot, quite frankly. So I'm thinking in regards to taking the greatest opportunity in optimizing a location, if we go that way, why we would not consider between Upper James and golf links.
Is there anybody on staff that wishes to? Rob Norman? Rob, could you as director just provide some feedback or comment on that, please? And maybe possibly the whole stretch of the link may be taken under advisement. Rob Norman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Deputy Mayor. Staff looked through both the Red Hill Parkway and the link. The original direction was to look at both these areas. What we were looking for was areas with a proper embankment to display the ads. There are a number of areas where there's exposed bedrock from the escarpment, the closeness of intersections, a variety of factors that affect it. What we had suggested in the report was a first, if you will, kind of test area if we are able to get a tender approved with interest. So certainly what Councillor White is suggesting is something certainly we can look at, and we can look at that if it's Council's direction as the first phase, or continue with the suggestion of Upper Sherman to Upper Gage as our test phase, if you will.
Thank you for those comments. Rob, Councillor Whitehead, you still have the floor.
Yeah, well, Mr. I mean, I think the jury's out. It would be a pilot. It would look at whether or not it's an opportunity to generate revenue. So I appreciate I think it was Councillor Marilla that's initiated this. I want to thank Councillor Marilla for looking in which way we can generate revenue in a safe and in a qualitative way. Again, like I say, between that stretch, and I have traveled it many mornings, or observed it many mornings. To me, in regards to visual and opportunity and just volume, there's no question. I think traffic can contest that is the section that is probably the highest volume. So if you're trying to optimize it in regards to sales to advertisers, that I would think that would be part of the consideration as well. So I just hope that is part of it.
Mr. Norman has noted that. Thanks, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Duval, please.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I don't want to be parochial about this, but the link does not stop at Upper James and go to golf links. It goes all the way over to Red Hill. So I agree with what staff is saying, to come back with a further report and look at the ideas that Councillor Whitehead is suggesting and see what the best spot could be in the first phase or the second phase, and to be fairness to all. Because I think anywhere along the link would be appropriate, so that's fine with me.
Thank you, Councillor Duval. And Councillor Clark, please.
Want to be recorded as opposed, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Clark recorded as opposed. And the previous Deputy Mayor, Councillor Ferguson, just take the chair. I just want to make a quick comment. Saturday I was in Toronto for a tour, and again driving along the Gardiner Expressway. If this is done similarly, the vegetation, advertising, the beautification that is along and has been for years along the Gardiner Expressway, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I think it could be done beautifully, magnificently, impactfully. No billboards, just a beautiful berming like we see along the Gardiner, the CN, all those companies, Deloitte Touche, all those along there that have their advertising done in the beautiful vegetation along the embankment of the Gardiner. I see possibly a similar type of successful story being along our link. Councillor Ferguson, I'll take the chair back. All in favor of Councillor Farr on 5-4?
Just one quick question with respect to the report and the issue of the concept plan. So we would use our City of Hamilton logo for this concept plan through you to Rob. Is that actually in place on the link or is that on paper? I wasn't quite clear from reading the report how that would be put together.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Rob?
You, Mr. Deputy Mayor, no, it's strictly a graphic exercise at this point, Councillor Farr, just for something to be used in working with purchasing on putting out this potential tender.
Thanks, Councillor Farr. All in favor of 5-4? Councillor Clark recorded as opposed. Carried. All right, members of committee, moving along. Item 6, as we said, we'll come to that in about an hour's time with Mike Ryan and with David Pasapio for Corrections Canada. So let's move along now. Carolyn Biggs has so capably clustered together the various topics with the speakers that are speaking to the various subjects to keep them together so that we can stay focused. Speaking to the referendum today, just Mr. Simon Kiss. Mr. Kiss, are you here? Simon, please come forward as you were previously approved 2 weeks ago at GIC. From Wilfrid Laurier University, speaking to the pending motion respecting referendum on municipal fluoridation. Mr. Kiss, nice to see you. Welcome. And the next 5-6 minutes are yours if you wish to have them.
I did want to say, though, I'm willing to come back on the 4th. Given that the vote and the discussion is being held on the 4th, I'm happy to come back and create a kind of a packaged discussion.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kiss. I appreciate your cooperation. That's very courteous of you. So, Councillor Ferguson will move, and second with Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, I just want to thank, I think it's probably more suitable because it's fresh and remind your presentation when we're actually going to debate it right afterwards.
Yeah, but I won't need to apply again to have the deputation approved. That status will carry forward to the 4th.
You're automatically back for December 4th. All in favor of Simon Kiss coming back? Carried. That's how popular you are, Simon. Thank you. Okay, that's worked out well. Thank you very much. Single issue, calling on Joey Coleman, no stranger to this chamber, to approach the podium to provide his presentation respecting open data and the 14 budget process. Joey Coleman, the floor is yours for the next 5-6 minutes, and I know you want to set it up.
It appears that you're not connected to the internet on this. So you know what to do. Yeah. Okay, councillors, it looks
Members
like...
of committee, please, your attention.
Looks like
Joey?
you do not have the internet on here, which is fine. You did receive my notes by email. I will just read off my slides. There's nothing here that's much of a surprise to you anyway. I just need a second to pull it up on my tablet here. Come on. And of course, my tablet's also trying to run the live stream, so I'm just trying to get it to switch over right now. I'm aware of that.
Joey, if you're having problem with technology, I don't have a prayer, but carry on.
Okay, so I will go off memory until I get the slides up and running. So I'm in front of you as part of the 2014 budget process, and I'm speaking on open data. I'm calling on this council to take the next step on open data. During the past year, you approved an open data policy. At this point, though, you have not resourced its implementation. And open data requires resources to be successful. So, to that end, why should you invest in open data? open data will result in cost savings and improved service for the citizens of this city. The cost savings come from things such as transit. I walked through the McNabb Transit Terminal this morning. The $565,000 approved project to have the next bus times on display that was supposed to be finished last November is still not operational. This is a project that does not require a six-figure budget. What it requires is open data and the ability of open data developers to develop the applications that then the city could display. In the city of Ottawa, as I've shown you in previous slides, I showed you the picture of the display board that they have that a citizen created. It's every single bus route and when it's arriving next. The cost to implementation of that display board is the display board itself. 3 figures, not 5 figures for the display board. So by implementing open data, you will save money there. Give me 1 second here because I've now got my tablet switched and I'm going to be able to get my speaking notes up.
Good joy. Okay.
The other reason why you want to implement open data is the improved services and multiple platforms. The city is not in a position to write applications cost effectively for every single platform. Developers are. It's the itch theory, which is somebody has an itch they want to scratch, they scratch it and then they share it with everyone. It's much like in your parks. The city has community organizations adopt parks all the time. Why? Because for citizens, they want their parks to look nice, so they go and clean them up, and everybody benefits. It's much the same with open data. So, citizens are seeking improved services, increased efficiency, more cost-effective delivery, multiple platform access, and transparency. For the city, you're going to decrease silos amongst your departments. The biggest users of open data are internal. It's departments trying to get data from other departments. Well, instead of having to go through the current process of asking for that data, if the data that's paid for by the public already is publicly available, you guys can use it as well. Better collaboration, development of the knowledge economy. Without resources, open data is just another PDF on the city website. Next steps for City Hall. Well, first you need to resource it, but also we need to get real-time transit data. This morning on CBC Radio in Ottawa, the HSR was pointed to as an example of a transit agency that doesn't get it. They were having a discussion of municipal services, and on CBC Radio in Ottawa, it was mentioned by somebody, well, thankfully we're not in Hamilton because we were able to get transit open data here in Ottawa. And this happens quite a bit. There was just a peer-reviewed thesis paper that came out and it spoke about Hamilton as a unique example in Canada in that the citizens are really engaged, you have a large developer base, but you have no open data. And it was cited as Hamilton is an example of a city where the citizens are engaged and ready to use open data, but an entrenched culture at the city has prevented its full implementation. I don't want that to continue to be the image of Hamilton on this file. That's why we need to do this. Restaurant data, traffic data. Ottawa on Monday just made their traffic cameras and their traffic data, because they have sensors in some of their roadways, open data. You can ask the City of Ottawa for an access key to download their traffic data every 60 seconds, and if your application is really efficient, they'll give you even more access. So you can actually set up in Ottawa now an application where somebody can see traffic congestion on the way home and avoid it. In a city such as ours with the mountain accesses, it'd be great if when a mountain access gets closed, people can get a text message right away and we can avoid the traffic congestion that we often get when an access is closed. Staffing. Last year I showed you a 3 model staffing. Model 1 was with no dedicated open data staff, which was low cost, low impact. Model 2 was with 3 open data staff, which was 1 communications engagement coordinator, somebody who gets citizens involved and is that liaison, and 2 developers to help lead projects. That is a medium cost, but it is high impact. That is the model that I'm suggesting for the implementation. The other model was Model 3, which is a full open data office office that would have 7 staff. The key to that is, with the 3 staff, is it reports through the city manager's office so that there is the ability for the city manager to intervene as needed to ensure that departments are following the policy and providing the data. It's the same thing happens in every city where you have silos, and it's very hard to break down silos. It's just a culture change that is actually happening very well at the city in a lot of departments, but that's why it's important to have open data as part of the city manager's office to start. And I do apologize, I'm speaking...
1 minute, Joey, please.
I'm speaking more than what I would normally if I just had the slides up to show you, so I do apologize because I want it to be under 4 minutes. Funding, city reserves. You can use city reserves because it is a one-time expense getting this underway, and then you can replenish those reserves and fund open data going forward with cost savings. Again, as I example, the McNabb terminal. It's a 6-figure project. With open data, you wouldn't be spending 6 figures. You'd be in the low 5 figures. Right there's $500,000 that could go into open data and the reserve. Grants, there are now federal grants available for this. I also wanted to add that open data is not the website, and the website is not open data. And why I say that is that open data is a concept and a philosophy of doing government and culture. It's not just technical. And same with the website. You're going to have the Web Redevelopment Committee in front of you today asking for what appears to be a significant investment in the web. And I know it's a big figure, but it's actually only what the Web Committee is really asking for is $850,000, because the rest of what they're asking for is staffing for the web that should already exist. And it's much the same where if you had the Open Data Office, the Open Data Office would help complement the web project and bring that cost down, but it can't be just the web, because it's about so much more than just the web, and I want to reinforce that today. I'm happy to take any questions that the members of council have, and I thank you for your indulgence of the bit of extra time.
Thank you, Joey. Appreciate that. And again, without your slide presentation, I allowed some latitude. Thank you, Joey. Councillor McCaddy, questions of the presenter?
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Joey, I wonder if you could touch on the Ottawa example again for transit, because it sounds to me like beyond this being just generally a good idea and something we should do as a city, it sounds like there's cost savings involved as well, and perhaps the other examples you provide as well. If we did invest some money in this, there sounds to me, Mr. Deputy Mayor, like there's a payback involved.
There's an immediate payback. As soon as transit data is made open, and I failed to note, it was up on my slides, that Burlington has promised that as soon as they have GPS on every one of their buses, they're flipping the switch and it's open data. The Mayor of Burlington stated that, the city staff have stated that, they put it out on Twitter, and they've been trying to encourage Hamilton developers to get ready to go over to Burlington and help them. As soon as you flip the switch, which we can do, we already have it on the GPS on every bus, you will immediately see developers make it available on every platform. You'll see an immediate cost savings because people aren't going to use bus check when they can get the real time on their phone. And you're going to see other transit terminals have those displays as well, because right now the only transit terminal that's going to have it is McNabb. So instead of looking at $500,000 per transit terminal, you're looking at tops $100,000 for every transit terminal. So right there we're talking millions saved.
So that sounds like a good thing, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So Joey's been here, I think, maybe 3 times speaking in front of us, and of course has talked to many of us on a weekly basis about open data. So I guess I'd just like to express my frustration at how we haven't been able to move on this file. It's inexplicable to me why that's the case, whether the problem's at HSR, whether the problem's elsewhere in the city, I just really don't know what to say about it. It seems like such a no-brainer to me. So I wonder if I could ask through you at the appropriate time, maybe if Joey's finished, to Chris Murray, because I know Chris has been working with Mike Kirkopoulos a little bit in the last week, knowing Joey's coming this morning, and he may have a little update for us if we can at the appropriate time. Thanks, Joey.
Thanks, Councillor McCaddy. After we excuse our presenter, then I'll come back to you. Any other questions of the presenter? Oh, Councillor Whitehead, for the presenter, please.
I just asked Joey, and I don't know if you've done the due diligence, but I know that I have made some questions and inquiries in other communities. When you talk about the open data system, do those other communities actually have individual that's dedicated for information services that sort of champions the whole open data thing within the city?
It's a mix across Canada, depending on the city. So in the city of Toronto, they don't have dedicated staff in the sense of one FTE, and that's their sole job. But what they have is a working group of, I believe they're now at 7 staff that coordinate open data, and one, Trish Gardner, is pretty much a FTE on open data, but it's part of her responsibility in citizen engagement, outreach, and IT. So in that model, you end up with a mix of staff that I would consider to be equivalent to 4 FTE, but you also have a culture where whenever the open data office needs assistance from another department, they're quickly on board because it's got that momentum and people have seen the benefits of it. Edmonton, Regina have dedicated staff to open data. It all depends upon the specific culture and what they're looking to do and how they define it. In the case of Hamilton, I think we need the dedicated staff to really get this going and get caught up. And what will probably end up happening is that those staff get involved in other roles such as citizen engagement and such as the website. So it's all about definition, but it's not all they do is open data. They do so much more. It's the same with all of our staff. They don't just do their defined role. They do so many other projects and things that fulfill the strategic goals of this council.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think, and I absolutely agree with you. It wouldn't be an open data individual per se. In fact, what I've been finding is they're called information officers, and it's regarding all information and how the information flows through the city. Open data is just one component within the responsibility of the individual. So you're not dedicating a person specifically for open data, but you have an individual through economies of scale that's taking greater responsibility, but you do now have a go-to person on open data in some of these communities. So I just thank you for that.
Thanks, Councillor Whitehead. And Councillor Ferguson to the presenter.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we talked about the HSR issue in the whole GPS systems this morning at Agenda Review of Public Works. And I wouldn't mind asking Mr. Hall a question while Joey's at the podium, so Joey can respond to it, if you permit me to. If you'd rather wait until after.
I would rather wait, Councillor Ferguson, please, till after.
Yeah, so put me on the list then after Joey's done.
Thank you very much.
If I may, Deputy Mayor, the open data community is looking for a commitment of a timeline from the HSR of when it's going to be implemented. That's a reasonable timeline. We're not looking for tomorrow. I understand that there's a need for more equipment, a little bit of budget, but we want to hear very clearly, not just we're going to get there, but a clear timeline and a clear commitment to achieve those goals.
Okay. Councillor Ferguson, I'll come back to you after Councillor McCaddy's questions to staff. And Councillor Farr, please.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you to Joe, this open data community that you're a big part of, that you just referenced, would prefer, as it relates to the McNabb Street Terminal Board, even if I'm going to ask the question to Don after Councillor Ferguson, you noted that it's a 5-figure job. It has taken some time technology-wise. We'll get a quick synopsis as to what's taken so long. The clocks were an issue too on either end of the terminal as well for some time. I believe Metrolink's funded, but regardless of that, it's a hefty price tag. Does the open data community, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, would they still have a preference if we were very close to implementation on the system that we initially wanted to implement? Would you still have a preference of scrapping that even in the final hour and going with the 3-figure open data board as you have envisioned?
No, I'm definitely not suggesting scrapping it. What I'm citing an example thereof is that's under the method that we used to operate government, where everything was done internally and sent out to consultants. No, absolutely not. The money's already invested. It must be very close to implementation. Let's not waste that money, but let's start looking at, as we expand that, how do we do that more cost effectively? But one thing we would like to see is, since there's now real-time data being displayed at the McNabb terminal, why aren't we making that real-time data open? Because if we spent that money to get the real-time for McNabb, even if we start there, it's very useful, because I'd like to be able to look at my smartphone and say the bus is 5 minutes delayed. Okay, I will spend extra time grabbing a coffee inside the warm Jackson Square instead of showing up at the terminal at 10 p.m. when the warm area is closed and realize I'm going to be in the cold for an extra 5 minutes. So let's even open there and get started.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Farr.
Now, I have a question for Don, too.
And you as well, put you down as well for staff. Okay, no other questions of the presenter. Move to receive Joey's presentation. Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Johnson, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you so much, Joey. Staying on this topic, Councillor McCaddy, questions of staff, then Councillor Ferguson and Farr.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. A question through you to Chris. Chris, we've talked about this before here around the horseshoe. Usually when Joey's been in front of us, we've asked questions and asked about timing and that sort of thing, and we've been told that something's in the works and something will happen, and we haven't. I don't think I've seen it yet come to light here at the city. So I think today we really need to commit to exactly what we're going to do, and I suppose if there's a cost involved, we need to know about that so we can debate that at committee at the appropriate time. Because it doesn't seem from the outside anyways that anything's happening on this file. I suspect that indeed there are things occurring. Maybe we could use the HSR one as an example because it is so high profile, and it seems that there's some clear benefits to working with the Open Data Group on that. If I can ask through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Chris.
City Manager.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. I guess first, certainly this topic has been well on our radar for quite some time, and that in fact things have happened, things are happening, and things will happen in the very near future on this file. And I'm going to turn in a moment here to Mike Kirkopoulos and Don Hall to give you an update as to where we are globally with open data, and Mike will speak to that. And Don, and more specifically, will speak to the HSR and a timeline for when that will be live and available to the community. So this is one of those things. I appreciate what Joey does here because I think it's important that the community realize that we absolutely do want to go in this direction. And the fact that he talks to you, members of council, and councillors have talked to me about this, wanting to move in this direction. It's moving us along the continuum to where we need to be. None of us here enjoy being what may appear to some as being dragged, kicking and screaming in this direction. We have in fact made some progress, and Mike is going to speak to that in a second. But when we talk about the image of Hamilton, and we're going to get into some of those matters later today in this agenda when we talk about the web and talk about our strategy, open data is not something that is leading edge anymore. I mean, it's pretty common, and it's a way in which that we can not just provide better services, but in general build trust and confidence in this community. So I'm going to ask Mike to speak about really two things: an overview of where we are with open data, and in particular to Joey's comment or question about resources to support this. And Mike will speak to some of the work that we're doing right now along the lines of corporate communication. And following that, Don Hall will talk to you about a charter that's being developed right now that I will be supporting, but in particular, when is the timeline for us being able to go live with the HSR information. So Mike, if you could speak to where we're at and the corporate communication, that'd be great.
Communications Director, Mike.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. To answer your first question in terms of where we're at around open data, you'll recall, and Joey mentioned it in his presentation, that we did pass early in 2013 an open data policy and open data initiative. Part of that initiative was looking at what data sets we would release. Approximately a month ago, we released 34 GIS-related data sets, and what we had promised in the actual report back is that as part of releasing those data sets, we would adopt an open license, which is the license that the open data community endorses and supports, and then we would monitor the usage and uptake of those data sets. So to repeat, we have released 34 data sets. Those are GIS related, things like they're really map location type information. We've had huge uptake in the last number of weeks, and I've had a number of conversations with Joey in terms of working out some of the tweaks around that for those interested, people interested in our own community in that data, and people interested beyond our borders. We've had some calls from folks out as far as the west coast of the United States in San Francisco looking for different data sets as they pull together various Google Maps and things like that. In terms of, and I'll let Don speak to some of the HSR open data, we have been working over the last year with HSR, looking at a number of the software upgrades that need to occur in order to allow us to move in the direction of open data. Trapeze is one of those, and again, Don can get into more information. What we've also spent the last number of months doing is really the back office applications that need to be in place for us to move with open data. Part of that is focused on the Metrolinx quick wins money and getting real-time information up there. Joey and I, again, in the Open Hamilton community, have had a number of conversations around open data and taking what is real-time information, and that's where we're probably ready to go in the next number of months as we finish the software upgrade, is provide real-time information and take that and put the necessary capital resources towards it to get us to a point where we can upgrade the system and actually provide open data. In terms of Chris's comment around communication and the communication function, I think some of the stuff that Joey is mentioning around resourcing is stuff that we're looking at as we go to a more coordinated and consolidated model. How can open data and the role of open data as it aligns to the web, as it aligns to communication, as it aligns to the work Paul Johnson's doing on citizen engagement with the community, how that all can be kind of clustered together within that broader communications function. So I'll turn it over to Don, who probably has some more specifics to add around what we're doing around the HSR information systems.
Thank you, Mike. Director Don Hall, HSR.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, members of committee. This initiative is, in fact, a corporate priority, and by extension becomes my priority because it's a corporate priority. And just to provide a very quick update, it's not as a result, movement forward is not as a result of an entrenched culture. We endorse this, we embrace it, we see the benefit of it, and we want to move on it as fast as we possibly can. It's not even an issue of staffing. We've developed, as Chris mentioned, a three-stage charter that we're about to sign off on. In stage one, which would allow us to open our database to the community, has no staffing implication at all. There is some capital involved. The capital is not extensive. It's in the scheme of things, a relatively minor amount of capital that we could report back on in time for the 2014 budget, and we have sufficient reserves to fund that capital expenditure. With respect to the board, the display board at McNabb Terminal and the cost of that display board, the cost of the display board is a relatively minor cost in the overall project. The bulk majority of the cost is to set up the software system to allow things like open data as a tool to occur. So most of the money spent with respect to that initiative is under the surface. It's back office software development to allow us to provide tools like open data. The real issue is our software upgrade. We have North America's most advanced software in our fleet. And that software, as a result of that, has many, many tentacles. Oddly enough, one of the tentacles it has is our payroll system. And as a result of changes in payroll arising back to actually 2011, when we made changes in our collective bargaining agreement, we've had to implement payroll changes. And it might come as a bit of a surprise, but our bus operators are unique in that they're paid on a per minute basis. So we have 450 different paychecks every week. So priority has been given to updating our payroll system, which is part of the software system, and we can't move to this initiative until our payroll system is upgraded. That's run roughly a year to 18 months over schedule as a result of the complications of getting that payroll system right, which we gave priority to. So with that said, we are up and running now. We are almost there, and with the new version of the software that we're past the payroll issue. We're there with the new version of the software that will allow us to provide open data. So I guess in a snapshot, it's not an issue of ingrained corporate culture. It's not a staffing issue in phase one. There is some capital. We have the capital in reserve. reserve. It was strictly a question of priorities, and now that we are past the first priority, and that is getting our payroll system right, we can move on to this priority, and barring unforeseen circumstances, we're 6 to 9 months away from achieving what we understand Joey and the community is looking for, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
You still have the floor, Councillor McCaddy.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I just want to thank City Manager and Mike to begin with. The 34 data sets that have been made available, that to me sounds pretty significant, and I think we should acknowledge that, and hopefully the open data developers are here in Hamilton. I think Mike mentioned down in the U.S. and everything are looking at those data sets. Hopefully they're able to use those data sets to develop some local information. I don't think I really understand how the payroll item was related to the transit data that we're talking about here. It seems to me to be two totally different things, but I'm not going to belabor the discussion this morning. That's likely a long discussion, probably technical in nature, but I can just ask, I guess, again, that we make this a priority, and 6 to 9 months, if we can improve on that, that should be our goal, because this has been probably about 2 or 3 years in the discussion, and maybe Ottawa has different software than us and hasn't run into the same problems that we've had. Those kind of details are not things that we necessarily know about as councillors. Joey may not as well in terms of the details, but I can only just encourage the transit project to improve and to move quicker, please, in relation to the importance of that project. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McCaddy. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Don answered 90% of what I was going to ask, but I just want to follow up with you, Don. We heard from Joy that Burlington is putting GPSs in all their buses. We have that done, correct?
Don?
That's correct. Just to clarify Burlington's commitment, Burlington is several years behind Hamilton, and they have yet to acquire the system. When they acquire the system, it will take a fairly lengthy period of time for them to install the system, debug it, get it up and running, and then following getting their GPS system up and running, they'll have a number of initiatives to undertake. One of the initiatives will be open data, and if they give priority to open data from all the other initiatives that they'll have to deal with, they're probably, based on our experience, a year, 2 years, or more out before they will have the capacity, in my view, to fulfill their commitments, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And so, the summary of that is that, well, we'd like to have this in place to have it done. I think we are ahead of a lot of our competitors or a lot of our other transit systems. I want to thank Don. We have the GPSM, the voice announce system is automatic now when it pulls up to a stop. That's all in place through the use of GPS. And we were talking about it at agenda review this morning for our snowplows, and we have an RFP coming to Public Works in our next Public Works meeting for the results of the bike share program. And every one of those bikes is going to have GPS. So if somebody steals one, puts it in the garage, the police can knock on the door and ask for it back. They'll take them directly to the location. So we're embracing that technology and have come a long ways in it. And I just want to thank staff for what they're doing. We look forward to getting across the finish line on the open data part. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Ferguson. And Councillor Farr, questions or comments to staff?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll just stick to what was referenced by our delegate and Joey Coleman. I just preface it by saying I'm happy to hear that, to hear the confirmation that our staff at HSR and across the board endorse the open data, that it's not an issue of staffing, as we heard from Don, with respect to, Joey had the 1, 2, 3 models, I recall, in his last presentation, and to talk today about Model 2 and the mild cost impact of 3 open data staffers, but we're hearing from Don that it's not an issue either, which is great. Appreciate Mike Kirkopoulos' comments as well, and that it's part of our engagement strategy, that conversation. 6 to 9 months seems like a while, but again, like Councillor McCaddy had suggested, I'm no software guy, so if it's been a delay due to a payroll issue that's taken some time and is a priority, fair enough. It's nice nice to have actually a timeline, despite it appearing to be a little further down the road than maybe some of us had hoped for. Regardless, appreciated, Don. My only question then, and it requires a very short answer, an estimated timeline on getting it right on the message board on the schedule board at the McNabb Street terminal, as it was referenced, so I thought I'd bring it up. Through you.
Don, please, on the message board at the McNabb terminal, when that could be operating?
Well, it's operating now, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in scheduled time, not real time. Real time is another initiative that complements open data. And our objective as well is to get at the fastest possible opportunity to real-time transit information, have an application developed so, as Joey says, individuals can use their iPhone rather than rely on the message boards. So real-time is another initiative that complements open data, and it's also on our agenda. It's also a priority for us, and we completely and wholly get that this is a priority of council. It's a priority of the city manager, and there's really no issue there.
So real-time confirming, through you, Deputy Mayor, is 6 to 9 months for that board, and it's in conjunction with the open data.
Don, just to confirm that, please, within the same time frame?
That's a separate activity. My understanding is we are to give priority to open data. Real-time information is another initiative that would flow after we provide the open data link. So there are many tools. Real-time information is one tool of user communication. Open data is another tool to improve our user communications. They're complementary to each other, but there is a difference between the two.
Okay,
Mike would like to just provide some possible answer as well. Councillor Farr, Mike Kirkopoulos.
Okay, one more question,
yes,
John.
Yes, please. Yep.
Just while we're on it.
Yes.
So you're saying we can, Don, through the chair, we're going to have sooner the ability on our smartphones to get real-time bus information than we will on the board at the terminal? Why I'm asking you, and in due respect, it's hard not making eye contact. Through the chair, why couldn't we do both at the same time?
Don?
Can I offer a suggestion, Mr. Deputy Mayor? We've mapped out a project plan for this, a physical map. We would welcome the opportunity to report back to GIC to show you in real terms what the project map and the project plan looks like, and it will have our timelines, it will have our commitments, both financial and staffing, and really give you a more full picture of what's on the table. Most importantly, we get that it's a priority. It's a priority for the city manager, it's a priority for council, and by extension, we make it our priority. It is quite a complex undertaking, though, and we would appreciate the opportunity to bring it back and show council in map form what our intentions are in terms of implementation timeline, capital investment, operating investment, staff investment. So we'd really appreciate an opportunity, and we could turn that around very quickly, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for that terrific suggestion, Don. Councillor Farr, you still have the floor.
Provided that full report answers my last question, I'm fine with that. Thank you very much. Okay, I figured. And if Mike still wants to chime in, that's fine too.
Mr. Kirkopoulos?
Sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. I was going to suggest along the lines of what Don's suggesting, probably some reporting back in terms of what real-time information actually is and what we'll achieve by achieving real-time information, and what open data is for the broader GIC to understand our timelines. So I think in terms of coming back with something that maps all that out for you, that's probably the best step relative to HSR.
Thank you, Mike. So Don, Mike, next couple of months, let's say by end of January, Don, for a full presentation update, does that work or not, please?
Absolutely, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Farr, would you move that direction? Seconded by Councillor McCaddy. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. We have previously received Joey's presentation. Now calling on Louise Dompierre, President, CEO of our Art Gallery of Hamilton, approach the podium. She wants to provide us an update on the gallery's building project, which sounds exciting, which sounds like something that will keep the momentum going for downtown. Louise, always a pleasure to see you. Always great to have you in this chamber. Welcome, and the next 5 minutes is yours. Speak right into the mic there.
Okay. Mr. Deputy Mayor, members of council, good morning. So about a year and a half ago, the city granted permission to the AGH to undertake a feasibility study on land not currently included in the lease agreement between the city and the Art Gallery. It is my pleasure to report that the study has now been completed, and in addition to the feasibility study, we also did a food service study, a survey of the land, and a master plan. So we also took into consideration the city's request to consult with our neighbors and to work closely with the city staff during this study. So I would like to extend a very special thank you to those staff members who have been involved in the development of the study. The collaboration was fantastic, and we've learned a lot from them. So as time is limited today, I will very briefly highlight the results of the study, bearing in mind that it is only a feasibility study and not the architectural plans. And secondly, I will request from council the permission to proceed with a fundraising campaign on the land in question. As I am sure you'll understand, we cannot raise funds on land that is not ours to develop. So therefore, your permission to proceed with the understanding that should the gallery be able to raise the funds, it could eventually develop that land. So this is our request today. So I'll give you some of the highlights here. It's not very, can you see well, or is this very...
Carolyn, maybe the blinds here behind me, please. Louise, carry on. Carolyn's going to try to close some of the blinds for, so the picture will be clear.
So this is the view you'll have from City Hall here.
Thank you, Carolyn.
As I said earlier, this is a feasibility study, so not all aspect is completed. The garden, we didn't hire a landscape architect to develop this, but this is the type of sculpture that would act as a sign, both to signal arrival in downtown, therefore City Hall, the new health center, and of course the Art Gallery of Hamilton. One of the major change would be a new wing on the east side of the gallery, which would also provide a new entrance from Main Street. So the view from Main Street would be totally transformed, but the view from King Street East would remain more or less what it is right now. Now, this wing would connect with the entrance on King, enable people to enter the gallery in the middle of the current downstairs space. So therefore providing a better access into the gallery and also enabling us to build, and I will show you the details later, 3 new studios that will be built at street level to accommodate an increasing number of students and adults to our studio program. Now, those of you familiar with the gallery know that near the entrance on King, we have a small cafe. Now, we're proposing here to move the cafe from that end to this end here, so it would be in close proximity to the current pavilion and would enable the extended kitchen here to service both the pavilion as well as the cafe. We talked also about connections with the new health center. So there's the possibility here that has been developed between our architect and the architect from McMaster for a pedestrian walkway from the new building at their level 2, I believe, directly into the garden here. At this point, McMaster does not have the funds to pursue this. However, even if the building was completed, it is something that we could do possibly later on. Now, we are also negotiating with McMaster access to their entrance on Bay Street. So there is an entrance that is behind there, and that would allow us to bring disposal trucks near the kitchen so that the garbage from the gallery could be taken that way out. And McMaster is willing to develop an agreement with the gallery to achieve this purpose. So we could perhaps look at the other slide, Arlene, level 1. So could we move it a bit? Could it go up? Oops. Okay, thank you. So this is the view of level 1. I will not show you all the levels because it would take too much of your time. But this is the current entrance on King, and as I said before, there are no changes here. But what you have here are 3 studios. Currently, our studio is on level 4. Therefore, making it very difficult for people, the students, and also people in wheelchair, for example, to come to that level. So these would be at street level, they would be glassed, so our visitors could see the people working in the studio area. The shop, which is currently here, would be moved into the new wing so that people would have access both if they come from Main Street or from King Street. There would also be a new elevator that will take the people from the entrance here to the second level of the gallery. So in developing these plans, like we did when we first developed the plans for the gallery, we took into consideration the revenues to ensure that we could maintain and operate a larger facility, and certainly the cafe, the shop at in this location, and also on the top of this area here, there's an outside area that could be rented, as well as the current pavilion would generate enough revenues to make it profitable for the gallery to bring those changes.
Louise, I'm just going to ask committee, can I ask a motion to extend Louise's time on this update on this important project? Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor McCaddy. All in favor? Carry on, Louise, please.
Thank you so much. So if we go on level 2, you will see that level 2, the purpose there is to rationalize the space far better than it is currently, but also and mostly to allow the gallery to display more of its collection. The gallery collection is currently at 10,000 works of art, and we have quite a number of requests for further donations, major donations to the gallery. So one of the things that we're doing on level 2 is to reorganize our vaults. So all this area that will be accessible but really not open at all times to the public will be the vault area. And we will have a new sculpture vault located in this area. You might know that sculpture requires different kind of a storage facility, and this is a novelty that we'll introduce here. What we are also doing, we have a new prints and drawing center that will be located on the second floor. Now, this is very exciting because generally speaking, works on papers in art gallery are not very often displayed. So this will be a facility that will allow people to make requests to view works on paper, and we will have an attendant there trained to take out those works for visitors to the gallery. And so it's good, of course, for the public in general, because we have some absolutely amazing drawings that are not often displayed. And so this will be a sort of an open display available most of the time to the public to view those works. We also, when we make the changes, you can see this is the upper lobby, this is the roof terrace of the upper lobby on top of the current pavilion, and that takes you into the galleries. Well, there's an elevator that can take you there as well as stairs, and therefore we're doing demolishing the current large, cumbersome stairs that are sitting right in the middle of the gallery to give us space at both level 1 and level 2 to show more of the collection. So, and then I think that's primarily the changes on this level. Then at level 3, we have, because we are moving the studio on the ground floor, we are going to have more office space, as you know, with the film festival and the increased studio activities. The staff is growing rapidly at the gallery, so we need space to accommodate these people, both permanently but also seasonally, especially during the time of the festival. So these are the highlights, and I'd like to certainly, I'd be happy to give you more details if you wish, but of what we're proposing to do.
So is that the end of your presentation formally, Louise, or you want to
Just
wrap up comment,
one
please?
more. So the second part is really, we would like to request permission from the city now at this point to begin a fundraising campaign, and perhaps to allow our solicitor to work with the city solicitor to see how the current lease agreement of the gallery could be amended to enable us to build this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Louise. I have a number of questioners and commenters to you, but just to be clear, and our city solicitor, Janice, I would just ask, you're asking today, besides the timely update, you're asking permission to move forward on a fundraising campaign, but your solicitor and ours engaging about the current lease agreement.
Yeah.
Is that clear?
That's right. We are not proposing to change anything fundamental to the lease agreement, but simply to accommodate our usage and our building on the land.
Thank you very much, Louise. Councillor McCaddy, please. Questions of the presenter?
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So this is a very exciting project. I remember a year and a half ago when you were here before us talking about this, and this feasibility study is very exciting. The chance to display more art, I mean, it's I guess a nice problem to have more art than you can actually display, but it's a challenge, and the ability to do that and grow the size of the gallery. I think are we number 3 or 4 in the country, Louise?
Yeah, well, in terms of the country, we are amongst the 10 largest galleries in Canada, and in terms of the Ontario, we're the 3rd largest gallery in Ontario. Yeah.
Make us even larger, obviously, this project. And it sounds like there's an opportunity to grow the visitorship as well in terms of the visibility on Main Street. A lot of people, still the gallery's tucked away with the original design. Is that one of the hopes here?
It is, certainly.
Obviously.
We had 290,000 visitors to the gallery, which is a record of all times in 2012, and the numbers are good for this year. And next year, with the centennial of the gallery and the program I'll share with you in January, I presume, we believe it will go well over 300,000.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, more efficient food services, chance for a relationship with the exciting building next door, Family Medicine, with McMaster. It's great stuff. I guess at the appropriate time, we need to ask a question of staff to guide us, and I'm happy to move a motion on that today, but we need to talk about with staff what they would like to see in that motion, whether we need to actually report back to committee one more time on whatever that agreement is, rather than just saying go ahead with the agreement today. We may wish to have staff have a discussion with the art gallery, report back and get some paper in front of us so we know exactly what we're agreeing to provide Louise with the direction she needs to move ahead. This last request is, Louise, if you can share the presentation you provided to us today. A lot of detail there, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I think a lot of us would like to sit down and look at it as best we can. We might need the color version too, I don't know.
Yes.
Maybe dropping off paper copies would be worthwhile because it's quite complicated, the different levels and everything, Mr. Chair.
Copies, Louise?
We have, I believe, made copy of the presentation this morning, so it's now in your computer. So therefore, I believe you would have access to this. I stand to be corrected on this, but that was my understanding, that it was copied for you. And I will copy my notes here that I made for you. Perhaps the only thing that we really need at the moment is sort of an understanding that we can proceed for fundraising. I agree with you, the lease agreement is a more complex legal document, and that time will be needed. All I was suggesting is that perhaps we should start looking at it so that it's not holding us back later on down the line. But as long as we have an understanding, you may remember this was part of the original renovations project of the gallery. We unfortunately had to limit the development simply because of funds that were not available at that time. But this time, certainly the intention is to carry this. It's the main part. The garden is the driving part of the project.
Right.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm certainly very supportive of moving ahead on the fundraising, but I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments and then maybe a comment from Chris perhaps towards the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKay. I was hoping somebody would prudently suggest that. Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Louise.
Thank you.
As a member of the board, and I know Louise works very, very hard, and we have a phenomenal membership on the Art Gallery board that are all gung-ho to pursue this project, which is great, and it is a substantial amount of fundraising that will be required, and we recognize that. But Louise, just for my colleagues, what are we looking at as far as square footage of the garden project and the expansion of the building? Do we have that?
I don't have this off the top of my head, but we're doubling the exhibition space simply by reorganizing level 2. So we are doubling the exhibition space, therefore there's far more works from the permanent collection. Otherwise, what we're doing is, if you remember when we did the first renovation project, it was like dropping a box on top of the existing building to create barriers and to better insulate the gallery. Now, this in some areas is very broad, so we are actually using the space inside, still retaining the vapor barrier, but using that space intelligently. So the only thing physically added to the gallery is an extension to the kitchen, the new wing that is the new entrance from Main Street, and I believe that's it. Yeah.
Thank you, and Mr. Deputy Mayor, thank you, and I appreciate that. I think the fundamentally best part of this project is the expansion of the green space and the vision on Main Street, because we've all said with the McMaster University campus coming now, and with the City Hall renovations that have come about, and how gorgeous it looks out front, we needed to have, as far as the art gallery, a presence on Main Street, which we haven't had, and this would certainly achieve it. It achieves the usage of space that's actually owned by the city currently at the top level and also at the front. So I'm certainly very supportive, and when Councillor McCaddy comes back, I'd be happy to second the motion going forward. We allow the gallery and the gallery members to pursue the fundraising on certainly the city lands, and whatever direction needs to go back to the city solicitor with regards to lease agreements in the future. But I know they're already doing the best they can and lining up for this project. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pearson. You've always represented this chamber very well on that board. Thank you. Councillor Marula, please. Questions of the presenter or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and welcome. And Louise, just out of curiosity, and I love what you're presenting, but just your assessment on that sculpture court across the street. Can I have your honest assessment about the art that's presently there? Do you think that's art?
I think that, some arts have a lasting quality and others don't. Even what is presented here, some of you might have recognized this. This is the piece that is at the Air Canada Centre in Toronto. This is not what we would do. This is simply a feasibility study, and the architect dropped this image because it was easily available. What we're looking for, and we discussed that when I first came here, we are looking at a competition, probably international, but we hope that there will be people from Hamilton applying for this project of a sculpture.
I'm sorry to interrupt. And I love what you're proposing. I'm talking about the existing art.
The existing art?
In the 30 years that I've been
You're putting me on the spot here.
Now I see it, I want to call property standards. And I think it's rusting away out there. And I'm wondering if that you consider that art.
It is art, definitely, and one is by a well-known Canadian artist, Koso Elul, and that art was commissioned when the gallery was first built in 1975, long before my time. I think that, abstract art is not the most engaging art form for people at large. So what we're looking for is when we redesign this part, we are going to look at what should be displayed in that location.
And that will be part of your assessment? And
it will be, definitely.
I truly look forward to that.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you, Councillor Marula. Thank you, Louise. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thank you, Louise, for coming in today. And of course, we're always wanting to enhance our downtown and wanting to enhance visitors' experiences when they come here. And it's glad you're looking at refreshing it. And also, Mr. Chairman, Louise had some of us over for a more detailed presentation at the gallery, and I appreciate you doing that. I know I got criticized for asking this question. We had a private presentation, but I'm going to ask it again. What's your estimated cost? What do you need? And then the fundraising program, which is a great idea. I just need our city solicitor to say we can pass that today. I don't know why we can't, since we own the property and you're enhancing it. But what's the estimated cost of?
Okay, I will answer your question, but it's very misleading, I think, at this early stage of the project to put numbers forward, because as you know, the architect who will be designing the building has not yet done so. And so it will take us about 2 years, I believe, perhaps more, to raise the money. So in that period, there's also, although we've calculated inflation, in our budget, in our numbers, we're also looking at the revenues that will be lost, because we need to think about that whilst the building is being renovated. So that, we're thinking of the pavilion, which will be out of operations for a full year. So the master plan that was developed is a step-by-step study of the impact that the renovations will have on the gallery budget, and then, the cost to do this. So at the moment, and I'm sure it's going to go up, we all know how these work, based on the experience the last time, you start as sort of a reasonable cost, it goes up, you bring it back down to something you can afford. So this is the kind of exercise I anticipate will be happening here. So at the moment, the cost to renovate is about 22 million, but the cost to operate during that time based on a three-phase renovation could go up to $30 million. So we are looking at a minimum of $30 million to fundraise.
Okay, so that's your objective is $30 million?
At this point, that could change, and as I say, this is,
Are you anticipating asking council for some of that?
At this point, we would prefer to go out and to raise the funds and see what we can do before coming to council. As I said previously, obviously, it would be appreciated if council felt that this is an important project for the city and would contribute. I think there are many ways for council to contribute. There are contributions in kind that will be necessary. We're talking about a garden here, and so perhaps we look at those given the economy, given the pressures on the city budget. Maybe there is an intelligent way to negotiate what the city contribution would be in a situation like this. But before getting to that point, we really want to show council what we can do, what we can raise for this project, and then perhaps discussing it with the council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We currently, and as long as I've been around, put about $1 million a year into the operating costs. Would that be expected to change? Now, if we're approving this project to step up to fundraising, and so would there be expectation that the taxpayers would have to put more than $1 million in? Because you're very good at holding that number for a number of years.
Yeah, I think that at the moment we're not calculated. All the projections that we've made are based on that same amount of money. So the master plan that was prepared with the business plan rely on a contribution of $1 million from the city.
And you're going to be making applications to the other two levels of government for funding also?
Yes, we are. Okay.
Because, of course, the fear is, through you, Mr. Chairman, is that you raise $6 million and you're back to City Council for a big chunk. And I'm fully supportive of you going out and seeing what you can do, subject to the city solicitor saying we can do that today. But I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that you may be asked back to us for an ask again. And I'd just like to know that up front, if that's the plan.
Well, it would be normal, I think, for the city to make some contribution. But as I say, simply because we are developing land that we are taking on, but we are, at the moment, I think it's premature to think how much we would ask. And, it's quite possible that the services in kind, the agreement in kind that we would get would do as well as cash towards the building. So I don't know. I'm simply speculating at this point. I really don't know. I don't even have a final figure. So.
Okay. Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Conceptually, it looks like a wonderful plan, but obviously, at the end of the day, we got to keep our eyes on the ball. So the last capital campaign that embarked with the art gallery, the operating cost to the city increased by about, what, 500,000? Is that correct?
I'm sorry. I think if we go back to that, that is not quite correct. For as long as I've been here, and it's 15 years now in December, the contribution of the city to the art gallery has always been around $1 million. And per year. What is changing is there's a movement of funds from a temporary contribution to a base contribution of $1 million. And that's the only change there's been. In fact, if we look at inflation and we look at, if we had started at $1 million and where we were today, we would be requesting far more.
So for the purpose of the live stream and the citizens are paying the bill, the operating cost original capital campaign was I think it was around 500,000 a year. Currently, we are now towards the operating is contributing $1 million, yet you're indicating that we were always at $1 million. So I'm trying to understand, maybe that's a question I need to ask our treasurer. Was there any net impact to the taxpayers of this community as a result of that capital campaign?
No, there wasn't, because if you remember, the city put aside a sum of money, and the interest from that investment was used to make the adjustment every year. So there was no impact on the bottom line of the city budget.
We haven't increased the operating by $500,000. Well, no. I'll get Treasurer to break it down, because I know we've had this discussion here.
Yeah.
And I know that it was a significant increase and was a concern around this council chambers then. It was clearly that we're not increasing the dollars, then it wouldn't have been an issue around this chamber, but certainly it was. So I'm a little confused
It's
now.
because there were the money was coming in two different ways to the gallery. There was the base funding and a special contribution to the gallery. And what we've worked together with the agreement that we've had for almost 15 years now, maybe 13, has been to move funds from one side to the other to make the base $1 million. But we haven't added to this at all in the process.
I asked then, was the contribution that you're referring to, was that an annualized contribution, or was that a one-off contribution? The base funding would have been an annualized funding, so that 500,000 or thereabouts I'm talking about was a base that we annually funded every year. I'm trying to now understand this other component. Was that an annualized expenditure by the city, or was that a one-time contribution or a contribution?
It was done before I came here, so I think, if my memory is correct here, it was over a 3-year period that the city would supplement its contribution to the gallery for over 3 years. And subsequent to that, then we worked out the agreement with the city. But the contribution itself never changed. It was always, 900,000, $1 million, always at that level.
Mr. Whitehead, after we excuse Louise, you can ask your question of Mike. How's that, please?
So the next question I have is, obviously, when you look at capital expenditures, and we were told that it was to be expected with the capital contribution that the operating cost, that base cost, would go up. You're coming forward now and providing a very laudable goal in regards to meeting this objective. So my concern again is, have we put any consideration in regards to the maintenance cost, operating cost, and how that would increase as a result of this?
Yes, we have. That's why we took a year and a half, because after doing the feasibility study, we did a master plan, which is an analysis step by step of the impact that the renovations would have on the revenues of the gallery and on the staff of the gallery. And then we did the business plan based on this analysis, and the figures we used as a contribution from the city was unchanged. We used the $1 million. We made no assumption that the city would be contributing additional money to the operations of the gallery, and it still is proving profitable for the gallery to do those major changes.
So is that offset by the revenue you expect?
It's offset by the revenues from the rental of the space, from the retail activities, from the studios, and, from a number of different sources. And we were, in fact, quite conservative in how we analyzed that.
My last question, Mr. Chair, is the revenue trend in the library. Has it closed the gap on that base funding of $1 million? The art gallery.
The art gallery, yeah, I was wondering. They have a better budget than I have, Yeah, we are at 70% of revenues, which is remarkable in terms of a not-for-profit organization. And as you know, the last stretch is always the most difficult one. It's to try to bring your revenues as much as possible. And of course, what we always have on the other side is you can't curb, you can't stop the expenses from growing at the same time. So it is, we're at a key turning point at the moment. We are certainly looking at many of our activities to see how best to increase the revenues of the gallery in certain sectors like the film festival and the art sale that we have. So we're looking at every activity to try to maximize the revenues out of them. But certainly once you're at 70%, it's really hard to go beyond that.
Okay, so we're 7% of the revenue relative to, we generate 7% of the revenue relative to operating costs. Is that what I'm hearing?
70%, we contribute
70?
through 70.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That was 7%. I was a little concerned.
No, 70.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
And I think the next question I have is, the time frame that you're looking at in regards to the conclusion of this campaign.
Well, I think the campaign will take 2 to 2.5 years to do. And if we were able to do it in 2 years, we would reopen, or the project would be completed by 1919, I believe.
Sorry, what I'm trying to get in our museums so that we have a better tracking, and I forgot that I should have asked you the question too. Do you have a point purchase? So you have a tracking in regards to how, everyone that's attending the facility and how much is being spent through your cash registers or whatever system you use?
I'm sorry, would you repeat?
Point of purchase.
Points of purchase. I should have brought my director of finance here. We do, I know we've just recently upgraded all our systems, and we use Razor's Edge and financial system, which is the best and the most compatible, because as you know, we have a whole range of business activities that all differ from. And so from retail to the catering and art rental of the space. So we've improved the system so that all the systems are now interconnected and that we can more easily produce reports and analyses of what is being sold.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Partridge, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Welcome, Louise, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
And it will actually be, I think, welcomed by many to see something done with that front courtyard. I'm very pleased as well because I did hear you say, and I just want to confirm it, that we will not have to look out the windows and see that.
Which one? This? No. This is, it's a feasibility study.
For that, I just want to make sure that we don't get in competition with the Burlington Arts Centre with the lump of steel that they have out there.
No.
Certainly don't want to see that. My questions around finances have been asked because, with fundraising, I think, we're in a relatively healthy fundraising environment, especially going forward in the next couple of years, and you do have a good, solid list of donors. So, in terms of the finances, our taxpayers want us to ask those questions, so I thank you for that. $30 million is a lot of money, but I have two questions. Can you just clarify for me where the city space is? Would part of your building, your new expansion, would that actually be on city-owned land? Or is it just the courtyard?
Actually, it would be. Let me see. I will show you. So currently, this is the building here, currently.
Yes.
So the fence is about this here.
Okay.
Okay, so this here is a walkway. and instead of walking outside, people would be walking inside, so that's...
I understand that.
Yeah.
What I'm asking is, where is the boundary, if you will?
Yeah, so the boundary is about here at the moment.
So
the pavilion is here, so maybe a bit further here.
Okay.
Well, actually, sorry, the grass is the mark. The grass is the mark, because that's where we have the fence.
Okay, so the grass is the mark right now. So the new expansion and the ground floor entry, that part of that will be built on city land?
This is city land. This is city land here.
Okay.
Okay, up to the building. It's not, it's that area that is city land, and this area here that is city land.
Okay. All right, thank you. And I guess my question for legal will be, if that's in the lease agreement, that we can do that. But my other question, thank you for answering that. My other question is, will council have input into the design of what is going to go on our property?
Well, then that's, yeah. I mean, I think that this is the whole purpose. I think that depending where we are in terms of the lease agreement, but certainly the gallery will make it very public, the whole process of, for example, tendering to an architect. We will ask the architect to come with a concept. It will be publicly displayed. We'll be looking for feedback from the public in terms of those plans, and of course, including City Council. We will do a presentation. We'll ask the architect in time at City Council to do a presentation here of what is being proposed. And at that time, I believe it will be far more interesting for City Council, because we are proposing to tender the architect, the landscape architect, as well as the artists at the same time, so that they can work collaboratively in creating an environment that is very agreeable to the public at large.
All right, and my final question is, when you're presenting to council, will the architect be presenting the proposed design, or will it be the final design that's already been decided by the board?
No, it will be a concept at that point, and council will have an opportunity to make suggestions.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Partridge, and I'll come back to you after we excuse the presenters for your questions of staff, correct? Councillor Clark, last questioner of the presenters.
Yep, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Louise, welcome again. So to paraphrase, it's a $30 million capital campaign that you're wanting to start. You're going to have to do some type of feasibility study to proceed with it, set up a capital cabinet, the fundraising cabinet, the same things you and I have done many times in the past.
Yes.
So have you done any of that work up to date currently in terms of looking at whether or not a $30 million campaign is doable in the community? I mean, I have my opinion, but I'm curious to hear yours and your team's.
Yeah, we have spoken to people about the project, certainly the people that are closer to the gallery, like the Council of Governors, the board members, longtime donors to the gallery, and I think, there's a huge welcome to the changes that we are proposing to bring on Main Street. So it's not been a formalized study of the availability of funds, but certainly there's been a lot of consultation and feedback that has been received. It will be, depending on what happens today, we will then proceed to hire a campaign director, and it will be that person's job to proceed through those steps.
You jumped to my next question, so that's good to hear. So you've already got in your mind what the process would be. So really all we need to do, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is just to provide an agreement, and it doesn't need to be anything fancy. It's just an ample fundraising campaign agreement that allows you to raise funds for the capital projects on the city property.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm assuming at some later date we'll have a discussion as to whether or not council should be involved in picking the artwork. That scares me, but you never know. and I'd be happy to assist like I did last time. Mr. Tannenbaum and the group, so just let me know what I can do to help you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Before I get to second-time speakers, Councillor McCaddy, Whitehead, and Partridge of staff, and a possible motion. Mr. Mayor, just take the chair for a second. I just want to be clear through you, Mr. Mayor, to Louise. Thank you for coming in, Louise. So, Louise, if we today, in principle, support and endorse you beginning your fundraising campaign, I want to be clear today, because I need to hear from staff as well, that there will be absolutely no obligation at this point in time from the City of Hamilton if we, in principle, endorse your campaign today. Mr. Mayor, through to Louise for a comment, please.
May I clarify that for myself now? What we cannot do as the art gallery is raise money for a project that could not happen. So you understand? So what I need from council is an understanding that should we be able to raise the money to do the proposed renovations, council would approve the project.
So
to proceed. Doesn't mean that council is approving funds towards the project. It does.
I was looking for clarity.
No, that doesn't mean that. All it means is that should we raise the money, council will not, for whatever reason, prevent the project from being built, because that would mean we would have to return the money to all the donors, and that would not be, it would make it very difficult later on if the gallery was to undertake another project to do so. So that's
Mayor,
all, yeah.
Through you. So Louise, thank you for that. And again, my clarity, that's going forward, but no assuming on the gallery's part that the city will be contributing towards the capital campaign. We're both clear, Mr. Mayor, through you?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. I'll take the chair back, Mr. Mayor. Now, can we move to accept and receive the presentation? Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Clark. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Excellent, Louise, and copies will be mailed available for all members of council. Arlene, thank you as well for helping out. All right, Councillor McCaddy first. To you, staff and/or a possible direction.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I would just ask Chris and/or Janice, I guess, whoever would like to respond, some guidance. You've heard Louise's request. How are we best proceeding on that today, Mr. Deputy Mayor? Through you to Chris.
So if I can, through you, Deputy Mayor, Janice and I had a chance to just chat briefly a few minutes ago. So, I mean, certainly staff has been working with Louise up to this point, and whatever Louise needs in the way of further assistance from staff, be it legal or other skills from our organization, certainly we're there to help. There's really a question in our mind as to what legally we need to do in order to support the fundraising effort. And so with that, maybe Janice, if you just want to talk. And I guess further to that, I don't know if we necessarily even need direction to continue working with them. But Janice, if you wouldn't mind.
Thanks, Chris. Janice?
Yes, so through the Deputy Mayor, having not looked at the lease, but having heard the presentation, I think that it's fair to say that staff will certainly work towards whatever needs to be achieved in whatever adjustments are required to that lease agreement in order to facilitate the proposal, and understanding what the delegation is saying is basically, I guess it's an approval in principle that council supports the endeavor, and I think that staff is certainly prepared to do whatever it needs to do behind the scenes to provide whatever documentation is required to support that. If that's the way council is choosing to go. And I'm not sure, I concur with the city manager that a direction is required. Certainly we will, if that's the direction of council and principals, staff are certainly going to look at whatever documentation is needed to move that forward.
Thank you, Janice. Councillor McCaddy?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I think I need some more clarity. I'm not sure if we heard. So what we heard from Louise is that she wants council support today to be able to begin fundraising, talking to perhaps large donors to move towards the $30 million requirement. She didn't ask for us to approve a feasibility study or, understanding that staff and she have been working back and forth. She didn't ask for a lease agreement or a change to the lease agreement or anything at this point. So let me ask that question then. My opinion was we don't need any approvals from anybody. But anyways, if I was to move a motion, for example, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that we support the Art Gallery's efforts to begin fundraising for this project, would there be any concerns or perhaps alterations to that language that staff would suggest?
Chris, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm looking at Janice, but I don't see that there's really anything that we need to amend in terms of that direction. I think if council is supportive of where Louise is trying to go, we will play our role as we always do in supporting council's whatever council approves. So we can't rule out whether or not anything formal in terms of the lease agreement or anything else doesn't need to be adjusted or whatever. I mean, we haven't looked at it from that standpoint at this point. So, but again, the simple message is that if that's the direction or that's the matter you want to approve, that you're going to support the fundraising going ahead, then we'll make sure on our end everything we need to do is done.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if you can go back to me later on, then
Why don't we formalize the direction?
that we support the ability to begin fundraising as the specific motion for today.
Yep, let's formalize that. And just be mindful of the Corrections Canada people that we're scheduled for 11 o'clock, members of committee. Councillor Collins, first time that you wanted to, no, you're fine. Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, please. Questions of staff or comment?
Yeah, to Mike Zagarek, because there seems some confusion. In the original capital campaign, we were funding a base operating pre-capital campaign of $500,000, and was my understanding that there is an impact since that capital campaign concluded, and we had the beautiful work that was done at the Art Gallery. And I was told that hasn't been any impact on the levy as a result of that capital campaign. So can you just sort of help me and the viewers understand exactly what transpired and what impacts from the operational point of view?
Mr. Zagarek?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, as Louise pointed out, the city's $1 million contribution to the Art Gallery is delivered through our tax-supported levy and through boards and agencies. The $1 million is a combination of contribution from reserves, the tax stabilization reserves, and levy funding. Council approved a financing strategy to reduce the reliance on the tax stabilization reserve and to increase the contribution from the net levy. That financing strategy comes to an end, I believe, in 2016 is the last year for the contribution from the tax stabilization reserve. As that contribution from the reserve declines, there's a corresponding increase on the net levy. So again, leading up to 2016, I believe 2017 will be the first year that the full $1 million is supported through the tax levy. So again, it's a combination of both reserve funding and levy funding, and the current strategy is to reduce the reliance on reserve and increase the levy contribution.
So then, in essence, it's true then that the $500,000 impact on the levy by 2016 will have increased to a $1 million net levy cost to the taxpayers of this community.
Mike? So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the total contribution's $1 million. I haven't the 10-year history before me. It is part of our boards and agencies report that goes to council each year, and we can provide that summary to committee later today in terms of what the original levy contribution was over the past 10 years and what the contribution from reserve was over that same period of time.
Thank you, Mike.
Well, I'm just trying to understand what Michael indicated. I heard that the agreement concludes in 2016 in regards to the reliance on the tax stabilization reserve, which means that the full $1 million will in fact be a levied cost to the taxpayer of this community. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, yes, by 2016 is the last year of the contribution from reserve. The levy contribution increases 3% annually. By 2017, the full $1 million will be funded through the tax-supported levy.
Thank you, Mike.
And the tax stabilization, where's those funds come from?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the reserve is the tax stabilization reserve. The tax stabilization reserve receives funding from various sources, in part from surpluses, if there is a surplus, through the year-end disposition. That represents one form of funding to the tax stabilization reserve. You may recall it is one of the reserves that are not sustainable. Our reliance on that reserve has increased over the past few years, and so consequently there are pressures on that reserve, and this contribution to the art gallery is declining over the next few years, and again by 2017 the reserve will no longer form part of the funding strategy to the art gallery.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Councillor Partridge, questions of staff and or comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and through you to either Chris or legal. I'm certainly in support of the request to move forward with the fundraising campaign, and I understand that it is because the city owns the land, and so our gallery needs approval to be able to do that. What I want to make sure is that it is not going to come back and bite us in the future, that we haven't done our due diligence up front here. So through you to either Janice or Chris, is there anything in our lease that talks about or clearly outlines whether there can be any building on that particular leased property or not, or any guidelines around what can be there or not?
Chris or Janice, please.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I haven't had the opportunity to look at that lease or have staff look at that lease, and I guess until this morning's presentation wasn't fully understanding what the request would be. Certainly we would look at that, and if there was something in that that's going to require some adjustments, we would bring that forward. And I guess to the question that Councillor Partridge is asking, if there's something that basically is a showstopper, we would bring that out immediately. I will have staff look at it forthwith, and we can see if there's anything in there. I can't think off the top of my head that there would be something that would be a showstopper completely.
So, and I appreciate...
Councillor Partridge, the city manager, want to jump in quickly?
Sure.
Please.
Yes, go ahead.
So if I can to you, Deputy Mayor, we'll undertake that work immediately, and certainly we'll be in a position by next council meeting to answer that question one way or another, so that you don't end up approving something that we know is problematic. So we'll turn our minds to it right now.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, because that's the sticking point with me. I don't have a comfort zone. If there's something in there that is not completely covering our taxpayers, and also for the art gallery to leave here today understanding they have approval to go forward, and then to have something come forward to blow up. So if we can wait until after this is ratified by council, and if you can have that information to come back to me, I'd really appreciate it. I'd feel much better being able to fully support it, knowing that all of our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed, so that our taxpayers don't have to worry about that coming forward in the future. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councillor Partridge. First time, Mayor Bertina.
Yes, we need all of these matters cleared up, and when you're talking about land, it's not just the top, it's the underneath too, and there could be, costs.
Servicing.
So we need to have a fulsome report. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Last second time, Councillor Clark. Questions of staff and or comment, please.
This has really gone full circle now, so let me express what the art gallery concerns would be.
Mm-hmm.
It's a capital campaign. They cannot ask wealthy philanthropists for $5 million for a capital campaign on land that they do not own, without having a document, a written document, that spells out that they can legally raise the funds, that the money is going to go to that project. Any short of that, they could be accused of fraud because they don't own the land. So it's not complicated. It's almost, they're our tenant, and this is an agreement for a leasehold improvement. That's the quickest analogy I can offer. It's no different if someone had a lease in the Lister block with us and they wanted to make changes inside that building. We have to say yes to that. It's a leasehold improvement. They're responsible for it. So in this case, it's our land. They want to put artwork on it. They want to do fundraising for it. They want to modify it so it looks more like a garden. We own the land, so we need to give a document to them so they can present this to the Tannenbaums of the world. Here we have permission to raise $30 million, and here's our design, and here's what we're going to do, and the council is not going to override us later on, and the money is going to be wasted. That's what it's about. So they need that sooner rather than later, or they can't raise the funds. It's not about opening up a lease agreement. It's simply about allowing them to raise the funds for this capital project.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Okay, Councillor McCaddy, motion and/or direction, please, to summarize what's been requested.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I would suggest a motion as follows, that staff report back on the AGH's request to begin fundraising for the Main Street expansion project, to specifically clarify the lease arrangements between the city and the AGH.
Okay, and can we report back in a couple of weeks at next GIC, Chris, please, between you and Janice, so that we're not holding up the capital campaign necessarily?
Right.
Chris?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, we can certainly, it probably will be difficult to get on for the December GIC, because I know, as Carolyn's pointed out, there is quite a lineup of reports that are coming for that. If you're looking for a report specific, which is what I'm hearing, the earliest we'll be able to get that into you would be in probably the first meeting in January.
Okay, I'm in the hands of committee. Thank you, Chris. Speakers to the motion. Oh, by the way, was there a seconder to the motion, just to get it formally on the floor? Councillor Whitehead. Speakers to it, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I'm just questioning Councillor McCaddy then, through his motion, are we recommending that all of this get put aside until all this information comes forward, or are we not, or is the intent not to go forward with allowing the board to initiate their fundraising process?
They're going to make it happen. So the mover of the motion?
And I'm just concerned that, I was prepared to support that, allowing them to go ahead today. This is an opportune season for them to start working and getting the ball rolling on everything they need to do. And we can get all the other information with regards to lease and everything else in January. So I'm really concerned. I was prepared to second the motion, but I don't want to hold their hands now and say, well, you're 2 months away from something.
You want the mover of the motion to provide comment?
Please.
Okay, Councillor McCaddy.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you to Councillor Pearson. My first motion, before I heard some of the comments, I'll just share it just for what it's worth. It read, notwithstanding future discussions that will occur on the project, including lease arrangements, that Council endorse the AGA's request to begin fundraising for the project. That was my initial motion, but I heard comments around the table that suggested that was a concern. So I'm happy to go back to that motion. That was my initial feeling, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm changing gears, but my apologies.
Have the floor then?
Yes, you do, Councillor
Pearson. Thank you, and I was prepared to second that because I would have jumped in before Councillor McCaddy if I had, when he made that mention, I thought, okay, then I'll just second it, but I would certainly like to see that go forward at this time. And then maybe an accessory to that motion, the second part being the information on the lease information. I have no problem with that, but I'd like to have them be able to move forward.
Well,
thank you.
Currently, the motion on the floor is the one about simply asking staff to report back. So thank you for that. Councillor Whitehead, to the motion you seconded.
I second it, and I think that if Councillor McCaddy accepts it as a friendly amendment, the substance of it in regards to endorsing the art gallery going forward with their campaign and all the other things follow through in regards to the follow-up, in regards to staff reporting back, I don't think they conflict with each other. So if we could just amend this particular motion to reflect the endorsement of the fund raising, then I think we've covered all the aspects and concerns around this table. So I'd be prepared to, I think it's a friendly amendment. I see Councillor McCaddy waving his head. I think it would satisfy Councillor Pearson as well. So I do see the city manager had his hand up.
City Manager, yes, Chris?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, it's in support of where you're trying to go here, but Councillor, just finish, I guess, what you're saying, and then I want to address what Councillor Clark is concerned about, because I think we can address that as well.
Well, basically, I think it's just the friendly amendment, which Councillor McCaddy's accepted, is A, would be endorsing the art gallery to go forward on their campaign. That would be A, and then B, C would be the rest of it.
Okay, I would like that, the chair would like that formalized, because there's been no clarity on this whatsoever. So Councillor McCaddy, why don't you read again to capture endorsement, staff report back, and as well about the city, no contribution from the city at this time, but the endorsement to move forward on the capital campaign. Councillor McCaddy, please.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Part A would read that Council endorse the AGH's request to begin fundraising for the Main Street expansion project, and Part B is that staff report back on the lease arrangements as it pertains to this property.
And could you include in there the understanding that Louise agreed to, that there be no contribution from the city at this time, please?
Sure.
It's all under, yes? Yes, Chris?
So if I can, through you, Deputy Mayor, just we will certainly be in a position by council to be able to speak to any issues that there may exist regarding the lease, but we will also be able to speak to the written confirmation that the art gallery is in a position to move forward, and we will provide that written confirmation either at the time or shortly after council if everything gets passed. So Councillor Clark, I think, is right in the need for such confirmation in order to do such fundraising. So we will be able to address that by the time you guys meet for council.
Thank you so much, City Manager. Clerk, you've got the motion worded, noted in the minutes. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, members of committee. Mike Ryan, if you can hear me out there. David Pasapio from Corrections Canada. Is our microphone system, Carolyn, on out there? Those two gentlemen, they're getting smaller as they're standing. Can you ask them to come in, please? We're only 45 minutes behind, but we're hanging in there, committee. Yes, Councillor Farr? I've got you on the list, Councillor Farr, from before we started this meeting 2.5 hours ago. Councillor Partridge, yes?
Yes, thank you. Actually, and I neglected to declare a conflict of interest at the beginning, and I'm wondering if I could do that now, sir?
Wait till the clerk comes in.
I'll wait till the clerk comes
Please.
in. Thank you.
Wait. Thank you. I'll come right back to you, Councillor Partridge.
No,
Mike Ryan, David Pasapio, just hold on a second. Stand right there at the podium. Madam Clerk, Councillor Partridge wanted to note a declaration of interest to avoid a conflict. Councillor Partridge?
And yes, just to assure everyone, it's not with Corrections Canada. It's on Report 8.2. On Report 8.2, which deals with the fee increases under trade license master's category. Just on that category only, I will declare a conflict of interest. As I understand from the Integrity Commissioner, I only need to declare the conflict on that one. I do not need to not participate in voting on the report. Thank you.
That was 8.2, one section of 8.2.
That's just one section of 8.2, and I believe Councillor Ferguson will have a same declaration when he comes in. Thank you.
Well, that'll be up to him. Yes, yes, Carolyn. Oh, yes, the reason being, sorry. Yes, Councillor Partridge?
Yes, and the reason being is I do have a member of my family who is a master's license holder. Thank you.
Thank you. It's so noted. So today we have approved by the agenda in accordance with the direction, Mike Ryan, Deputy Commissioner of Corrections Canada, in attendance. We forwarded the council resolution to local members of Parliament and extended an invitation for them to attend as well. The clerk has advised that she received a response from MP David Sweet's office expressing his regrets, conveying his sincere regards to the mayor and councillors of our city. He also stated that he is aware of Mr. Ryan's attendance here today, believes that Mr. Ryan will be able to provide the information the council is looking forward to with regards to the operations of the facility on York Boulevard. Clerk also received regrets from MP Dean Allison's office. I would also advise the committee that Tyler Crosby, Executive Assistant to MP David Christopherson, in whose riding the facility currently exists, is in attendance this morning in response to the invitation extended to MPs Chris Charlton, Wayne Marsden, and David Christopherson as well. I would now welcome Mike Thank you. I would now welcome Mike Ryan, Deputy Commissioner of Corrections Canada, along with David Pasapio, the local district director, to present to this committee. Gentlemen, thanks for your patience. You were scheduled at 11. Thank you for your patience. I'm really delighted Corrections Canada has accepted this invitation. I must admit I had my doubts, but I'm really pleased and encouraged by the fact you're both here today. The next 5 minutes or so is yours, and there'll be Q&A at that time. Mike, nice to meet you. Welcome.
Should I? Okay. Oh, this is good. All right. And thank you, everyone, for the invitation. I certainly never pass out an opportunity to address any of our partners, and when we include, of course, Hamilton as one of our partners as we move forward. The motion that was put forward some time ago, I think it was October 9th, that I have in front of me, questions, I guess, some of the decisions that were made with respect to the staffing of the CCC located on York Boulevard. And to just give you some background and maybe address some of the issues that have changed in the last, I'd say 5 or 6 years, how we've operated in the community in Hamilton and in other areas across this country. The change that where we're removing our correctional staff, or CX2s, which are traditionally officers that operate within a prison setting, will be replaced by and large with one, what we're calling a reintegration worker, which will be doing a lot of the work that was being done by the correctional officers, and also the nationally will be looking at amending our contract with the Corps of Commissionaires in order they will take up some of the other duties that were completed by these correctional officers as well. And in addition, the parole officers will also be trained in certain of the elements that the correctional officers had done during that period of time. Certainly, I mean, I think the question and answer session will probably bring out some more elements that will probably lead to the rationale behind some of the decisions that were made. Some of the things that maybe you may be aware, you may not be aware of, but I certainly want to take the opportunity to address them, is that since at least 2008, maybe before the CCLO, it was 2008. We've in a number of our cities we've funded through an MOU with the Hamilton City Police the services of one police officer who's stationed just behind the CCC, who responds to certain issues at the CCC, but also is a partner with us as we gather intel from the community that deals with not only the residents of the CCC, but also some of the parolees that are found in your city as well. So there's a close relationship between the Hamilton City Police and our staff as we gather intelligence in an effort to preempt any type of incidents within the community, and that's an important feature. We also have in place a security intelligence officer, so this is an officer that works for us, but is a liaison with all the police forces in the area and interacts with them and exchanges information, and we do this countrywide. So that particular, I'll call this that fabric that we've weaved together, it forms part of the team that addresses the security concerns that you may have within this community and with our parolees that are in our midst. There also was a question here on the just make sure I read it right here. Current, if we want to talk about program residents in a minute. In terms of the CCC in particular, we've given notice to the Salvation Army that we will not be renewing our lease next year. We're in negotiations with other partners in Ontario that will take up the slack or the residency of our residents, certainly the ones that are directed by the parole board through long-term supervision and so forth, and statutory lease with residency. So I can't go, I know you don't want to know certain things like, will they remain within the city limits? I can't answer those things just at this point. I certainly would be pleased to come back if you invite me in April or May, where I can give you the answers to those questions in a more definitive measure. But I can tell you that facility in particular, we've renewed our lease until the end of 2014, but I've asked the district director to develop a strategy to slowly vacate the premises and bring the inmates to other CCCs within the region as we slowly reduce the capacity.
Wow. Thank you, Mike, for your comments. I appreciate that. David, was there anything at this time you wish to add?
There's an issue with, I don't know if you want to talk about the program and residents, but we can leave that open for question and answer.
Why don't you do a comment or two at this time, and then we'll turn it over to Q&As, please.
Okay,
please, David.
So the facility on York Boulevard has a maximum of 25 offenders at any one time, and they're all federally sentenced offenders. So that means anybody sentenced to 2 years and more, of all serving time for all different kinds of offenses. So it can be property offenses to sex offenses to homicide. But these offenders are all offenders who have served the custodial portion of their sentence and are released and have a release certificate either issued by the Pro Board of Canada, or they're released by law having served that portion of their sentence that the law stipulates that they must be released from penitentiary. So the facility, although it's called a community correctional center, it is not a jail. It is a release facility, and the individuals that reside there, the 25 individuals, have access to the community. Each one of them will have an individual correctional plan, it's called, which determines the types of programs that they would be involved in. And that is based on their overall assessment of what their needs are and what programs will benefit these individuals in terms of lessening the chances of reoffense, recommitting criminal behavior. So we have program officers assigned to the Hamilton area that deliver certain types of programs. So it could be substance abuse programs, violence prevention programs, and so on. So the residents have access to the various programs based on their individual need.
Thank you, David, for explaining that. Mike, any wrap-up comment? Or we'll go to Q&As?
I think we can go to Q&As, and I think the rest of it will develop as we move forward.
Thank you very much, Mike David. I have for a speakers list of questioning the presenters, Councillors Farr, Clark, Marula, and Whitehead. Councillor Farr, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and also off the top, you recognize that when we debated in October, early October, inviting these guests who have obviously followed up on that request by this council, and it's much appreciated, fellas. We also talked about inviting our MPPs, our MP representatives, and you did note that they're not here. They're in Ottawa. Constituency Week, as it turns out, was last week, and we didn't have the opportunity to bring them all together. And I did speak with Tyler, representing Dave's office. He was in Ottawa last night, and I just wanted to acknowledge from the beginning, he actually flew home to take notes in our gallery on the proceedings here today on Dave's behalf and obviously others. So, again, thank you for following up on the request. I was hopeful that you would, and you did, when I moved the motion October 2nd at a GIC, and ultimately was ratified unanimously by this council. It has been, and we don't need to tell you, a key issue as it relates to not only downtown but the city of Hamilton. So I'll get right into it, because what we heard you say, Mike, was that you're not going back, you're not renewing your lease with Salvation Army. So we can, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, then confirm here today, based on what we heard during this presentation, that you'll no longer be at that location. And if we can get a reaffirmation of that and a ballpark time again through you. Mike?
Okay. Yes, as I mentioned, we've sent notice to Salvation Army that we will not be renewing our lease. So we had one extension till June and then another one till December. That basically gives us enough time to put into place some of our alternative plans. So worst case scenario, effective December 31st, 2014, we will no longer be located at that area.
I think that's very good news.
Okay, so I can go now?
I also appreciate that, given what you have told us here today, that there's not a lot you can talk about as you're in current negotiations, but one of the things I heard you say is with your Ontario partners, you're not, in terms of relocating, you're looking not just within this community of Hamilton, right, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
What I would say to you, I mean, if the Ontario Region Correctional Service of Canada decided to locate within the boundaries of the city of Hamilton, clearly we would have to begin negotiations with the city of Hamilton at some point, and we're exploring other opportunities. I mean, I can't say right now. I just want to be respectful to the other partners that I have been negotiating with. I think when I provide another opportunity, hopefully even the spring, to come back and address either verbally or by a letter, I would certainly be able to confirm our next steps pretty clearly at that point. So if you're patient for the next 4 or 5 months, I think we'll be able to bring this file to some sort of conclusion.
Okay, more generally, and I'm patient enough on the 4 or 5 months, and you're always welcome back. And again, truly appreciate you being here today. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, can you appreciate, and generally speaking, and you're the acting commissioner, so, you know, we have the right person when we requested a representative representing the CCCs. We have the right person before us, and obviously with our local guy in David as well. Can you appreciate where this community has come from over the course of the, you know, knowing the history of this facility, knowing its location, where we're coming from over the course of the last, particularly since 2004 and beyond, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Now, you know, as this is a new role for me as the Regional Deputy Commissioner, I'm in an acting position. My substantive position is actually the Assistant Deputy Commissioner of Institutional Operations. So basically all of the federal facilities in the Ontario region would have reported to me. So now in the last 4 or 5 months, I've been seized with this community file. Certainly by digging through the file and looking at some of the notes over the years, you know, this temporary motion or placement has really, after 20 years, or 10 years at least, but at least a good 20 years, I think, has been a little less temporary, a little more on the permanent side. So I certainly appreciate that. But I would add, you know, and I don't know if the chief has actually had an opportunity to address council, but certainly the Councillor Farr, you were at a meeting with me, I don't know, say a month ago maybe, and some statistics were provided that the chief had gathered with respect to calls to that address in particular. And the chief said, you know, and you know, correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor, I think it was somewhere in the range of 700 service calls in an 8-year period, 100 of which were actually to the CCC. In those cases, it was basically adds up to perhaps one a month. And they were calls that we had generated. We called the police to actually execute some of the warrants that had been raised either by the police service or by us in terms of preventing breaches. So I certainly, you know, those elements have not been lost on us. I understand the history and those pieces that have caused concern for the community, and that's why we're going to take some more, like I told my boss, I would say aggressive measures in order to bring this to a conclusion that will satisfy everyone. So meet the public safety elements and also meet the concerns of council as well as the citizens of Hamilton.
Well, it's very reassuring. Thank you. Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I would just note, since it was referenced, Chief Glenn DeCare did report to the Police Services Board. The motion, as you interpreted it, and all of us, does ask them to come and speak to us as well, and we'll always welcome that and look forward to that. But they did report, and I believe he said, I put quotes here when I made my notes the other day, but I read most recently in our mainstream media that there's still a concern by the chief that any of those facilities located anywhere within the city is a concern to us, notwithstanding the statistics that you provided. And once again, this is a long-standing issue for many in our community as it relates to safety and even the perception of safety, and your presence here today speaks volumes. It talks to a cooperation. It says you're listening to the concerns of this body, this council. Well before my time, Councillor Jackson has been front and center on the issue, and I know he'll have an opportunity to speak, but I know he already seems reassured as to what he is hearing here today, and certainly I am too. So I'm looking forward to hearing some of the questions and comments from my colleagues, but I can't stress enough how really satisfied I am that you carried out in a timely fashion what we had requested of you to come visit and speak to us here today. So thank you, Mike, and thank you, David, and thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. And I'm going to allow some latitude for comments after the questions in light of the fact there's no report here before us, and we could wrap this up with the presenters there. Councillor Clark, please, next.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and welcome today. Can you just elaborate, because there's been a lot of talk in the community in terms of staffing cuts at the CCC, so it'd be nice just to know exactly what's happening.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, I'd be pleased to. And the decision to remove the correctional officers actually comes in line with what's occurred and has remained in place in 3 of our 5 regions across the country. So the Atlantic region, Prairie region, and the Pacific region all operate under this model and have been for years and years and years and years. So we introduced some time ago the correctional officers, and they did some of it. And having been one of the regional members of the management committee, the funding for these correctional officers actually came out of the correctional officer budget, which was basically allocated to our correctional staff in the facilities. That being said, I've had the facility give me a list of actually what their duties are, because I want to be able to speak intelligently to council in terms of exactly what the difference was and where actually there might be some risks to the community. And having gone through the list of the correctional officers' duty and looked at the new, and I'll get to the numbers in a minute, but having looked at the new duties that have been established in the work description for a new position we've created as a reintegration worker, in concert with the renegotiations of the contract with the commissionaires, I think together the duties that were performed by the correctional officers will be absorbed in those forums. Now, in terms of numbers, I mean, there's staff for 3 correctional officers, and they will be replaced by 1 reintegration officer.
And the parole officers, there was changes there?
There's no changes. So there are 3 there now, and there will be 3.
So we went from 3 correctional officers down to 1 reintegration officer?
That's correct.
And how many commissionaires are there?
That's a good. Yeah, they work on a 24-hour cycle, so we'd have to relook at that. So this decision will take effect, I think, is April 1st, 2014, I think is when we enact. So there's still some negotiation left to be undertaken with the Corps of Commissionaires. But right now, I mean, there's one there, there's one there on 3 different shifts, I think. So they're there 24 hours a day.
So there's 1 there 24/7?
24/7. And 2, I'm told 2 overnight.
And 2 overnight. So there's 3, which is what was indicated in the media. So there's 3 correctional officers, 1 reintegration officer, which is a new position, 3 parole officers, 3 commissionaires, and the manager.
Well, I mean, there's 1 on, I mean, it's a contract that it's probably a cadre of commissionaires that rotate through.
2 overnight.
Yeah.
For sure.
Right.
And then 1 24/7.
I understand that.
So that would make 3.
Yeah, no, I understand that. What I'm saying is that.
You're just doing the math.
Okay, no, I'm just thinking hiring practices, but that's fine. Yes, I agree.
Are you familiar with the report, The Way Forward, a review of community correctional centers? 2011, produced by your branch?
I'll let David speak to that.
Go ahead.
I am familiar with it.
So the report indicates that the commissionaires don't have the training, the experience, and the ability to do the jobs of a correctional officer. And this was actually written by 7 officers within Correctional Canada.
Yeah.
So if your own people gave the recommendation that the commissioners don't have the ability to do the job, then why are you getting rid of correctional officers and replacing them with 3 commissionaires?
I think I'd frame this another way. I said the commissioners of the day did not have the training, but it's our responsibility to provide that training. And what I've stated earlier is that that's what we're going to do. We'll renegotiate the contract, and the duties that they're going to accomplish, it'll be our, for example, searching. I'll use searching as an example. We would have to train them on how to do how the searching procedures would be. If you're looking at the role of a correctional officer, the roles that they're playing in the CCC are not the traditional roles that you would have in a correctional officer in an institutional setting, which is why I've asked what their duties actually were. There's not a lot of these duties. I would say you're left with a handful of duties that are actually true correctional officer security duties. I think I would just add one more piece.
Please, Mike.
Yeah, if you don't mind. It's just that we had committed to the mayor that we would send him some of this documentation so he would have it on it, and we'll do that.
Councillor?
And again, the report with recommendations spoke specifically to the inability of the commissioners to do the job, and you've indicated that you're going to train them. They haven't been trained yet, and yet you're already removed the 3 correctional officers and put the commissioners...
No, we haven't done that yet. Like I said, April 1st, 2014 is when these decisions will take effect.
Okay. So when do they get trained then?
No, you and I make that clear.
The last quarter.
Okay. And the report also indicates, which I found interesting, that there needs to be a significant increase in resources to manage the CCCs. And yet, the contrary is happening. You've reduced your resources.
David?
Thank you. Actually, we have not. Since that report, we've implemented mental health teams into the community that assist with offenders. Like Mike talked about, there's also the availability of the Community Corrections Liaison Officer, police officer that's on interchange. We are in the process now of redefining the roles and responsibilities of all the staff that work in the CCCs. So the CCCs are going to function in the same manner as they have functioned in Ontario for the past several years, and they will be more in line with the CCCs that operate outside of Ontario that do not have correctional officers. But there is a transition team that is working on individually identifying the roles and responsibilities of each one of the staff that are assigned to the centers. So things will get realigned in terms of covering the searching and those sorts of things that the correctional officers are currently responsible for, and training packages have been developed to train the commissioners and parole officers in their new duties.
The nurse and the police officer are not in the facility, though, are they? They're in the community. We're just talking about the CCC.
Yes, their office...
We're talking about the security within the CCC.
David?
Their offices are in the parole office, which is basically across the street, but they service the offenders who reside at the CCC. And again, these offenders are released offenders. It's not a jail. They have access to the community, and these resources service those offenders at the CCC as well as others in the community.
So your report actually indicates that the model is not adequate to meet and comply with all the obligations, responsibilities associated with security, maintenance, and facilitation in the CCC system, or with all other related duties which constitute an ever greater share of the workload of CCC reintegration workers. So your own report is indicating that you don't have the resources in the facility, and you're arguing that a part-time reintegration officer is going to fulfill the role of 3 correctional officers. How do I sell that to the community?
That's not what we're saying. We're saying it's a full-time reintegration officer to begin with, and the duties that were completed by the correctional officers will be repatriated between the other staff that are working there now. So there'll be no loss in terms of activity and responsibilities.
So I'm just curious then, when you read through this report, and I provided a copy to the chair, you have a copy, so the clerk and all the councillors will have it, and we'll make it available to the media. How do I explain this to the community when this report, which is recommendations to your organization, clearly indicate that the CCCs don't have the resources, don't have the technology available to provide the security that's required. There's complications with the legal definitions in terms of the CCRA and whether or not the commissionaires can actually fulfill those duties because they're not correctional officers. The CCRA requires correctional officers. I could go on and on, but when I read this report, it just was completely opposite to what Corrections Canada is doing.
It has highlighted some of the challenges in terms of the staffing models as announced through our economic action plan. And that is why the transition team has been put together to realign the duties because what that report was saying to the Correctional Service of Canada is that removing in Ontario 3 correctional officers from the facilities and replacing with 1 reintegration officer was not going to be sufficient to meet the needs. So but the response is to examine the roles and responsibilities of all the staff that work at the facilities so that the functions that were performed by the correctional officers would continue to be met. And that includes developing training packages for the commissionaires that are assigned there and training them in certain functions that the correctional officers were involved in, as well as training parole officers and the reintegration officers in new roles and responsibilities as staff of a CCC. So that report was the impetus for developing transition plans for moving into April 2014.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if that's the case, because this report asks for more resources, then why would Corrections Canada remove 3 correctional officers, which is an elimination of those resources? You did exactly opposite to what the recommendations were in the report. 100% opposite.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure what more we can provide to the answer that we've already provided. I mean, we've explained to you that, and through council, that we have, and through the transition committee, looking for, we have with different ways of completing those duties. It's not the person per se that did those duties, to make sure that the duties are being done. And it's a new way of doing business. In terms of searching, as an example, commissionaires, yes, they can, by law, do the searching in an inmate's room, but parole officers can. The reintegration worker can. So we're in process of training them on how to do those pieces. So it's just a different way of doing business. Even though there may be 2 less staff overall in the CCC, those duties are still being covered by the remaining staff. And we also have to not forget that we also have a police officer on our staff and the security intelligence officer as well, the mental health team that provides those support to those inmates. And there's probably a myriad that probably Dave could speak to of all the other support services that are provided to the CCC. So we don't look at it simply as removing 2 correctional officers, 3 correctional officers, but allowing, replacing it by 1 just to make sure that we still deliver the service that we by law need to deliver, and we're confident we can do that.
Thank you, Mike. Councillor?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, just 2 more quick comments then. So reading from the report, and I'm quoting it, due to lack of resources, community correctional centers, which is what we have in Hamilton, are limited in their capacity to effectively supervise and support residents' daily activities, encourage the application of skills acquired in correctional programs, and continue to implement dynamic security measures. Despite the nature of the clientele in these centers, timely access to these services for both offenders and staff at CCCs cannot always be guaranteed. But you actually reduced your resources after that recommendation and those statements. So we don't need to have a comment, it's just the facts that are here. And in Ontario, which is a little bit disturbing for me when I look at the risk assessment of the Ontario Regional Overview for Risk and Need of Offenders residing in the CCCs. 80.8% are high risk, 18.3% are medium risk, 0.8% is low risk. So you have, as the report indicates, the highest risk offenders in the CCCs. The CRFs will not take them, and the resulting administrative changes with Correctional Canada is to lower the number of correctional officers. It's a rhetorical statement. I'm not sure how you can defend it, though. So I'm glad you're looking for another place to go. But I have to tell you, I'm really concerned about the next 4 or 5 months with the changes that you're proposing, because you haven't met any of the recommendations that were put forth in your report that 7 of your good officers work very diligently on. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Appreciate the homework you've done. Councillor Whitehead, please, and then myself. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So currently, there are 3 Canadian correction facility halfway houses in Ontario. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Kingston, Toronto, Hamilton. Is that correct?
Correct.
You opened a new one and relocated one in Kingston. Is that correct?
It's not open yet, but it will be.
Is there more units in that particular facility than was in the original one in Kingston?
Yes.
How many more rooms do you have in that one?
There's 40 in all.
40 from what?
40 beds from
35 from the original. From 35 from the original.
Increased it by 5. Are you? Is there any plans in Toronto with the current facility there in regards to expansion or relocation?
No.
Okay. And we acknowledge that there's many other, I don't know what the terminologies are, but there are many other halfway houses throughout the province of Ontario. Is that correct? That are not Canadian Corrections halfway houses. Is that correct?
Right.
And those halfway houses have boards and they have assessments in regards to who they're taking into the community based on risk. Would that be correct?
They often have admission criteria, so they have a right of refusal.
Okay, so they don't have to take, basically they don't have to, and normally they don't take the high-risk offenders. Would that be a safe comment?
No, I would not agree to that. They often do take offenders on statutory release with residency or long-term offenders with residency conditions, so similar to those offenders who reside at the CCCs.
Okay, so, but the CCCs are the last resort, so basically you bleed it out to the system. Everyone says, no, we're not taking these people because they have some real concerns. You're the ones that end up housing those individuals. Would that be a legitimate comment?
Yeah, in the end, Correctional Service Canada is responsible for supervising offenders as they're released from penitentiary, so yes.
Okay. You indicated, and I appreciate that that the lease would be concluded hopefully in 2014, I believe, at the current location. You indicated that it would be prudent to get into what is happening in regards to discussions and negotiations to the partners you're already in discussion and negotiations with. And you also indicate that if it was in Hamilton, you would have to get into negotiations. So I guess my question is, are you in negotiations in Hamilton currently?
No.
Okay. I guess the other question, and probably it's more of a comment, are you aware that in Hamilton that we are tripling the forensic psychiatric ward to be probably one of the largest psychiatric wards in the province of Ontario? So that's taking the criminally insane.
I wasn't aware.
That's a burden that's going to be falling on the shoulders of Hamilton once again. So the reason I'm raising that point is to reinforce the fact that, you know, the federal government, the provincial government seems to think that Hamilton is a dumping ground for high risk when there's so much land and so many municipalities in the province of Ontario. I don't have a problem with the forensic psychiatric ward, but I don't think that we should be taking burden at both ends, and I think it's certainly an opportunity We've done our time, 20 years up on a temporary facility. I would hope. And here's the other piece that really bothers me. Yes, you do fund that one liaison officer, but every time you have a pro that goes AWOL, parolee that goes AWOL, or somebody in the halfway that goes AWOL, whose resources do you utilize to find those individuals?
We utilize the rope squad that we have, the Public Safety Canada has been involved in funding.
So none of our police services are involved in that process?
Not necessarily, but our first call is to the rope squad.
So you're saying there's no financial impact to the taxpayer of this community when an AWOL, one of your individuals go AWOL in this community?
I did not say that the police do not ever get involved. No.
So clearly there's a cost implication, hard to quantify, but there's clearly a cost implication on the backs of the taxpayers in this community when those events take place.
Yes, as it is with any criminal activity.
But if the facility wasn't here, that would be a cost that we wouldn't have to bear. Would that be a prudent comment?
Yes.
Thank you. Clearly there are different standards or higher standards or whatever in regards to resourcing to the CCCs versus the other halfway houses in Ontario. Would that be correct?
No.
The exact same, so they have to have 3 correctional officers, they need all those kinds of, at St. Leonard's, for example?
No, because it's not government run, it's not run by the Correctional Service of Canada, so these are, they are on contract with us, so they provide their own staff, but they would have their staffing models in terms of 24-hour coverage and having to do the same sort of duties, but they wouldn't have correctional officers, they wouldn't have parole officers who work right there because it's not a Correctional Service Canada facility, it's a private agency facility, but they do have 24-hour staffing and provide the same.
Fair enough. I wasn't suggesting they don't, but their staffing model wouldn't be the same as your CCCs.
No, it's not the same staffing model.
Okay. So the question is, are we now looking at a plan by Corrections Canada to, in fact, eliminate beds on the CCCs and then forcing the distribution of these clients into those other halfway houses?
Well, I'll just tell you I'm the district director of Central Ontario, so basically the Golden Horseshoe, so from St. Catharines all the way to Durham region and all around. So I have 373 beds for offenders being released. 65 of those right now are CCC beds. So have we looked to our agency partners to expand their current facilities if possible to manage the increase in offenders coming with residency conditions? Yes, but they're scattered around various communities. I wouldn't agree with your comment about Hamilton being a dumping zone. We have offenders all over my district, all over the region, being released back into the community because the community is where they've come from.
Yeah, no, I'm going back to there's only 3, we already acknowledged in this discussion, there's only 3 CCC facilities in Ontario, Kingston, Toronto, and Hamilton. Right? You don't have one in Sudbury, you don't have one in Timmins, you don't have one in Thunder Bay.
No, but we have contracts with agencies to provide residential facilities.
But those facilities can say no to the clientele.
They can.
You can't.
Correct.
So that's the difference in the models. So one would be perceived, real or unreal, as a higher risk type of offenders going to versus the other halfway houses that you've identified.
Okay.
Perceptually. So again, the reason I'm asking this line of questioning because I'm really happy that the leases you're talking about the lease coming up. I guess I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop in the context, are you changing the modeling so that, you know what, those individuals that we were housing in the CCC, well, we're going to be forcing them into St. Leonard's and those kind of halfway houses, and we're not going to provide the type of housing that we've traditionally provided for those type of offenders in the province of Ontario. That's my concern.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, the same profile of offenders go everywhere. And you're right that if an offender has perhaps been at a agency partner's facility and has burnt their bridges there, they can say, no, we're not going to take them back. And the offender's coming out anyway, so we put them at a CCC. But there is very little difference in the profile of offenders throughout the various facilities that we have. The only difference with our CCC is that we are 100% statutory release with residency or long-term supervision orders with residency simply because of bed space issues. But the population is spread throughout the region.
So maybe I'm going to ask the question a different way. Are you looking at changing the policies for those community halfway houses, those agency contracted halfway houses, where they will not be able to say no to the clientele they receive?
We don't have that authority. They're private agencies under contract with us.
But if they want to continue operating and receiving funding from you, then you can certainly use that as a leverage in your policy in regards to taking clients. My concern is that the other shoe here, and I think we've already established that most of the people staying in the CCCs are people that most of the halfway houses won't take for whatever reason. Perceptually, maybe higher risk. So the next concern I have is the good news is you're closing, is the bad news is that they're going to start being redistributed through change of policy into the community halfway houses run by agencies.
Yeah, it's the same thing. They're already going there. So if St. Leonard's in Hamilton has 50 beds, they have 50 beds that are full right now. So if you're saying that because we closed the Hamilton CCC, those particular offenders may go to St. Leonard's Hamilton, perhaps, but they're already going there. Those people are going to have to go somewhere, but they will go, throughout the region to the beds that are available to them.
Okay, but St. Leonard's will still have the ability and not be leveraged to say no to the type of clientele they receive in the neighborhood.
Correct, they have that right of refusal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Last two first-time speakers, Councillor Ferguson and myself. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, to our delegates, I want to thank you for coming today. You're getting a lot of tough questions because we've had a tough situation here. But I think you're delivering good news today, and I want to thank you for doing that. You've listened to us. Temporary 20 years is a long time, but we're across the finish line now. We're trying hard to rejuvenate our downtown, investing heavily in it, and look out the window, you can see we're getting a lot of success. And the perception is that is not a suitable location for a correction facility in an area that we're trying to rejuvenate. I am vice chair of the Police Services Board, and you're right, we got a report from the chief on Monday night, and 97% of the calls that come to your address are for parole, people who breached their patrol, and for our calls for rearrest. And we did have a terrible tragedy in Jackson Square where one of your criminals or inmates, I'm not sure what the right term is to use.
Parolee.
I'm not a corrections expert by any measures. Did a terrible thing in Jackson Square. We haven't forgot that. So I just want to publicly thank you for listening to us and moving it. I picked up from your body language, and I know you don't need to confirm it, that you're taking it somewhere out of the city of Hamilton, but I look forward to where that location is sometime in April. So thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Ferguson. Mayor Bertini, you take the chair, please. Mike and David, my original speech that I had, and I apologize, I'm usually a very optimistic kind of guy, both in life and in politics, Mr. Mayor. But in light of the 20-year plus temporary facility at 94 York, you could appreciate my cynicism. First of all, thank you both again for coming in today. That was number one. Pleasant surprise for me. And secondly, what I've heard today to confirm, and Mike, without you being able to give details, is you're working with provincial partners with your preference to be that 94 York Boulevard, once closed, the CCC or those parolees, your preference is with your provincial partners, it will be a regional move beyond Hamilton's borders. Mr. Mayor, through you to Mike, is that an accurate interpretation?
I'll say it's be somewhere in Ontario. How's that?
So, Mike, when you say that, Hamilton exists in Ontario. So, Mike, please allow me to tear up my speech I came in with.
Oh, you can tear it up there, Councillor.
Hey, all right, Mike, you know where I'm going with this, and I'm looking to you for your guidance and as much as you can give us today, Mr. Mayor, through you.
I would say, Councillor, and I appreciate everybody's being patient with us because it has been a long journey for all of us in terms of the 20 years and the incidents that happened in 2004, which, regrettable, of course, and was certainly something we always try to avoid at all costs. That being said, I can tell you that, and my commissioner was pretty clear, Mike, just tell them you're exercising options, Well, I am exercising options, and I'll be able, I think, to deliver some, I don't think I will be able to deliver some very good news for the city of Hamilton in April, May. There's just some minor tweaking I need to do, but I'm just about there.
So, Mike, I won't ask you again. Thank you so much. That's a little bit of a leap of faith in meeting you for the first time today, and in 4 or 5 months you're coming back, Mr. Mayor, hopefully confirming the intimation of the news you're giving today. I am absolutely delighted, and I want to celebrate the news, the ultimate permanent news announcement, Mr. Mayor, that I'm hearing today as somebody who's been on council for these 20 plus years, somebody who in 2004 attempted to run for higher office. Part of the platform was about the 3 unfortunate incidents that occurred within that year, all emanating from 94 York Boulevard. What a tragedy it was, and that Hamilton and Hamiltonians in a humanitarian way, Mr. Mayor, had done our portion of helping individuals like this reintegrate, and it was another community's time and turn to do it. So that's my wrap-up comments, Mike and Dave. Thank you so much, and I'll look eventually for a motion to definitely invite both of you back within the next 6 months. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Mayor.
I have Councillor Johnson and Councillor Clark. Also, we are short on quorum, and so we can continue the discussion.
Yes.
But take no action. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councillor Clark was second time. So Councillor Johnson, first time, please.
Thank you, but you did ask the question I was waiting for, and that was the timeline. And so I'm going to hear again, April, we're going to hear news as to where it's going to go and where it's not going to be in Hamilton, correct?
I'll certainly give you news of where it's not going to be.
Thank you, and I appreciate the fact that wherever you are moving it to, it's going to present challenges for that community. So I recognize that it is a tough decision, but I appreciate the timeline. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Johnson. Now, second time, Councillor Clark, and then Farr. And hopefully we'll get quorum back to do any action items. Councillor Clark.
So I'm wondering, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in light of the fact that there seems to be a commitment to relocate the facility and that decision should come in around April or May, can we also get an agreement from you that you're not going to remove the 3 correctional officers until you move the facility? That would seem to be
It's interesting because I was thinking about that this morning, and I knew that was going to come, and it's really beyond my authority to do that. This is it's a government decision.
I guess we're back to me making that motion. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. And Councillor Farr, second time.
So I would just simply move that our representatives before us today coordinate with our clerk's department in an effort to arrange a return delegation at the appropriate time when you're able to announce whatever it is you're going to announce. Feel free to edit the last little bit there, Andy.
So hold your motion until we get quorum. And Councillor Duval, would you be willing to second that at the appropriate time? Thank you. Councillor Clark, why don't you at least word your motion right now, and we're getting quorum back in, so we'll understand what your motion is, please.
Yeah, so I would simply be indicating or moving a motion to write to Mr. Sweet and the Prime Minister and whoever the minister is for this particular file now, I can't remember now, Nichols or...
Stephen Blaney.
Blaney, okay, so Minister Blaney, that in light of the information that we received from this report, and I'll pull the title out, that we simply ask that they maintain the 3 correctional officers in this particular CCC until such time as it is being transferred out of the city.
Perfect. Seconded by Councillor Johnson. Let's see all 5 local MPs along with the Minister and the Prime Minister. That'd be great. So we got quorum. Councillor Farr, move to receive and thank them and invite them back hopefully within 6 months. To Mike and David, seconded by Councillor Duval. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Councillor Clark, your motion, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Councillor Clark?
You have a document that I provided you
Yes.
that needs to be received by the clerk, so I move that we receive that document and make it available to the public.
Okay, moved and seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Andy, I have this document. Mr. Mayor? Yes, Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, just before we conclude with our guests, I want to thank them for a very series of very open and forthright discussions with the best interests of all parties in mind, and we're very excited about spring 2014, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for summarizing a historic day. Mike, David, look forward to seeing you in 6 months. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, let's continue on with the agenda. Mark Runciman. Mark, you've been very patient from the Royal Botanical Gardens. Please come on down, Mark. You're no stranger to the chamber. Approach the podium. Present your plans for the RBG Rock Garden Rejuvenation Project. Sounds like another exciting project in the city of Hamilton. And Mark, look forward to your presentation and whatever request you may have of us as well, possibly endorsation, or we'll see where you're going to go after your presentation. Mark, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, thank you for squeezing me in on obviously a very busy agenda. We're on to a different topic matter right now. Slightly different. Anyway, if I just take a second to try to get this thing up.
And if you need some help, Andy, I'm sure we'll be able to help you there, get set up. And just to alert the gallery, all the ones from the Little Rays reptile, you'll be next after the RBG, and thank you for your patience as well. Thank you, Andy.
Well, again, thank you very much, and it's with my pleasure to bring with you a little bit of an update and a bit of an ask at the end of the presentation.
Is this, by the way, Mark, the handout that we have in front of us? Thank you. Carry on.
There's 5 images that I will walk you through in a bit. The RBG was very fortunate after years of making many applications, particularly with stimulus funding, to receive a $14 million award towards a $20 million project for the complete rejuvenation of our rock garden, the iconic rock garden. The $14 million was split between the provincial and federal government, and the balance is to be raised by RBG. We're currently working quietly on doing so, and we feel strongly that the rock garden can provide leverage into a bigger capital campaign that maybe can deal with future capital needs and endowment to assist the gardens in its long-term sustainability. I'll obviously have to compete against Louise with the fundraising campaign. As I mentioned, it's been in the works for many years. The Rock Garden is where RBG really started. It was built during the Great Depression, converted a sand pit, quarry, and they actually handed food stamps out to employees who actually laid all the rocks down, laid all the beds, did all the water features. And it was part of the T.B. McQuestion's vision of a grand entrance to the city of Hamilton. So that's where it all started. And with the exception of building a tea house in the mid-60s, RBG has not put much money into it over all those years. So it was built well, but eventually things do go rotten. The infrastructure is completely gone. The water features leak profusely. The rockery stones are really a health and safety issue. And so we have to look at the structural integrity of the garden. We also have to introduce the legislative requirements of accessibility now. And we also want to return it to its original glory. The rock garden at one time was a must-see for anybody coming into Hamilton, and we want to return it to that way again through dramatic design, dramatic landscaping, and we think we need to be more visible on York Boulevard, for you can drive right by there and not really realize that this gem is down below. So we're proposing a new visitor center at the top. This is one of the challenges that RBG has. Although we have wonderful acreage of 2,700 acres, and we span between Burlington and Hamilton, or often call ourselves the neutral territory, we're fragmented completely with roads, railway lines, topography, water, and as a result, we have to build different facilities for visitors that if we only had one piece of property, we wouldn't necessarily have to build another visitor center like we're proposing at the top of the hill looking down into the garden this time. And if you look at the images, we got some pretty dramatic plans they would like to have there. So you're going to see this, and you're going to see wonderful new things happening along York Boulevard. We hope that we're planning that these little changes will help RBG generate new revenues for us. The facility, although it's quite small, it's not even 10,000 square feet, but it'll be another multi-purpose building for us, where we'll be able to do food services and rentals as well. Rock Garden is one of the most popular areas we have for weddings and that kind of activity. So it's an opportunity to deal with aging infrastructure, repair the leaking ponds, irrigation, water, and sewer. And all while doing this, we want to maintain the historic importance and interest of the Rock Garden and the City of Hamilton. We got news of believe it or not, the funding approval in August of 2011, and it took a year and a half for the funding agreement to be finalized. And like most grants like this, the dates that were in the original application for completion were maintained, so they did not shift for a year and a half. So we have very aggressive completion dates that we're dealing with, and we've met with the city staff here trying to expedite and the approval process, working on our site plan approval right now, and I appreciate the efforts of staff's behalf, and I thank Councillor McCaddy, who sits on our board of directors, for his guidance as well. We have two major challenges. Even though we are in the middle of Burlington, Hamilton, we're on an island, and there are not services at that location. We have an old deteriorating water line. We don't have sewer. We don't have gas. We have some hydro, and we've had enough to deal with the tea house and what have you now. But now we're expanding, and this being the first phase of our expansion, we have different options timing-wise, and we're working with the city on that as well. The long-term plan is for us to build another facility, a bank facility, if you know the Rock Garden, the parking lot on the other side where the garden is, and of course we would need more services if that was to take place down the road. So RBG is looking for assistance with improving the servicing situation, in particular the water service. As I mentioned, we are at the end of the line. I think it's 2.3 kilometers, a water line that used to serve ourselves and I believe the nunnery or the mother house on the other side of the 403. That's serviced off of York Road now, so we're on our own. So we have a 4-inch line that services us. We got notice from the city that there's going to be some maintenance work on that line, I think relining it, but I was just, we're looking and working with staff that perhaps this is the opportunity where we can do something else to help meet our needs for the Rock Garden. We're also looking for assistance to do some improving of the existing signalized intersection on York Boulevard while providing improvements to the safety of vehicles, bicyclists, and pedestrians. We really feel that intersection there could actually be a wonderful gateway for people arriving into Hamilton from the northeast. So that's what this image behind me is. That's looking towards Hamilton from the Burlington side. That's the intersection, the existing one that's already there. There's going to have to be some changes to the roadway for turning lanes and what have you. And we have a new entry garden on the right-hand side where everybody will be funneled through a building to gain access to the actual rock garden. So some history. In 2009, Halton Region contributed $750,000 towards a new entrance off of Plains Road to RBG Center, which was part of a $16 million expansion. So in 2013, I think RBG is asking our other core funder, the City of Hamilton, for maybe some similar assistance. Our engineers and working with the city trying to come up with the different options for the water and sewer, but on the water in particular, it looks like between $500,000 to $1.4 million to provide those services, depending on which one we pick. And to upgrade the intersection, or to make that intersection a gateway appearance, looking into driving into Hamilton, those improvements would probably be around $250,000 to $350,000. As I mentioned, with the tight timeframes, we have to be substantially complete just about a year from now. Everybody's going full tilt trying to get this done. But with a full completion and reopening of the Grand Garden in spring of 2015, right in time for the Pan Am Games. So we wanted to have that as a nice background for that occasion. So in short, that's it. If I go through the drawings, the top page is the site plan of the actual rock garden. At the bottom is where the bowl is. We're introducing a new drop-off circle on the garden side, and the parking lot is on the other side of York Boulevard there. Second page is the artist rendering of what the visitor facility is going to look like. As I mentioned, the doors in the middle, that's where everybody that's going to the rock garden will go through and pay their admissions, go to a little retail shop and buy food, so there's lots of revenue generating taking place there. The third page is the new entry garden, which is right at the intersection at York Boulevard and the rock garden entrance. Fourth page are more details from our landscape architect, Janet Rosenberg Studios, on the kind of things we're talking about as far as sprucing up the intersection. And the last one is the image that we have on the screen here, just an artist rendering of what we're talking about. So I know you lots on the agenda, so I think that's my presentation today, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mark. I allowed you a few extra minutes later too because of the importance of your project. So Mark, just to be clear before I go to committee, you've presented, your ask is about both water upgrades and gateway upgrades, or have I missed something? Is that basically it?
We were asking for help on the two of them.
Okay, Councillor McCaddy, please.
Thanks very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and thanks a lot, Mark, for the update on the project. It's obviously very exciting for RBG, but it's very important for Hamilton as well. It goes back to the history of the McQuestion legacy here in town, and the Rock Garden was one of his first projects, followed by the high-level bridge and so many other great leadership projects here in Hamilton and beyond as he moved to Queen's Park and did other projects here in Ontario. Real visionary, and we always think back to T.B. McQuestion and his great contributions to Hamilton. Mr. Deputy Mayor, just on the requests that Mark has made, those are, I believe, capital requests, capital dollar requests, and I'm thinking today, again, cognizant of our time, we may just want to refer those to staff for direction back to us as we finalize our capital budget, because I'm not aware of any detailed discussions that have occurred with staff, but maybe just a quick comment from Mike through you, and that may be where we want to go in terms of a motion today.
I'll come right back to you, Councillor McCaddy. How about let's just excuse the speaker after, and I'll come right back to you with questions to staff.
Yep, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McCaddy. Councillor Johnson, please. Questions of Mark?
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mark. When you're talking about an upgrade of the intersection, I see that you have lights there already. Is that just a concept view, or is that...
No, it is a signalized intersection currently.
We're just looking for upgrading the turning lanes, as you said before, not just the lights. The lights are already there.
Lights are there already. That's the good part.
Thank you, and I have a question also regarding our gateway project, and does this fall under that? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor.
No other questions of Mark? Move to receive Mark's presentation. Councillor McCaddy, Councillor Pearson, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Mark. Much appreciated. Councillor McCaddy, questions or comments to staff?
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So just given Mark's comments and understanding the timelines of this project, given the federal and provincial dollars that are flowing, the 14 million or so, if I recall correctly, Mark said, I wonder if I can ask through you to Mike, maybe starting with Mike, any thoughts on what we should do today? Refer to the capital budget process as an example, and then we'll have further discussions. I guess perhaps the rates budget may play a role as well. We heard about the water requirement. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you to Mike.
Acting General Manager Zagarek.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it is appropriate to refer it back to staff for further consultation with Mark and RBG staff. My concern is around the timing. We expect to bring forward the capital budget in about a week's time and the rate budget shortly after that. So whether or not we fall within the timelines for those two budget processes, or whether it's a standalone staff report with some options for committee's consideration at that time.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mike. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, perhaps come back to me. I can certainly refer it as suggested.
Thank you, Councillor McKay. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, and I guess my question's for you to Chris Murray. We had, about a month ago, we had a delegate standing here, Laura Babcock, who asked us to reinstigate the Gateway project. Aside from the water and the services, et cetera, is this a primary location for us to look at for our Gateway project?
To you, Deputy Mayor, actually, I'm going to just make an opening comment, and Jerry can give you some specifics. I mean, when we met with Mark and other representatives of the RBG, that was exactly what we thought as well, that maybe this would be a candidate for that program. So, but Jerry's has carriage of it specifically.
Through the chair, the Gateway projects, this wouldn't be one of the entrances that was identified of the 4 or 5 when planning did the analysis. But we are working with planning to come back and to address it. So this was not one of those key gateways, Hamilton, as Ms. Babcock had indicated. What we are, in conjunction with the gateways, is we're doing all our boundary signs to make sure that they're standard with respect to population. So this one is outside of the gateway with regard to that, but it's the intersection improvements in the water main. I'll follow up. Right. I know there's going to be a resolution and staff. We have been working with the RBG. I don't know the status of it, but I will, after the motion comes, we'll follow up as well.
Okay, thank you very much, and those are my questions.
Thanks, Councillor Johnson. Okay, so Councillor McCaddy, back to you for your referral motion.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So I'd refer the request that Mark from RBG has made this morning on the water, on the gateway improvement around that intersection to staff for a report back at the appropriate meeting.
Seconded by Councillor Johnson. All understood, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. All right, let's line up the speakers for Little Ray's Reptile Zoo. You folks have been extremely patient. Steve, you and Paul Goulet, please come on down at this time. Now, as you're approaching the podium, please, I'm going to turn to both Janice Atwood-Petrovsky, our city solicitor, and Marty Hazel is there. This is appropriately here. It's all been approved previously by GIC, including today, the additional delegations. Any preamble comment from either Janice or Marty before we hear the presenters, or can we just proceed, please? Janice or Marty, please.
Yes, so through the Deputy Mayor, per the vote last meeting, this delegation is on, and so I guess the comment I would have is that ideally, because there is some level of enforcement activity going on in the background, ideally it should be a delegation that simply is received. However, I have had lengthy conversations with Marty Hazel, and I understand that the compliance order is, Little Rays is diligently moving towards compliance with the compliance order that is in effect and has an expiry date of December 16th. So in effect, they're diligently working towards compliance of that. And so I guess while there's nothing procedurally to prevent hearing the delegation, and they are indeed on as delegations, it would be ideal to just simply receive it.
Okay, well, thank you for the solicitor's comments. Marty, any comment at all before I go to the delegations?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think that summarizes it very well.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, just on staff's comments, please. Okay.
Exactly.
Yes.
And probably Marty as much as legal, because it's my understanding, it's been our practice that when an order of comply is put in place, if in fact there's movement in regards to seeking a resolution, we've held those orders in abeyance until the conclusion of that process, as long as that process is embarked in good faith. Is that the practice of the city?
Marty, can you comment on that, please? Yep, Councillor. Yep. Go ahead, Marty.
Through Mr. Chairman, yes, that is our normal practice, that if somebody is working with us, if we're considering a matter at council level, then we would hold our enforcement abeyance. I will remind you that this matter was discussed at the Planning Committee in September. Planning Committee received the request, so staff did commence enforcement action, and it is underway, and as the solicitor says, the order expires on December 16th, so there's a little bit of a wrinkle to that normal situation.
Thank you, Marty. As a previous council decision. Okay, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor McKay, to staff's comments.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So I'm just a little unclear as to what guides us today then. There is an ongoing enforcement situation, albeit the organization is moving towards complying with that. So is the guidance today that we shouldn't ask any questions of the Little Rays representatives pertaining to their operations? I have a whole series of questions I'd like to ask, but I don't necessarily need to ask those today, Mr. Deputy Mayor. If the guidance is we should just, out of respect and out of the previous approval of the delegation from council, that we should hear what they have to say today, not ask any questions. The Little Rays folks I'm talking about versus some of the other delegations that may be outside of Little Rays proper, and simply don't ask any questions and just receive. Just wanted to clarify, because I'm just trying to understand how this is going to evolve. I guess we'll find out in a moment after the delegation, but just a little more direction from staff, because I'm a little unclear as to what we're supposed to do today as councillors.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McCaddy. Janice, from staff, just legal guidance as we're going along, and after the presenters, if there's any questions. Janice?
Yes, so through the Deputy Mayor, just to provide a bit of clarity, yes, ideally the delegations should be ideally they shouldn't be questioned in any detail on their operations. The matter is still, generally speaking, moving in an enforcement track while they're working diligently towards compliance with the outstanding order, and the time hasn't expired on that. And while they're very well maybe receipt and some request of staff to indeed take a look at the feasibility of how some of the concerns might potentially be addressed. It certainly would be not advisable to be engaging into a Q&A at this juncture, because the matter may very well find itself before the court in a very few months. So that is certainly a possibility.
Okay, Councillor McCaddy.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. We'll see how it goes.
Thank you. Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And just to clarify, what had occurred at planning was a scenario where the proponents were initiating a process to attempt to be exempted. The motion I'm presenting today, subsequent to this, and after we received the presentation, is clearly to allow staff to look at an amendment to the bylaw in a category and not isolated to just simply the proponent. So in essence, it's a distinct difference of a vote from that of planning. It's an entirely different avenue, and one that staff has assisted in formulating the motion I will be bringing forward shortly thereafter their presentation.
Thank you for clarifying that, Councilor Marula. Councilor Clark, please, on staff's comments.
And I can't dispute Councilor Marula's comments, but I can indicate that I think it's premature. I think we shouldn't be dealing with any of this until after the compliance date is passed at December 16th, and we know they've come into compliance. Then we should be entertaining policy discussions.
Thank you. Committee has approved the delegations. Steve, Paul, because two of you are here, between the two of you, I'll allow 10 minutes, but please don't go beyond that. So welcome both of you. For some members of council who aren't on planning, I see this as a form of edification and education in terms of what Little Raise does. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. We do want to thank Councillor Jackson, Council Duval, and Council Whitehead for taking the time to...
Speak closer into the microphone, Paul.
I just wanted to thank Councillor Jackson. I am Paul Goulet. I'm the founder and director of Little Raise Reptile Zoo in Hamilton and Ottawa. I do want to thank Councillor Duval, Council Whitehead, and Council Jackson for taking the time to come and visit us. I really do appreciate how busy, and it's not possible for everybody. Councillor Marula for all your support, and Councillor Collins and Johnson for supporting us in speaking here today. I do hope that we can ask questions and people can get some clarification of who we are. First and foremost, I want to stress that we are complying with the current bylaw, and we do have a plan in place to remove the prohibited animals by the 17th of this year. The fight for me personally, I will stress to everybody, ended when I had a conversation with my lawyer who said, well, even if you win, all you're winning is the ability to sue the city for retribution. You still won't be able to keep your animals there. And the entire time when I was speaking to my lawyer, I was speaking to my lawyer to try to fight for the right to keep the animals in Hamilton. He said, even if you win and there has been an error made within the city, this is not going to allow you, and that's why the legal fight was over for me. It is over, and as of December 16th, we will be complying. We have already started. We've relocated 11 animals, including 2 marmosets, 5 Burmese pythons, 1 water monitor, and 3 reticulated pythons. The city does have a prohibited animal action plan. I believe Cal Burnett is here from Animal Control. He's familiar with this. I believe he has seen it and is familiar that we do have this in place, and we are proceeding accordingly. In Ottawa, we've been in business since 1995 with our zoo opened in 2000. We have an exemption with the City of Ottawa that requires an annual zoo license to be obtained. As part of the conditions, we must have an inspection by the OSPCA and the Health Department prior to renewing the license. We are requesting the City of Hamilton to amend the bylaw to include Little Raise Reptile Zoo and its exempted facility, such as African Lion Safari, Mountsburg Wildlife Center, Westdale Avery, and Flamborough Downs. We do recognize that the city is concerned that allowing for such an amendment could open floodgates for other applicants to do the same. However, since the City of Ottawa bylaw was put in place, we are the only application for a zoo license that the City of Ottawa has received in the past 10 years. Our facility in Ottawa has obtained accreditation by CAZA-AZAC, which is Canada's accredited zoos and aquariums. The CAZA-AZAC accreditation requires strict and thorough inspections of your facilities and all of your programs. We are meeting the highest standards set for zoo animal health and welfare and public safety set in Canada, and we are a professional organization as reflected in the letter submitted by the Ministry of Natural Resources, the OSPCA, the City of Ottawa, and numerous other professionals. Our Hamilton Zoo is applying for accreditation this year, and the facility was built with the same policies, programs, procedures, and standards in place, and our inspection will be this summer, 2014. We want to stress that we want to be an asset to the City of Hamilton. We want to be an asset. We currently employ over 45 people in Ottawa, and this past year already we employ 15 staff in Hamilton and have a youth volunteer program accessible to all in our community. Over half of our visitors are coming from outside the City of Hamilton, including a massive following in London, Kitchener, Waterloo, St. Catharines, Niagara, and the GTA, driving tourism dollars to the Stadium District of Hamilton. We do not sell animals and have no intention to do so, and we heavily advocate for responsible pet ownership, cautioning individuals about the challenges of keeping many species of reptiles and amphibians. I greatly appreciate the Council's concerns that have been expressed in the past. At the Planning Committee meeting, Councillor Clark expressed a great deal of concern about people releasing exotic animals into local ecosystems, which all of you should be concerned about. Please consider, since the inception of the current Hamilton bylaw, City of Hamilton animal control staff and the SPCA confirmed they have received 16 reptiles since January of 2012. In the past 3 months, we have received 45 animals from residents of Hamilton, 21 of which are prohibited under your current bylaw. This begs the question, if we received 45 in the past 3 months, but the city only received 16 in almost 2 years, and this is a major concern and should be, please consider what people were doing with their unwanted crocodiles, giant snakes, other reptiles, and arachnids prior to us opening in the city of Hamilton. We would like to be an asset and a partner with the city and not the problem. We do hope you consider our request for an amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Steve Featherstone.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. I just kind of wanted to give a bit of a brief background on myself and programs and kind of how we got to this. I started at Jungle Cat World when I was in college. When I moved back to college, I started working at the reptile store in Hamilton. They employed me as an education assistant to go to schools and do events and programs for school boards. At the time, our store was doing around 300 paid shows a year. Within 3 or 4 years, I had us up to about 1,200 paid shows a year. So that was using live animals. That store went bankrupt in 2011. ReptileStore.ca opened up in the same location. I continued employment with them, and 2 years later, we had the opportunity to partner up with Little Ray's Reptile Zoo and open up in Hamilton, so that I could just concentrate on developing and delivering these programs that I've grown to love. So in the past 12 years, I have done a considerable amount of programs at schools, daycares, retirement homes, birthday parties, things like that. Our summer camp program, we run a full 10-week camp program during the summer. We do PA days, we do holiday camps, special events, and special courses in classes. Just to give you guys a bit of a background, our program basically submerses children into nature. We try and be as interactive as possible. So over the course of 12 years, we've done around 1,200 shows a year. Over the past 8 years, we've had 1,200 kids into the camp programs and PA day programs. Last year alone, we let in over 30 for free or significantly discounted prices. We wanted to be accessible to everybody. We have a great working relationship with CAS and CCAS, send us camp kids all the time. During all of these programs, all the time that I spend in Hamilton, we have never had a single safety incident with any of our animals or any of our programs. The animals that we have on display, some of the animals I've been in control of, I've had for numerous years, some of them up to 12 or 13 years. Some of the same animals that lived at the pet store I owned, and when I moved my programs and my animals. We have brought in 45 animals, as Paul alluded to earlier, from the public since 2008. Both Little Ray's Reptile Zoo and Reptile Camp have very detailed protocol plans and policies and procedures to ensure public safety, as well as safety concerns and concerns for the actual animals. Wanted to reiterate that during my entire time in Hamilton, we have never had a single incident or injury working with these animals and all the kids involved. A lot of people, public as well, has kind of asked if I wanted to open up a zoo, why right downtown Hamilton? Why right in Hamilton? Why would we bring potentially dangerous animals into Hamilton? I've always had a love for working with children. I work with a lot of at-risk kids, a lot of different teenagers, and we wanted to develop a program inner city. So I've always wanted to kind of create my love for working with kids and teens, hard to serve youth, as well as working with animals and kind of create, a business, driven by my passion. We want to be acceptable to everybody. If we opened up somewhere that wasn't on the bus or somewhere that wasn't downtown Hamilton, we're not going to get all the programs that we're able to get. Because of where we opened, organizations like City Kids and organizations like Kiwanis, they can walk to our facility from where they are. They don't have to rely on, buses, and, we don't have a heavy gate fee.
Steve, between the two of you, you got 1 minute left.
Perfect. So moving forward, as Paul alluded to, we do want to comply with the order. We have moved a certain number of animals out. We do have the action plan that we've given out to animal control to list specific animals and dates of when we are going to be moving them. And we just want to reiterate that we are hoping to seek an amendment to be an allowable facility so we can continue to keep the animals that I've been looking after for a very long time now that make our program successful.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve and Paul. Thanks for the edification. There was a fair bit there. Does any member of council need some clarification? Councillor Collins, please. Well, we'll wait for the staff after all the delegations. Okay, move to receive. Councillor Marula, Councillor Collins, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Steve Featherstone. Paul Goulet. Thank you. Next on our list is Lori Ireland. Lori, are you here? Great. Come on down. Clinical Director of Hats Off, Inc., to approach the podium to provide her presentation regarding values benefits of Little Ray's Reptile Zoo to community of inner city youth. Lori, thanks for your patience. Next 5 minutes is yours.
Okay, I won't be 5 minutes, I can assure you of that. Good afternoon, councillors, Deputy Mayor. I apologize if I'm a little nervous. I spend the majority of my time talking to children who have their breakfast on their shirt, not ties. So I'm a little nervous.
Oh, go ahead.
It's all the same? Okay.
Go ahead and pretend.
Okay. I've been in social services for 20 years, over 20 years. I've worked with the Children's Aid Societies, Hamilton Catholic, Hamilton, and then multiple agencies across the province, children's agencies, and I've been the clinical director at Hats Off, Inc. for 17 years now. I've known Steve for 15 years in a variety of roles, but always in a charity capacity, and I can tell you if he's ever asking you to meet him for a coffee, assume that he's roping you into some sort of charity work, because he is. He's done an amazing job. He's always had a love of Hamilton. He's always had a love of kids, and he's certainly always had a love of the reptiles. He's worked with, at Hats Off, we have 200 kids in care. They're all from the community here. It's a local organization that services residential group homes and foster homes all across the Hamilton area, for those of you who don't know us. And he's been working with us closely, along with the Kiwanis, Boys and Girls Club, City Kids, and Today's Family, and a number of other charitable organizations. I have 50 kids on my caseload, and this morning I was supposed to be at their speeches. And when I went to their speech class practice yesterday and said, I have to go to City Hall for Steve Featherstone tomorrow, their first question was, can we come and see our speeches there? I said, no. They said, can we come watch your speech there so we don't have to do our speeches? And I said, no. And then as I was leaving, a young man who Steve's taken under his wing, who quite honestly was probably our hardest to serve youth for the last 2 years, said, Lori, I have some advice for you. Don't tell any jokes. And I said, oh, I know, it's a really serious thing. He goes, no, it's because you're not funny. Oh, thanks. That gentleman has been on our radar, the Hamilton Police radar, correctional radar, consistently for 2 years, and he is from this community. Steve's taken him under his wing like he has numerous kids over the last 10 years from Hats Off, and he's volunteering on Friday nights at the store. I haven't had an AWOL call about him in about 8 weeks. He has a job. He's volunteered at the kids program that Steve ran for Hats Off on Halloween Haunt Night. Less than 1% of all kids in care and vulnerable persons, which is who Steve works with, graduate from high school. 0.1% go on to post-secondary education, 50% come into contact with the law, and 65% in adulthood come back into contact with some sort of government organization that requires funding. So for me, Steve's building capacity in communities, families, and individuals. He's trying to create protective and preventative factors that will make these young people be something different than what their cycle suggests they would be. On a final note, I don't know anybody who loves this city more than Steve. Mind you, I'm not in politics. I said I work with kids, but Steve loves Hamilton. He doesn't just work in those communities, he lives in those communities. And why did he put his store there? Because he wants to be in that community. He wants to make this city a better place. And you couldn't have a better champion of Hamilton. And as an individual, you couldn't have anybody with greater integrity. Thank you.
Laurie, thank you for that perspective, and you did just fine. Move to receive Councillor Farr and Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Is a Connie Mallory here? Connie, welcome. Come on down. Thank you for your patience. Chief Inspector of Ontario Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, the umbrella organization that oversees our wonderful Hamilton-Burlington SPCA. Please approach the podium. And Connie, the next 5 minutes, the floor is yours, and we're interested to see and hear what you have to say. Welcome.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Councilman, staff, for allowing me to speak today. I'm here today to support Little Ray's facility and the work that they do, and an amendment to review the bylaw to allow them to continue in this community. But I wanted to talk to you about our relationship with them and their professionalism while we're working. Their partnership with us, they're extremely vital to the operations that we do. They have helped us identify species, determine needs of animals, assist with sheltering and rehoming, have participated in investigations as experts when needed. They have participated in the removal of animals that may be dangerous or poisonous and of a huge safety risk to our staff and people around. And as I said, they also assist with rehoming. And I think what's really important, that no matter how strong your bylaws are in this community, or any community for that matter, there will be a residence that will come as a surprise to you that there are exotic reptiles and possibly poisonous animals there. I've experienced that myself when requested to attend a residence by the OPP when they arrived and saw over 160 different species of reptiles. And I have to tell you, when we arrived there, I'm not an expert when it comes to these types of animals. I took some pictures with my phone. I contacted Paul Luguet, and within moments, he had responded and was providing me with advice on how to handle, how to transport, and what kind of care was needed. So they've been very vital to our organization. I have found that the staff at the facility are excellent educators. They ensure that there is no impulsive purchasing. They take time to ensure that people know what the responsible needs are of those animals, and it gives people an opportunity to see exactly what kind of care those animals require before they even venture into adopting or purchasing those animals from somewhere else, possibly a pet store that does not have the education or the knowledge that Paul Goulet has, or Steve Featherstone. Very, very knowledgeable. They have good policies and procedures in place for safe handling of animals, for which I have witnessed on occasion when they have assisted us with the removal of numerous reptiles. And they also can offer this community to first responders who come across a situation, as I've mentioned earlier, to help identify and safely transport and relocate those animals. And they have helped us quite recently, actually, within the last month, with 44 types of reptiles, including an American alligator, and helping us to rehome those animals and remove it from an investigation. Oftentimes, the Ontario SPCA gets involved in these kinds of situations, not because they start out as animal welfare issues, but because there is a breach of a bylaw, and as a result of that, then we end up in some animal welfare situations that we become involved with. And again, we rely on Paul Goulet and Steve Featherstone for their expertise. I'm not going to give you the list of animals that they have taken into their possession because they've already alluded to that fact, but a question that I'd like to put out to you is what would happen to those animals, or where would they go if this facility was not there? I would guess that it would be a high probability that they would be released. And again, as an inspector with the Ontario SPCA, who's been doing this work for numerous years, have actually had to go out and try to retrieve animals that the public has released irresponsibly.
1 minute left, please, Connie.
Okay, thank you. Not too far away from here, the folks from Little Ray and Steve Featherstone and staff actually assisted in Welland to remove two, along with a number of other poisonous and venomous animals, but two organo crocodiles, and assisted with that transfer. The male weighed close to 900 pounds, the female about 450 pounds, and without their assistance, the Ontario SPCA would have been lost to assist with that. So I thank you very much for hearing me today. I do support them and their organization, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Connie, for your perspective as well. Yes, questions for clarification of Connie's presentation. Councillor McCaddy, please.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and thanks, Connie, for presenting today. I was a little bit surprised when I saw the letter of support from the OSPCA and then you coming here today to be a delegate. And maybe just some clarification on the role of the SPCA, or Ontario SPCA. Mr. Deputy Mayor, my understanding of the OSPCA is that it's a provincial enforcement agency, has legislation at the provincial level, and I'm just struggling with the potential for conflict of interest, Mr. Deputy Mayor, because this is an enforcement agency, and of course we've got an enforcement role here at the city, which is subject to why we're not talking about this today, in terms of speaking directly with Little Rays. But I'm just trying to get a sense of how the OSPCA can play the enforcement role, as it may affect Little Rays from time to time, and maintain that that distance, the conflict of interest, the credibility that the OSPAC needs to have, the integrity, the ability to enforce as per your act, per your provincial act, yet come before us today as a big supporter of the organization. I'm just struggling with the conflict of interest, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Fair question. Can you respond, please, Connie?
I am here to provide you with knowledge of our current relationship with the staff at Little Rays and how they have supported our organization, the Ontario SPCA, in its enforcement. That is my intent today. I felt that it was pertinent that you were aware of how they have assisted us and ultimately how they assist a municipality in the work that they do.
So just a quick follow-up, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So, Connie, if you have to, as we've had to here with our exotic animal bylaw, or our animal bylaw, if you have to enforce against Little Rays, or not against them, but if you have to enforce something they're doing illegally or incorrectly, you don't feel there's a conflict in playing the two roles, or the potential two roles, the enforcement role, if Little Rays needs enforcement from the OSPCA, as we have here in Hamilton through our municipal law enforcement, and the role that you use them as experts in your activities, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
I think integrity is very, very important, and the enforcement unit team of the Ontario SPCA has a great deal of integrity, and if there was a situation that Little Ray's was not compliant within the standards of care or causing distress to animals, you bet we would enforce our legislation.
Are you suggesting we shouldn't enforce ours, though? You're suggesting...
Oh, I'm suggesting that, I'm suggesting that you review it, and because of the fact that they have been vital to our organization as well as your organization and community.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McCaddy. Councillor Clark, questions of clarification, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I need to understand, is our guest here speaking for herself, or is our guest here speaking on behalf of the Board of Directors for the Ontario SPCA?
Connie, can you clarify?
I have the ability to speak for the Ontario SPCA, and I am here to speak for the Ontario SPCA.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Marula, questions of clarification?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I want to commend Connie for being here today, because I think it takes courage to actually step up to the plate and understand that public safety should be first and foremost, and that's what they're here to do. So in essence, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Connie, thanks very much for your attendance here. Basically what I've heard you say is that these exotic animals and this potential risk to public safety exists, and as a result, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, a community like Hamilton is better off to have an amendment to its bylaw to allow experts in this field in place rather than not to have them in place. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is that really a fair assumption?
Yes, I think prevention is huge, and having people that are very knowledgeable and have expertise in that field go a long way to educate, to prevent incidences from occurring.
Right. And through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm sure you would concur that bylaws ought to be drafted to protect, or for the purpose of protecting the public, not drafted in order to prevent any engagement with the public to protect the public, such as this particular agency does. Is that correct?
I think that public safety is extremely important, without a doubt. And so when reviewing any sort of amendment, I think that that should be taken into consideration, those things. And I think that along with Paul Goulet and Steve Featherstone and other experts that are in the field can assist you with developing parameters that will keep the public safe.
So I guess through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in a perfect world, if we equate this to crime, I guess we could develop laws and bylaws all we want. But if the crime or the issue is prevalent regardless of those particular bylaws, then really we're living in denial to suggest that we can't engage or have an amendment to allow for the protection of public safety through this means. So would you concur with that, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Connie, you answer that or go ahead?
Well, I think that, as I alluded to earlier, no matter how many bylaws that you have in place, there are going to be situations that are going to occur that are going to be in contravention of that. But if you know of a particular facility and it is public, then there is better methods to be able to control that, to ensure public safety, and that things are being carried out appropriately. It's the facilities or residences where you don't know that these situations occur. And let me tell you, in my history of 20 years with this organization, when you come across these types of species, I would say for the most part, it's been a surprise.
So not only is Little Ray's a public service, it's definitely not a public nuisance. And you've turned to them in the past for you, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, absolutely. On every situation that involves reptiles, we connect with them because they are our go-to person in offering advice, identification, providing us with safety methods to handle these animals. We at the Ontario SPCA deal with a number of species of animals, and we're not expert in all of them, and we rely on the experts to assist us with these kinds of things.
Okay, so in essence, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I think the amendment that I'm asking for the review of ties in with the elimination of a bylaw that actually takes away from public safety, and in essence will assist not only the city in ensuring that this is not a public nuisance, but also the OPCA. So I look forward to bringing forward that motion, which is really what we're supposed to be here to do, and that's to protect public and to protect the public and not create a public nuisance scenario. Because just because we say the bylaw exists doesn't mean this problem doesn't exist as well. To suggest that, you've been quite naive. Thank you.
I'm sure they'll be part of your speech with the motion as well. Thank you, Councillor Marula. Councillor Whitehead, questions of clarification of Connie?
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks, Connie, for coming in. I'm one of those individuals that at the Planning Committee, unfortunately, talk about perfect storm. I think there was an incident out in the East Coast as well, and the timing of dealing with this issue with what took place out there, I think may have clouded, well, certainly, I won't put it in anyone else's plate, certainly clouded my view at the time. So when I look at the presentations you made, I did visit the site. Have you visited their site here in Hamilton?
Yes, I have.
And what would you say regarding the professionalism and the care that they provide in that facility?
The day that I was there, it was during the summertime. There was quite a few children there at the facility, and they were all engaged in a very proper way with the animals. They were listening. The staff were caring for the animals appropriately. I did not see any concerns with standards of care or with safety practices at that time.
I appreciate that. That was my observation when I attended as well. It wasn't children there, but certainly the care.
Yes.
The knowledge. And the fact that I did observe in the week that I was there that there was a number of individuals that had dropped off their reptiles that would be, I guess, under the new bylaw, would be not in compliance, and they wanted to find a refuge for them that they could feel comfortable with, and this is the location that they brought those snakes down to. Is that your knowledge as well?
Yes, that is correct. And in communicating with both Paul and Steve, it is their intent to be compliant with the bylaw. And as I say, I think prevention is huge, and just having those children at at their camp program so engaged, it really teaches them some responsibility on proper care of those animals, and they might not, and as well as those particular animals may not be the best pet for those individuals. Yeah.
So what are the alternatives for those who, under the current bylaw, who have illegal reptiles in their possession? They want to do the right thing, but they also have a connection to the animal. What are their options without a refuge like this in this community?
Well, their option would either be possibly euthanasia of those animals, or reaching out to someone like Paul Goulet, Steve Featherstone, to assist with the possibility of rehoming those animals, or if they're not being responsible, just letting them go.
Now, would it be far-fetched to suggest that if you're an owner that wants to come in compliance with the city, but you want to make sure that your animal will continue having, as opposed to, releasing in the community or euthanizing, you want to put it in care of an organization that will have that animal, that reptile's interest in mind? Would there be more people doing the right thing by bringing it to the refuge than those other alternatives?
Well, I think that if they're being compliant with the bylaw and not breaking the law, then absolutely they would be doing the right thing by admitting ownership and trying to rehome it to a location that it's legal to keep those animals. My fear would be that many of those people would not come forward and that they would remain in their residence and may not be found until such time as some sort of emergency. And this doesn't deal with reptiles per se, but I was called on a Saturday afternoon from a very small town in eastern Ontario by the fire department. They went in to put out a fire, and there was, in the middle of town, and nobody was aware of it, but there was close to 300 animals in that home. And I'm suggesting that it's possible that that could happen in your community as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Duval, please. Questions for clarification?
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Connie, for coming in this afternoon and educating us on your role. But one of the questions I would like to ask you, where do these reptiles come from?
Well, there's numerous places that they can come from. I mean, you can probably just go on the line on the web and get them from anywhere. People will smuggle them in. They will purchase them from pet stores. A lot of it is impulsive. A lot of it is just, I've got a poisonous snake, and it's kind of a status symbol. So you can get them from just about anywhere. And I think that it's important that not just at a municipal level, but at a provincial level and a federal level, that we, government look at how to tighten up those regulations to prohibit these kinds of animals coming in. And Paul Goulet and Steve Featherstone can probably speak to this, but I would say many of the animals that they currently have at their facilities are ones that they have taken in because nobody else wanted them or needed to get rid of them.
Okay, and the ones that are prohibited, is it because you can buy them legally at a store and then become a certain length, I'll say for a snake, for instance, and a person goes and buys a snake a couple feet long and it grows to be 9 feet long?
Well, and that's just it. Oftentimes people don't know what they're expecting to get into. They might buy a small little alligator that ends up to be 4 feet long and it's outgrown its tank, and there it is. And that happens. And again, you can get them everywhere because bylaws within the province of Ontario are not consistent. So although there may be some restrictions here, it might be you could get whatever you wanted in another municipality.
Okay, and so to follow up on that, if a person that purchased a snake that was legal and then became prohibited because of the length of it, would they phone you and ask you to dispose of it, and would there be a cost to that?
I have to tell you that, the incidences of exotic animals, we receive them every year, without a doubt. But certainly we have taken steps within our shelters to train staff to know what animals, what exotics that they can accept and what ones they can't. And again, it's the conversation has to be had because sometimes we wouldn't know whether these animals or these reptiles were poisonous, what the level of danger is with those. So we have taken steps to educate our staff in doing that. But the bottom line is, in our shelters, we do not have the facilities for that. So we have to reach out to places like Little Ray's to assist us in the temporary rehoming of those animals till we can move them out. And I can't remember, but they are currently helping us with an American alligator, relocating that, working very actively to get that rehomed. But we're very successful in 44 animals that we removed as a result of an investigation, getting them moved into suitable and legal facilities.
Okay, and without the assistance of Little Ray's, and you don't have the facilities, what is the only other option you would have to do?
It would be euthanasia.
Okay.
And we're not in the business of euthanizing animals, so, I really want to point that out. It's really not our job to do that, and we would be engaging in conversations with animal control and animal services on what kind of plans should go in place to deal with this.
Okay, so can you define what homing means? Like, where would, if Little Ray's was to be of assistance to you as a temporary shelter or a place, you could, even his business could only have so much.
Absolutely.
Right? They would have to be homed out, but what type of, explain to me the definition of homing. Out of the country into...
Yes, it very well could be. The two crocodiles were actually were shipped to Florida into a facility there. They'd never seen daylight before, but because of the connection and the knowledge that Paul Goulet has and Steve Featherstone has, they were able to assist with making those connections and getting those animals relocated. And those two species in particular are very rare. So they're very helpful to our organization.
Very helpful. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Duval. Thank you. And second-time questioner, Councillor Clark, please.
Who monitors and puts the restrictions in place in terms of what children can interact with what reptiles? Who looks after that decision?
I don't think that any one person can come up with that answer. I think it's a group of people, people who are zoo experts, people from public health, policing, animal services, should get together and reach out to experts to put in provisions for public safety.
Deputy Mayor, you're endorsing this group, and that's what they do. They allow the children to interact with reptiles. So who's making that decision?
The animals that they would be engaging in would not risk their safety.
Make sure of that. One day.
That would be, well, certainly the curator, manager of those facilities would ensure that those steps were not being done.
And who holds them account?
Well, that would be
us?
The municipality, essentially.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. No other questions. Connie, thank you.
You're welcome.
For enduring and answering all the questions. Move to receive Connie's presentation. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Partridge, all in favor. Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Connie.
Thank you.
And lastly, is Tom Mason still here? Tom, welcome. Come on down. Tom wants to speak on behalf, the last speaker from delegations to speak on behalf of Little Ray's Reptile Zoo as well. Tom, introduce, maybe tell us who you are quickly, and the next 5 minutes are yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Tom Mason. I'm just a recently retired curator from Toronto Zoo. I was curator for 26 years. I have been involved with the wild and exotic pet trade and zoo world for, pet trade for 50 years and 40 years in the zoo world. So I'm here because basically I was asked by Paul Goulet to inspect his facility in Hamilton in August of this year, and went through it and found that the facility would meet the standards of CAZA, the Canadian Accredited Zoos and Aquariums, as a physical being. I didn't go through a full accreditation. It was not for CAZA. It was as a private person, just to let people know. So I'm here speaking as an individual, but I have inspected and worked for accredited institutes in Ontario for CAZA, for the place. So I just wanted, that's my main thing that I wanted to say. I've also known both Paul and Steve for quite a few years. Steve, actually, I first met him when I led a a trip to Costa Rica, and he was just graduating from college, and he was one of the people that came down with me. And Paul I've known for, again, quite a few years, 10, 15 years, and I must admit, Paul tells me that I was the first person ever to approach him and tell him that he should work at meeting all standards of CASA accreditation. Even if he didn't become a member or an accredited facility, he should at least meet those standards, and by doing that, be as safe as possible for interaction with animals such as reptiles. So, and Paul, I think took him 5 years, but he did work on that and do it. So I had several other things that I was going to say that I've already been reiterated several times, so I don't need to say it again and again. I do feel that some of the things that are very important is that the animals that have been in question here, it's sort of good to have them here in that somebody walking in and seeing a little caiman this long in a pet shop or whatever can say, oh, how cute it is, how wonderful it is. And then they take it home and it gets quite massive. One look at the caiman at Little Ray's display would put them off that, I sure hope, because it's just, you see that and one person is not going to handle an animal at large. So it's a good deterrent. And the other things that I wanted to say is that the proximity of having small animals such as reptiles, which have been feared for years and years and years, it's the proximity, you lose that fear, you gain confidence with the animals, and so from that you take away the feeling that these animals are not dangerous, and you're not going to go out and kill a wild snake or whatever that should be left in the wild and untouched. So it helps them in the long run. So basically that's all I want to say, other than just to state a fact that something that has not been mentioned here, and that is there was a recent poll came out that about 20% of the households in the United States of America have reptiles. And this is just one poll that I saw. So it's not that it's an uncommon thing, that it's rare. I agree 100% with the bylaws to stop dangerous animals from getting into private facilities, at least private facilities that aren't properly taken care of and have good facilities. But they are a very common part of of North American society now. So it's something that we should remember. It's not something that's 40 years ago, 50 years ago, when I got my first little American animal, I was this weirdo that kept reptiles. Now it's a commonplace thing. So basically, that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom, for that perspective. Questions of clarification. Councillor Clark, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Do you have any statistics in Canada? You said 20% of Americans have reptiles. 90% of them have guns. This is Canada, so do we know what stats we have here?
No, there is nothing, I don't think, ever been done in Canada. I know that I could say that Southern Ontario is probably one of the epicenters of people holding reptiles and amphibians. I know both my kids have them, and it wasn't me giving them to them, I can tell you that.
And with respect, you indicated that you had inspected the facility. The Toronto Zoo, I made phone calls. The Toronto Zoo have apparently very, very tight restrictions and policies on when the public can interact with which animals in the zoo. So did you review their policies here, and are they abiding by the same policies that you abided by when you were a curator of the Toronto Zoo?
As a curator of Toronto Zoo, it was my responsibility to say what animals in my group. I was birds and invertebrates at the time, so it was my responsibility to say which animals could be handled, which animals could not. And so I was the person that was answerable to anything that happened. As for the policies that Little Rays have, it is again their responsibility to say which is and which isn't handleable. I would say Toronto Zoo is much it's much broader. So we didn't do just reptiles. We did basically all animals. And so exactly what the policy for the reptiles are compared to what the policies in Little Rays are, they would be similar because they'd fall under CASA accreditation rules, but not exactly the same, I'm sure.
Not much more restrictive.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor McCaddy, question for clarification?
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Thanks, Tom. I've certainly, I just had a quick question for you, Tom. Certainly familiar with your work over the years at the Toronto Zoo. I've been told there may be concerns about people handling the reptiles. Maybe just take snakes for a moment, and in particular children handling snakes with various diseases that the children can pick up from the snake. The one that we all know about is salmonella, but I understand there are a number of others as well. So it seems that the situation here is a lot about children and children being educated or going to camps or schools or this sort of thing. So how would you see that part of the concern, Mr. Deputy Mayor? Tom?
Okay, there is concern with disease, always has been. The Toronto Zoo has allowed handling in the past, but with the Toronto Zoo there is always a hand washing center where basically an alcohol-based disinfectant is used to clean the hands of the children, whoever touches the animal. Snakes, although it has been mentioned, it's to put it in perspective, a pigeon on the street would carry more disease than most snakes in captivity. A dog would carry more diseases. Cats, definitely. So, again, putting into perspective, a turtle, and I'm talking an aquatic turtle, would be worse. And anything that has a wet outer skin that can carry bacteria on the exoskeleton, that could be worse. But generally, again, putting in perspective, a snake would be no worse than a cat or a dog.
Okay. And just a quick other question, Mr. Deputy Mayor, because I have no idea. You mentioned CASA and the zoos and aquariums angle in terms of certification or that sort of thing, but is there a certification program for sanctuaries where people would bring animals to an organization and they would be licensed or sanctioned in some way? Training usually comes along with that, I would imagine, to be identified as a sanctuary.
Well, I know there's certification for rehabilitation centers, but as for sanctuaries, I can't tell you that. I've never looked into it.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Councillor McCaddy. Thank you, Tom. Motion to receive Tom Mason's present. I didn't see it was a second time. Sorry, Councillor Duval. Oh, go ahead. My apologies, Councillor Duval. Second time.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Tom, thanks very much. Just a question. When you inspected Little Rays, is there any way children, when they walk through or get in their education class, have access to those reptiles?
Actually, I put that in the report, and the only time that they can really have access to reptiles is under supervision.
Okay, and did you notice anything where if a child was left behind, maybe at the end, and there was a couple adults, is there any way a person could stick their finger into a cage or anything or is that all glass aquarium?
Most of the facilities were glass, behind glass doors. The only, I'd say the only animal they could probably physically touch without supervision, there was some big tortoises.
Okay.
And they were large tortoises that walked around in an open pen. And if the tortoises came close, and then they could definitely touch them. And I must admit, the only way such a tortoise would bite them is if they were holding something like an apple or a carrot in their hand, and the tortoise went to eat a piece of lettuce, and then it's a possibility. But and just my last question, in the education room, it's
it's strictly pure education, but it's just always staffed with people, trainers, for the safety of the children.
That's what appeared to me, yes. I saw them teaching young children there, and yes, there was actually more than one staff person there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duval. Now may I have a motion to receive Tom's presentation? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Duval. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Let's get to Councillor Marula. Do you have a motion, Councillor Marula? And then Councillor Collins, you asked to be on the speakers list for staff. Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And it's before us, and it simply reads, whereas Hamilton's responsible animal ownership bylaw prohibits certain exotic animals within the city, and whereas the bylaw contains a finite list of organizations, premises to which the bylaw does not apply, and whereas it may be desirable that there be criteria and a process to guide decisions around allowing additional premises to be considered for exemption from the prohibition against exotic animals, therefore, be it resolved, the staff be directed to report back to the Planning Committee no later than the end of February 2014 regarding the feasibility of identifying criteria and process guiding consideration of amendments to the prohibition of exotic animals contained in the responsible animal ownership bylaw.
Your seconder?
And
Councillor Collins?
And if you could just allow me to elaborate, what we have before us is a scenario where, in a perfect world, if none of these exotic animals existed in this community or others within Ontario or North America, then clearly a bylaw enforcing this particular prohibition would make sense. The reality is bylaws ought to protect the public, not eliminate layers that are in place to basically protect the public. And in saying that, clearly the OSPCA has endorsed what RAISE is doing. They're doing so because they are in a position to see this firsthand, day in and day out, on the potential dangers to the public if we don't have experts like RAISE within this community. Other communities have seen how important it is to have that type of expertise. I was part of the bylaw that we created that basically prohibited these types of exotic animals, but in saying that, I'm also in a position to intelligently review and assess something that should be in flux, and all laws should be in flux and not written in concrete, to address issues as they arise. This is a presenting problem in all good conscience. I'm not going to sit back and allow the bylaw to prevail, but allow the problem to prevail over and above the bylaw, and that being these exotic animals existing in our community without the necessary expertise to address it in the name of public safety. To suggest otherwise is totally irresponsible. Now, if you're going to say ideologically that these types of facilities shouldn't exist for ideological purposes, that's one argument. But to do that or say that in the name of exposing this public to potential safety concerns, I say that's also irresponsible. So at the end of the day, the only responsible avenue this council and every community must take is to amend the bylaw to allow for this type of expertise to exist in our community. Now, whether that be RAISE or others, whether that be an extension to our request for proposals to determine who takes on this role, the bottom line is this: we need the expertise in town in the name of public safety, and to suggest otherwise, I believe, is irresponsible and something I won't stand by. Thanks very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marula. Councillor Collins, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and through you to staff. What I think made this situation a little bit awkward to deal with at the beginning was that we had the outstanding charges, and so there was an enforcement aspect when the presenters appeared before planning, and again, we received the advice in terms of we have outstanding charges, and so our dilemma, I think, at the time was to try to find and facilitate ways and means in which to assist for some of the reasons that were noted earlier, all the while that we were enforcing a clear violation of the bylaw, and I don't think the presenters, Paul and Steve, have disputed that. In fact, I think what they showed today and illustrated in the past is that they're actively seeking ways to proactively deal with complying with the current bylaw, knowing that the wheels are in motion to try to assist in some shape or form with some type of an exemption. I would ask through you, Mr. Chair, to our staff, in terms of the facilities that were listed earlier by the presenters, African Lion Safari, and the list went on. There were 6 or 7 of them, I think. How are they treated under the bylaw? I don't think that received a lot of attention when we discussed the new bylaw that we passed last year, but how are they treated in the context of understanding many of those animals at those facilities that were referenced? Certainly, it's not an option for someone in the general public to have them as pets. How are they treated, though, for those specific facilities?
Director Marty Hazel.
So through Mr. Chairman, the responsible animal ownership bylaw was passed in 2012. There was extensive consultation into the formation of that bylaw, many public meetings at the Planning Committee, and the facilities that were mentioned are not they're not exempt, but the bylaw does not apply to those facilities. A lot of consultation went in, investigation into situations which existed prior to the bylaw, and so when council passed the bylaw does not apply to those facilities that are listed.
So had this operation been open prior to the passage of the bylaw, would they have fallen into the same category?
Marty?
Mr. Chairman, staff has not done an investigation into this facility. We have not taken a position on it yet because the Planning Committee merely received the request. So I can't tell you at this time whether or not they would have or would not have been affected.
Okay.
I think, and I thank you for that, and I think staff are maybe in a difficult position to answer. I would assume that based on, most people would attend African Lion Safari and say it's a zoo. And if you're attending Little Rays, and it's implicit in their title, it's a zoo. And so I think that if, in fact, this facility had been open a year prior to the bylaw, they would have fallen into the same category and would have fallen into the same list that was rhymed off by both Paul and Steve through their presentation. So I think we're all getting a sense of a greater comfort level in terms of accepting the fact that these types of facilities exist in other communities for good reason. I do have another question in terms of the illegal reptile species and other animals that we find through our animal control services from time to time. Sometimes it makes it into the newspaper. We had a very large reptile years ago that was found, I think, in the Tim Hortons parking lot here downtown. Animal control was called to the scene, and we have to deal with that situations as they arise. We don't plan for them, obviously, but as was mentioned, I think, through several presentations, we know that there is an underground current not only in our city, in our province, and in our country, where people are buying and selling these types of animals, many of which are illegal, and they're keeping them in their homes, and at times, for whatever reason, those same people are finding illegal ways and means in which to dispose of them. And so, from time to time, our Animal Control Center, as well as, I believe, as was mentioned, Little Rays, becomes the repository for these unwanted illegal animals or reptiles. So I would ask, through you, what's our current policy in terms of dealing with those situations? And have we ever utilized the services of a private operator, whether it be a Little Rays, maybe the expertise from some of the other facilities that were listed on through the presentation?
Marty, I'll start with you if you want to delegate to your staff, please.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I think we'll have Cal Burnett answer that. He's our expert on the handling of the animals.
Callum, welcome. Nice to see you again.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Basically, anytime we have animals we get calls for, and typically there's two styles. There's the snake that's loose, in which we apprehend and we bring it into our facility. Generally, we do not have a problem getting rid of them. The typical snakes that we're getting within our facility are smaller. We're not seeing the larger Burmese, the reticulating python type deals. If we were, that would create a problem. But typically, when we're dealing with somebody who has a prohibited snake in their possession, we are giving them an opportunity to remove that animal during a specific time. If they fail to have it removed, then enforcement would occur.
The second question I had through you, Mr. Chairman, to Cal would be, have we ever relied on a private sector service provider to assist our staff where we may not have the expertise internally to deal with an unsafe situation?
Callum?
Yes, we have. Typically, when we have a snake that comes into our possession, there are outside agencies. Typically, we're using Humane Society. And once again, we got to remember, we're not getting a lot. There is some talk that there's lots out there, and perhaps that's the case. But when we are typically seeing about 11 snake calls or reptile calls in a year, that's manageable on our side at this very moment. If that were to increase, then we would have difficulty. So at this point, there are agencies outside the city that we would give our snakes to. And certainly, prior to the bylaw, pet stores were able to keep prohibited. It went to a pet store, and then it would be removed out of the city at that point.
Thank you, Councillor?
That's great. I appreciate that information, Mr. Chairman. I'm, as was mentioned, I'm seconding this. I have no problem trying to find a way to facilitate the operation, knowing that the appropriate checks and balances are in place. And I think we're well on our way to establishing those checks and balances. I think we've had some very productive, positive discussions, not only at planning, where we asked a lot of questions of our staff. We've certainly witnessed compliance from the operators, and I think that's a good sign. Had they, I think, thumbed their nose at the city and the orders that were issued, I think it'd be a different situation. But they have, I think, from almost day one, shown a willingness to comply with the bylaw, and this is now about trying to find a bridge to get us to a place where they can operate like other facilities have across the province. So I'm certainly supportive, and I hope that others over time, if not today, will feel the same.
Thanks, Councillor Collins. And I'm just mindful now, Councillor Johnson has alerted me she has a 2:45 appointment, probably won't get back. With her gone, we'll have about 11 left. Got lots to do, so if you can hang in there with me, the 11 for another 2-3 hours, we'll get through still a lot of this agenda. Councillor Whitehead, please.
Chair, well, and I appreciate the presenters today. When we first dealt with this, or when we were dealing with it at planning, I remember I was one of those hard individuals that said no exceptions, period. We're not, we shouldn't deal with it. And but sometimes when you step back and you investigate, it's very helpful. And I think I did more investigation subsequent to that discussion than I did before that the discussion, so I'll put that on the table right from the get-go. And actually, I learned from a good councillor right around the table, sometimes it's worthwhile to take a step out of the confines of our office and go and visit a location and take a look at what takes place at that location and question the staff. And I did that. And that was, like with St. Leonard's, this was a great experience for me to go into that facility and understand exactly what's taking place, what they do, how they perform. And when I look at the bylaw, the reason why we pass bylaws is to ensure the safety and health and well-being of our community. And when I look at the bylaw, that's what we're trying to achieve in regards to the lengths and so forth of the reptiles, the type of reptiles that they can keep. But the other side of that coin is that if you want, and I would rather have those reptiles out of those homes, out of the community, quite frankly, but there needs to be some form of depot, some form of expertise within the community that can help facilitate getting these reptiles out of those homes where they should never be. And when you take a look at what was it, the number I heard? There's 12 in a year with our SPCA, and there was, I think I heard 40 at 40 that was turned in at the reptile zoo. Clearly, there's an incentive for individuals to find a home that they can rely on, and this home, and even if it's an interim measure until they can house it out of this community and where it's more appropriate, that makes it more appealing for more people to come front as opposed to hiding their illegal reptiles, to give them up, knowing and having the comfort they're putting it to a good organization is going to make every effort to house them in an appropriate location. So safety, and the other issue, of course, clearly is if this was a pre-existing facility, we would have, with no question, it would have been exempted by the bylaw. And I look at what we did, for example, we had issues and concerns about adult entertainment, and I don't know how many facilities we had at one time, but this council said we're not going to have any more than 2. in this community, and we're down to 2. So clearly we have the ability in regards to licenses to determine, to meet the needs of the community, the safety of the community, to restrict it, not necessarily completely eliminate it. I think that this reptile zoo and the operators are very committed not only to the community, but certainly to the education of the broader community. And part of that education, by the way, that they provide is about the bylaw. Part of the education they're providing in regards to anyone going into that facility that are looking to purchase or just getting educated on the reptiles, one of the things they're doing is talking about the fact that these are the illegal reptiles within the city bylaw. So they're actually helping get the information and the education out there. So there's so many positives about this particular operation that I've learned over the last number of weeks that clearly I support us revisiting or visiting an amendment to accommodate whatever fashion. I mean, I'm not going to prejudge what comes forward. I mean, I still don't think I want to see proliferation of it, but it makes sense that we have at least one organization that has that expertise and offers a refuge to get more of those and make our bylaw job a heck of a lot easier in regards to enforcement, so that at least there's an interim location that they can bring those illegal reptiles. So I certainly support what's before us.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor McCaddy, please.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I have, as you might suspect from my earlier comments, a very different perspective on this. I guess back to sort of the fundamentals of the discussion today, we're talking about changes to the bylaw while we're in the middle of an enforcement initiative against a particular organization. And I don't think that it's appropriate to suggest changes to the bylaw or ask for an investigation of changes to the bylaw right in the middle of an enforcement activity. I think that's just sort of first principles for councils, for governments of all sorts. For whatever reason, there's been a full court press on this issue by the organization and their supporters. I'd like to suggest there are some other perspectives on this issue, other professionals who could come before us with very different perspectives. They're not here. I suspect they're not here because they felt there was an enforcement exercise and we weren't going to take any substantive action today on this issue. So, you know, I think there's a real fairness question in terms of, and a real concern about council taking action without having the full picture on this issue. You know, really a questionable way of bringing an issue forward to committee, suggesting that we're not going to ask any questions or we're not going to take any action. We respect the enforcement activity that's underway, but yet that's not the case. The motion before us takes us the next step, looking at the bylaw itself and seeing whether there could be changes to the bylaw. It doesn't make sense to do that in the middle of an enforcement exercise. Again, I know a little bit about this issue, but I'm certainly not an expert, and you know, I understand there are some real disease problems with reptiles, and especially with children. And this, if you look on the website of this organization, there's interactions with children seems to be one of the major focus activities. With a boa constrictor wrapped around a child and lots of children handling the animals. This may not be as much in the store itself as it is out in the the camps and the school programs and all the outreach activities that the organization undertakes. So I mean, there's that disease exercise, and you know, there's a public health concern there, and you know, we don't have that before us today. You know, I think there could be other issues. I raised the issue of whether this is a certified sanctuary. If the SPCA and others are bringing animals to this organization, individuals in the community who can't look after those animals, you know, is there some government oversight on this organization? Clearly, they're highly motivated, good people. And that's been apparent today, and I would never say anything different than that. But I don't see any government oversight on this organization in terms of it being a recognized sanctuary to take these animals in and to take next steps with those particular animals. My own personal view is that a lot of this perpetuates the reptile trade as kids see snakes, and boy, I'd like one of those snakes too in my house. I think that's overall perpetuates the problem that we're dealing with here. Too many reptiles and people that can't look after them. And of course, back to why the bylaw was set up in the first place, a number of these animals that are simply unsafe, particularly in an urban environment. And the New Brunswick situation that I think happened right around planning committee discussion earlier with I think it was the boa constrictor dropping through the ceiling and onto the kids, or the details of that. That's an example of what could happen. Thank goodness it hasn't happened in the lifetime of the organization that we're talking about today, and nor elsewhere in Hamilton as far as I know. That's a good thing. But without any kind of government oversight, I think, in terms of sanctuary of handling these animals, that's remains a concern. So I'm fundamental, and I'll finish off, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the time. Just very, very concerned about taking this action at this point without delegations from other organizations that may have different views, who weren't here today because we weren't really supposed to be dealing with this in any substantive way today, and it turns out we're being asked to look at modifying the bylaw that's subject to the enforcement action. That's concerning.
Thanks, Councillor McCaddy. Councillor Clark and Deval. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. So I've read the motion about 3 or 4 times now. My understanding, and I looked at Councillor Marula to confirm, we're not really making any decision in terms of what the new bylaw would be. It's just a question of having them report back with possibilities to create exemptions or amendments, I guess would be the terminology. That's correct. Okay. So I share a lot of concerns that Councillor McCaddy has. Councillor Whitehead is correct. It did come before planning. I wouldn't have used the terminology that we were clouded on the issue. It was pretty clear. It was an enforcement issue. And the planning committee doesn't deal with enforcement. We don't do that. Even on the licensing tribunal, we don't deal with enforcement. We make decisions, adjudication after the enforcement issue has come before us. If, in fact, there's going to be changes to this bylaw, I'm going to encourage our staff to be cognizant of the fact that the bylaw is a responsible animal ownership bylaw. It did not contemplate zoos. So if we're now going to contemplate zoos and regulating zoos, whether it's an urban zoo or whatever terminology you come up with, sanctuary, respite, I have no idea. I don't know what the terms would be. We're going to have to look at other issues. We're going to have to look at whether or not the animals are being kept separate from human population, the risk of exposure. You're going to have to look at the risk in terms of, watch documentaries on television and showed them handling a python, and the python got a little bit ticked off and went after someone who was there just checking out the python. You can't predict the behavior, so who regulates that? And if an animal gets struck, or if a child gets struck by a python, what's the city's liability if we've now turned around and set up a regulation to allow for that interaction with animals that we have previously indicated are prohibited? Kind of creates a problem for us in terms of law. The animal's not allowed, you're not allowed to own it, but you're allowed to go to a store and interact directly with it, hold it. So what's the liability for the city? I'm just asking rhetorical questions. I'm not, but these are questions that you're going to have to consider. Is the facility separate and a standalone facility? Because clearly if it's a facility where there's apartments above, as we saw in New Brunswick, the snake got out, went above, and there was a problem. Can these animals get out and get through the wall into the stores or restaurants down the mall? Again, we didn't contemplate this. We were talking about animal ownership. We didn't even spend one iota of time thinking about or considering what regulations would be required to allow a facility to operate like Little Raised. So, you know, Councilor Marula is correct. It needs to be, there has to be some consideration for it. I don't know what will happen from it. I can't predict the future. I can't speculate. But no bylaw is static. So, you know, if we were going to permit it by an exemption, then it's simply we can't say, okay, do what you want. As soon as we permit it as an exemption, now we have responsibilities because we're allowing it within the municipal boundaries, where on one side you're saying it's prohibited, but in this case it's not. So what are the restrictions? What are the regulations? What are the policies? And who's going to enforce it? Who's going to do the inspections? And the list goes on. So those are the things that I would just encourage staff to look at. I'm still not comfortable with the motion. I've made that clear all along, but I understand fully what Councilor Marula is talking about, and we've dealt with these things many times in the past. The bylaw evolves over time, and we have to make modifications accordingly. I just want to make sure that we have our eyes fully open when we're starting to look at these things.
Mr. Hazel has nodded in the affirmative. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Duval, please.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I appreciate all the comments, and Councillor Clark, you made some good points, I asked a lot of those questions myself on a sidebar, but I'm a type of person that I hate snakes. I hate them. I don't like alligators. They're not my buddies. And I'll tell you something, I'll run as fast as hell, even trying to find one, or one finds me. However, I was really educated when one of my residents, Jennifer Singh, asked me to look into this. And I know that Little Raised had asked all the councillors to come down, but I didn't. Because I thought it was crazy that nobody should have an alligator, nobody should have a python snake or a boa constrictor or anything. I think it's ludicrous. But I found out that people do have them. And when I went down to really find out what was going on down there, I was so educated, I couldn't believe it, that it's actually happening, that people buy this stuff and sometimes have to give them up, and they'll either release them out into the wild or they'll find a home for them. But what Little Raised did, what impressed me, was the educational aspect of it that many school boards are using. So, and we all have a responsibility to our children, and what's more than being responsible is teachers going down and actually educating the children with them. So they're pretty responsible people. So when I looked at this and saying, okay, they're not selling them, it's an educational process, I asked questions about our own services actually using this establishment to help them out in different circumstances. And as we heard today from the lady from Connie, and she does the same thing, it's a vital service for them. So it's basically, to me, more of a safeguard than it is of a danger to the city of Hamilton, because we're not just throwing our responsibilities, that people that do bring them in illegal, and they shouldn't be, are bringing them in illegal into the city, and then we're finding a place for them instead of just throwing them back out and asking some other municipalities to look after them. So I believe there should be safeguards. I completely understand where Councillor Clark and Councillor McCaddy is coming from, but it is something we have to look at. It is a zoo, and it's some of the safeguards that we have, even the African lion safari. I guess, you know, who's the responsible? I guess it's like a lion or a tiger or a giraffe or something that comes in, and you get too close to it and you might get hurt. Who's the responsibility? What happens to that? So there's good questions, and I support the motion coming forward that we should relook at this, and I'd be interested in what staff comes back with, but and everybody else that gets a chance to go and look at it, because honestly, here's a guy that would run from any kind of alligator or snake and don't think people should have him, but certainly learned a lesson through being educated. What this establishment does. It helps Hamilton. So I support it. Thank you.
I can't believe a former union leader would be afraid of anything, Councillor Duval. But anyways, Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues for allowing the presenters today to come forward and say their piece. It sounds like they're doing wonderful stuff. I admittedly have not had a chance to visit, so I'll put that out there right now. But you all know that I'm a stickler for process. And I believe there is a process in place right now. We have a compliance issue here. I would feel more comfortable if the compliance was met and then come back in and let's start the process to allow this zoo to be exempted. I have a problem when we're in the middle of something and then we try to switch gears at the end. I appreciate what people are saying, that if this was here a year ago, it would have been different. But we went through a very exhaustive animal bylaw that it turned us inside out. I think we had 2 10-hour meetings over it, and at that time there was nothing coming forward to say, what about us? So just to respect the process, to respect the fact that we're doing it the right way, so at the end of the day, if there's any issues, there's any problems, we have it covered. And I think it gives Rays a little bit of time to also come up to the plate to say, look, we respect this is what we want to do, lead us into the right direction and get this out on the plate. I think this motion, in my opinion, is a little bit premature. I'd feel more comfortable if it came after the compliance was met. So that's why I have an issue with it right now. But again, Little Rays, you're doing a great job. I wish this was a totally different scenario we were looking at right now. I wish that they had come in a year ago when we were going through all this, and so I want to make sure we've done this properly. Given the fact of the subject matter and everybody's queasiness around the table, I can just see what you're doing. I, however, have a morbid fascination for reptiles.
You're sick.
But I'm sick, according to my colleague. But anyways, again, this is just process. It has nothing to do with the organization. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Partridge, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I think I know what I'm going to get Councillor Duval for Christmas. No, seriously, and we do have a heavy agenda, so I'm not going to reiterate a lot of what's been said around the table. I'm on the Planning Committee, and we did have, as Councillor Johnson said, exhaustive discussion. But I do support this. I do support this motion that's before us, and I have some comfort in the fact that it's not coming back until February 2014. We do, and I too do feel that we need to follow the process. The compliance issue will be dealt with by the 16th of December, and if it's not, that will be referenced in the report that's coming back to us on the 14th. I'm quite sure that would be included. So it is coming back to the Planning Committee, which I also appreciate Councillor Marula including that, because I think that's appropriately where it needs to be dealt with. That is the committee that has charge of it. And that will allow further discussion. To Councillor McCaddy's point as well, it will also allow for the public to come in and have opportunity to present, because it will be a public meeting. So I took some comfort in that as well, that, and I do think we need to have as much public input as we can around any of those, such as Little Ray's Reptile, that didn't have the opportunity to come forward before. So I do support this. I did not have the opportunity to visit Little Ray's Reptile. It's not something that I prefer to deal with those issues directly at the council table, but kudos to you. So anyway, thank you. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Councillor Partridge. Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and certainly appreciate the timeliness of moving forward. I do have one question, though, because I know Councillor Johnson raised it, and I have similar concerns. Is that this is being premature, and I'd like to ask through you to our city solicitor, what position does this direction in the motion put our staff, the municipality, in, having to have this addressed by December the 14th?
Janice?
So through the Deputy Mayor, I think that there is some concern, but I think that the way the timing of the information in the report coming back to Planning Committee will be in February, all things being equal, the expectation is that Little Rays is working diligently towards compliance by the middle of December. And as Councillor Partridge mentioned, I'm sure that if there is some a failure to comply, that can be referenced in the material, but this provides an opportunity for council at planning committee, I should say, to consider what kind of criteria there ought to be in the event of premises or organizations that do come forward that want to have consideration under that bylaw. So.
Thank you, and I appreciate that clarification. So what I'm hearing, the undertones of what you're saying is that for Little Rays, as they're listening, that they should continue to pursue compliance with the bylaw if they want this to be looked at positively in a report that'll come forward in February, correct? I'm just afraid, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that it doesn't become a situation where, well, you're reviewing this, so we're okay to continue what we're doing. That's my only concern, and I don't want to see that happen. I want to be sure that what we had in place is being met, that our staff and our bylaws are not being taken advantage of because we're saying let's have another look at it. So with that understanding and seeing what comes back, I can support this bylaw today, this motion today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pearson. And Councillor Farr, first-time speaker.
First and last, I'll be very brief. This is one of those feasibility motions before us. Mr. Deputy Mayor, relieved at what I'm hearing from our solicitor, relieved at what I've heard from the delegate with respect to the issue as it stands legally. Timing's going to work here. As chairman of the planning committee, I felt it appropriate to chime in and just briefly state I look forward to the day and invite all members of council to be present when it does appear on our agenda. And certainly welcome all delegates from the outside to speak on either side of the issue. I do support what is here, and thanks for the time.
Thanks, Councillor Farr. Second-time speaker, Councillor Duval. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you, Councillor Duval. It's all here before us, moved and seconded. All in favor, a standing recorded vote has been called for. All those in favor, please rise. I'll read it out for you, Carolyn. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Partridge, myself, Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Duval, Councillor Collins, Councillor Marula, Councillor Farr. All opposed, please stand. Councillor McCaddy, Councillor Clark. The motion carries. Okay, Little Rays, that motion and issue is dealt with at this time. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda, Ken Seville. Ken, are you here? Where is Ken Seville? Ken Seville, wave to me. Where are you, Ken Seville? Where are you? Oh, Ken, there you are, please. Yep, come on down, Ken. No, the committee, we're just going to keep working through. If some of you need a washroom break, a little refreshment break, fine, but maintain quorum as much as possible. Ken Seville, to approach the podium to provide an update on the work being done by the Citizen Engagement Initiative convening table. And that looks like a very familiar face there at the podium, beside Paul Johnson, Patricia Saunders. Good to see you, Pat. And Paul, Paul, are you going to introduce this? Wonderful, Paul. I just had Ken down as a keynote speaker, but carry on, Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Just to provide a bit of context, we're actually, thanks to you and committee and clerks for helping us out, we're going to combine the staff presentation, of which there won't be one, with the delegation here. This is a group of folks that have been working with staff around the Citizen Engagement Initiative. A number of them have come today, as you can see, to be part of this. And I do also want to mention publicly that Toby Yull and Graham Crawford, who are also part of this group, were not able to stay through to this time due to work commitments, but we're also here earlier this morning. We've been working hard at progressing on the Citizen Engagement Initiative. Staff have been trained, and now 15 of your staff hold a certificate from the International Association of Public Participation. They are going to continue to be a resource to this organization to help ensure that we do quality engagement on all of the projects that move forward. But the other piece that's really exciting is that we're working very closely with a number of citizens to advance an overall overall approach to engagement that we can provide to you for your consideration in the coming months. And so a few of them are going to take you through a short presentation today. I'll be available from a staff perspective to answer any questions on the information report, and obviously my friends here who have been part of the committee are here to answer all sorts of questions as well. And with that, impersonating Ken Seville, she says, is Pat Saunders, who's going to kick things off.
So
Thank
Paul,
you.
just before you turn over to Pat, just so the chair is clear, you're combining 7-1, which would have been staff presentation, with the volunteer citizen engagement that Ken Seville had asked to be a delegation for. We're combining it together.
That's correct.
And whoever's going to speak beyond you, Pat, or Ken will identify themselves for the record.
Correct.
Wonderful. Thank you, Paul. Pat, welcome.
Thank you very much. How are your tummies? I hope they're still okay.
Oh, you just begin, Pat. We're fine. You just carry on.
Well, it is my pleasure to be the lead-off speaker in presenting the progress report of the Citizens Engagement Committee. Have we got the slide up? Okay. Well, it is very clear to us that more and more residents are want a clearer and stronger voice in their government, how their government operates. There's a real sense that doing something now is almost too late. That shared sense of urgency, though, we believe, is a good thing. It aligns very much with the kind of momentum that we're experiencing throughout Hamilton at this very moment. We believe that we have an opportunity to really contribute to the achievement of our stated vision through the citizen engagement work. We are speaking today on behalf of a group that is truly diverse. We have citizens from all over the city with different types of backgrounds and expertise. We're also looking at what other cities have done around the world on citizen engagement. And we're using resident expertise to make sure that our approach is a made-in-Hamilton solution. We believe that there are a number of key benefits to the approach that we're taking, including it honors the city's vision. It will be built by and for your constituents in all parts of Hamilton. Oops. Missed my page here. It will provide a list of the very positive outcomes that you'll see much more of in a few minutes. At the end of the presentation, we'd like to ask for a couple of things. The first is that you continue to support us and that you remain open to hearing about any resource requirements that we may have moving forward. Two, that you tell us what's working for each of you now as it relates to engaging your own constituents. Okay. Do we change our thing? Okay. In terms of where we're going over the next few minutes, citizen representatives and staff who have been working together to move the engagement project forward are here and would like to provide an update on the work we are doing together. The key areas we will cover are listed on this slide. A few other citizens and myself will make a brief presentation and would be happy to take your questions. Okay, new slide. These are the members of our team. It includes staff and residents, all of whom are equal participants at the table. Not all of the representatives are able to make this today, but all have participated by attending meetings, presenting feedback, opinions, discussing how to approach citizen engagement, and offering our best advice about how to proceed with this important initiative. All of us are sharing our thoughts to help determine what is the best way to engage citizens so that everyone who lives in Hamilton is more involved in their city, has trust and confidence and in the local decision-making, and is mutually solving the problems we face now and in the future. It is now my pleasure to turn the mic over to my colleague and participant of the committee, Alex Sevigny.
Thank you, Pat. And all members of committee, you have a hard copy of the presentation, the slide presentation in front of you. Well, welcome, Alex.
Thank you. I'm Alex Sevigny. I'm a professor at McMaster University and proud member of this committee. The city's vision statement provides our context. And our work, that is to say the engagement of residents, is part of the vision, and it's aligned completely with our goal. We think that all four components of our vision statement are important, and we've been focusing our efforts on the part of the vision that speaks to engaging community. Citizen engagement is the fundamental driver of everything in the vision statement, if you think about it. In fact, citizen engagement brings life to the whole vision. If you look at this slide, there's a wonderful graphic representation of the City of Hamilton's strategic framework. And if you look at the focus on the, staff have shared the city's vision, strategic priorities, and cultural pillars. Engagement, as you can see from this chart, is completely aligned with the city's vision, the city's strategic priorities, and the cultural pillars. We are starting where you are. When we say all of Hamilton, all of the City of Hamilton's residents, and when we use the term full diversity, we mean everyone. It is inclusive of age, gender, economic status, ethnic and cultural background, sexual orientation, religion, geographic location, whether it's rural or whether it's urban. There's a place that we are setting at the engagement table for everyone to join in and connect with each other. It's about inclusiveness. That is the spirit of engagement that we are trying to create. When our group talked about what do we want to get out of this, and why are we putting our valuable time, our precious time and energy into citizen engagement, we generated a lot of ideas. And I can tell you, it was a very positive experience being part of this conversation. When we reviewed our meeting notes, we identified 10 outcomes. The first 5 are internally focused. You see them on this slide. And the next 5, which you'll see on the next slide, have a more external focus. So you see more relevant and better policy, more people voting, improved operating efficiencies, improved staff morale, improved civic reputation, amongst other things that can lead to more investment. These are all very positive things. Hamilton is a complex, growing, modern city. Other neighboring municipalities in Ontario have established citizen engagement policies, agreements, charters, and ways of working together. We are lagging behind and functioning in old ways. Not to say that old ways are bad ways, but times change. These ways are not taking advantage of citizen interest and contemporary technology. So you can see that we believe that there are both operational and aspirational advantages to enhancing engagement in Hamilton. Look at this list. Mutual trust, increased pride and confidence in our city, a broader sense of community, mutual ownership of solutions and ideas. That's huge. A new way of doing things. Inspires a new confidence, a new sense of co-creation of the way we do things. Engagement is not a feel-good exercise. It can help us identify better ways of doing things, encourage investment, and build a strong sense of joint ownership of the future of Hamilton. A word about our roadmap. This diagram reflects the work of the convening table and also paints a broader picture of the work that will follow. Nobody wanted to spend their time in an unstrategic or unfruitful effort. So you can see the result of the planning and foresight in putting this process together. We are the members of the convening table, and our role is to develop a strong foundation for a broader engagement committee that will be formed in the new year. That committee will fully develop the community engagement charter, which we'll talk about more in a minute, and work with the city to develop a sustainable approach to high-quality citizen engagement. As convening table members, we will provide advice on a recruitment strategy, which will ensure the engagement committee continues to be fully diverse, inclusive, and representative. One of the tools that can help us is the development of an engagement policy, which we've been calling a charter. It's a commonly used term, a term that other jurisdictions are using. Many other communities, including our neighbors in Burlington, have developed a charter. While it won't solve all of our engagement needs, it provides an important foundation. Citizen engagement makes decision-making transparent, and it strengthens accountability. It says very clearly that everyone has a role to play. If engagement is a journey, then what a charter does is it provides the rules of the road and offers a clear description of roles and responsibilities, expectations, and a code of conduct. This charter needs to be completed soon, and we are committed to moving forward on this as quickly as possible. We've already mentioned the cultural pillars because we as citizens are prepared to embrace these pillars, just as you and your staff are doing right now. These pillars further define how we will behave and can help us measure what we will produce. Again, strategy, planning, and effective engagement. Elected officials have been have decision-making power, but the opinions, expertise, and points of view of our diverse population are invaluable because they strengthen council's capacity to make better decisions. We believe the time is now to increase our commitment to meaningful engagement. The public demands it. The technological zeitgeist demands it. It's a positive opinion. The mood is open. Change is in the air. Engagement is part of that change. Positive change. We need to consider Hamilton's uniqueness to make our approach to engagement work for us. We need a Hamilton solution for engagement. I'm now happy to introduce the next speaker, Sadie.
Thank you very much, Alex. Sadie Wolf?
Yes,
welcome,
good
Sadie.
afternoon. Thank you. We will continue to work together to year-end and bring our best advice forward. We are forming what we believe are the conditions that will make the engagement initiative successful. For example, one condition for success may be the development of core values and principles of engagement. However, the full development of Hamilton's engagement principles must be crafted by a community engagement committee, with opportunities for citizens to weigh in and contribute their ideas too. The convening table will develop a strategy for recruiting a citizen engagement committee reflective of Hamilton's diverse community. We feel very positive about this approach. Hamilton is a culturally rich and diverse modern city, a hotbed of creativity and growth. This initiative presents a great opportunity to get everyone on board, to become more actively involved in civic government. Citizens, staff, and council have an important role to play working together to find solutions to the challenges we face and to be part of the new Hamilton that is emerging. As we said at the beginning, we are asking you to continue to support us. We know that this initiative is taking longer to implement than you originally planned. But we feel we have the right approach now, and we are eager to work with you and your staff to quickly complete the steps. We ask you to please share what you know, what works with your constituents to get them involved, and what doesn't work. After all, you are already engaging across the city every day. And please let us know how else you want to be involved. As you can see, at our last meeting, we all signed on. Will you? Thank you.
Well, thanks, Sadie. Ken, you were the only one that registered before today to actually speak, and you graciously allowed everybody else to take the platform.
They said it all.
Fantastic. Okay. Thank you to everyone, and we have the list of all who were present and have been part of this process here for the public consumption. Excellent presentation, and thank you for the update. Councillor Clark first, please. Questions of the presenters?
I don't have questions. I just wanted to thank them for their participation in the process. I didn't have expectations that it was going to happen in a couple of months, or I knew that it was going to be a little bit more detailed process because that's what civic engagement does. I can tell you 30, 40 years ago, governments would have shied away from civic engagement because they can get things done quicker without civic engagement. Unfortunately, they also don't connect with the citizens and end up with controversy. So this is an excellent process. I'm really incredibly impressed in terms of what you brought forward so far. I'll sign, and anything you need from me or my constituents in my ward, they'll be very pleased to participate. It's really a job well done. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And there sounds like it's a large commitment and a lot of excitement in moving this forward to our next steps. It got off to a bumpy start, and we want to make sure we got it fixed. And I think you heard you say we got it right this time. My only suggestion to you is when you put up names like these, I heard you say that you represent the entire city, and it impacts everyone in the whole city. A lot of these names, I don't know who they are, and it'd be helpful for me to get comfortable that the entire city is represented if you had where the residence is, or in the cases city staff say, city staff and title. Just so we can get real comfortable when I'm back in Ancaster, that Ancaster's got representation here. I see Denise O'Connor's name up here. I think she lives in Ancaster, but it would help if I knew where everybody resided to make sure we got good representation, just like you see around the council table. There's one from every ward, so the whole city is represented. Answer that one.
Yeah, please. Yes, Ken.
So we actually did talk about that really initially, which we said, one of the things was, is this representative? And I stood up and a number of people said, this isn't representative. We're just a convening table to bring representatives together. So the next stage, there will be the engagement group or committee will actually be fully representational.
Okay, that's great. And I like you put the names up. Just tell me where they're from so we can see the Stony Creekers represented, Binbrook represented. Good stuff. But I don't know that. I don't know you, and just would be helpful to help me understand better. Thank you.
Good suggestion, though, Councillor Ferguson. Thank you. Councillor Farr, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I had to step out and miss the first half of the presentation, and I regret having to have done that. They wanted me to do a little radio interview on a previous delegation, but there are a lot of familiar faces before us. There is great evidence, Mr. Deputy Mayor, of already engaged individuals well before they took part in this important process. I had the privilege of attending the first engagement meeting at Bonetto Recreation Center, a portion of it, the kickoff to it, and it was a great kickoff. It evolved into some very good discussion, and it evolved into what we see before us today. That, of course, emanated from the DP debacle, for lack of a better term, but certainly, it's very clear to all of us here, but quite obviously the community, that we're headed in the right direction. And I would regret, I know they're coming up soon, but I would regret as well not to publicly say for the record, and I'm sure I speak for most, if not all, of the folks up here, that it's been great engagement with the staff involved in this particular very important assignment. Mike Kirkopoulos, Paul Johnson, and many others have done a remarkable job to date. They continue to use their ears and mouth in that capacity, listen more than talk, and certainly it's proven to be effective here, and I know this will be successful in the end, and whatever I can do going forward to assist as the Ward 2 representative in a very already engaged ward, I'm more than happy to answer that call. Thank you. And
Thanks, Councillor Farr. Well said. Thank you. Councillor McCaddy, please.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to thank everybody for taking the time to get involved in this. It's such a critical topic, but it's such a large topic as well. So some people get involved in something that's very focused, a transportation plan for a particular area, a neighborhood, part of a neighborhood. You can kind of get that, because it's really focused and that sort of thing. But the task that you're taking on is so large and generic. It's a difficult activity, and you need to really think big and that's a hard thing to do, Mr. Deputy Mayor, so just hats off to you for doing that. And just any wisdom you've accumulated so far, any examples you can give us of a type of public participation that's been creative or interesting based on your work so far? I know you've still got lots of work to do. You may not have got to that yet, but that's the kind of thing that we're looking for here, I think, around this table. Some interesting ideas and different things. Anybody want to offer anything up so far just for us to take back as a gem of wisdom? Mr. Deputy Mayor?
From this august group, David? Dave? Please, Dave.
Yes, quite a few of us are actually representatives from different groups throughout the city. I'm the president of the North End Neighbors and chair of the Jamesville community. With stuff like the Cannon Street bike lanes, I was here before a few weeks ago with the Cannon Street. I've been bringing this up. This group actually started from, originally there were 7 of us. We were called the Group of 7. Gradually later on people had bought into it, and the group has actually grown larger. Like quite a few people work during the day so they couldn't attend. Some people are off from school and that, but they do want to get involved. With the branches we have, we've already gotten input from different communities. I know I have. I've spoken with a few department heads on this.
Okay. Thanks, Dave. So, we have open houses, we have various things that we do at the city to try and get input, deputations. You heard lots of those today if you've been here earlier today.
6 hours.
Yeah, and there was still more to go, I think. So that's all good stuff, but, I know we're getting back into the Vision 2020 process next year. I think that's our next report. Mr. Deputy Mayor touches on that. So that might be a really exciting opportunity. How do we engage on something as large and critical as a new vision for the city, or a renewed vision for the city? Vision 2050 perhaps is what we're going to call it. We'll see what you think. So just hats off, and look forward to all kinds of creative ideas, things to guide us in the days and weeks ahead. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor McCaddy. Councillor Partridge, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and welcome everyone. It was a great presentation. You did a super job. So can I just ask, I just want to make sure I understand this. So this is the kind of core group, and then you're going to do some outreach from here. Could you just maybe explain, and particularly Flamborough, because that's the area that I represent, what are your plans to outreach to the outlying areas?
Who would like to tackle that?
And is there anyone is there anyone from Flamborough on your group?
Paul, do you want to start with a response, please?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in terms of the next steps, this group is going to provide advice about exactly how we recruit a group moving forward that's truly reflective of all the areas geographically as well as other demographics that we want to cover. So in that case, we'll be providing some ideas, and we'll actually want to check in with you, with all of you, around how we make sure that that's well done. I don't actually believe there's anybody on this particular group that's from Flamborough. This was a group that came out of some kickoff meetings that we had. They put their hands up and said, we're prepared to do some of those first action items and get us to the point where we can pull that fully reflective group together. So that's the stage we'll go forward with. And this is also a group that's committed to learning about how to reach out to areas of our community, all areas of our community. So again, we need to check in. So consider this to be a group that's learning, providing advice, but certainly the fully formed engagement committee, which will kick off in the new year, will take into account all the geography of the city of Hamilton.
And thank you for that answer, Paul. And I really want to encourage you to, I'm always thumping the table for the people in Flamborough. Don't forget about us. Because even though we are physically divided from Hamilton with the escarpment up there, we are part of this city. And I really need a commitment from you folks to do your outreach. I will help you. Absolutely, get in touch with me. But I want to hear that there's going to be a concerted effort done, not just for Flamborough, but for Glanbrook and for other areas as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Partridge. Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I certainly also want to thank everyone for being here. And I know Franz is here from Stony Creek, so thank you, Franz, and from my ward. Appreciate that, and certainly the vision that you put before us is exciting. If I had to say it in one word, it's absolutely exciting. And I'm reading the page that you put, your strategic framework, the shot that you had up there. I'm reading all the cultural pillars and everything else, and if there's one thing that caught my eye that really sums it all up, it's collective ownership, because it really addresses everything. And if I had to say there's anything I ever say to residents that call me about issues in the ward, I said, oh, you have to take ownership to some of these issues. You have to take ownership to the parks, or, you have to be a part of solutions. You can't just keep complaining, and that's the frustrating part as an elected official. We get the complaints, but you have to also equally say, you have to have part of the responsibility to make sure that this doesn't happen, or to work in improving neighborhoods, being part of that neighborhood initiative. And I think that's what all of you are here to try and achieve, and I commend you all, and I certainly also will put my hat forward to say that I would love to be part of anything that you need to assist you in getting this message across. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pearson. Well said. Councillor Clark, second time.
I just wanted to stress that, from my perspective, one of the challenges that amalgamation created is a city that is unified in law, but not necessarily unified in spirit. And we have a city that's really divided. And we see it every day when we have issues come in here. The divisions can be very sharp, whether or not we're dealing with transit versus cars, or whether or not we're dealing with development charges, the impact in the suburbs versus downtown Hamilton. There's these sharp divisions, and it's my hope that this process will help to soften those divisions. With, in my mind, the long term, the divisions will disappear. We'll become that one city. And we're talking about Hamilton, we're all in it, because at the moment, when people in my community speak about Hamilton, they're talking about downtown Hamilton. They don't see themselves as a part of Hamilton. And so we're not there yet. And I'm hoping that this process will help start resolving those issues and bringing people together. So just keep that in the back of your mind, Paul, as you're going forward, reaching out for the next round of folks who are going to join you on this trip. Let's really make sure that we drill down hard to make sure that we're unifying the city through the process, as well as developing an excellent civic engagement program.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Thank you so much to the 14... Councillor Barola, my apologies, I didn't hear you earlier.
No. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I appreciate the presentation, but I do want to touch upon what Councillor Clark mentioned. And having been here since amalgamation, I can assure you, though, we've come a long way where that division is nowhere near what it used to be. I needed to highlight that only because I see, and I spoke to Councillor Ferguson about the population increase in Ancaster alone. And all three of my sisters live in Ancaster now. The suburbs have changed to a point where there are transplanted Hamiltonians, Torontonians. Back in 2000, there was a true division, and one that was an ugly one at that. But we're nowhere near that any longer. Frankly, I've never seen this council so united ever in the history since amalgamation. So I just wanted to emphasize that in case someone left here thinking that that division did exist, because from my perspective, I don't see it at all. And those of us that were here can truly see that comparison. Thank you.
Thank you for that salient comment. So to the 14 of you, thanks so much for your patience. For those that spoke on behalf of the others and the 10 that had to leave, thank you for the yeoman's work that you're doing. Good luck the rest of the way. Thank you. Motion? Yes? Thank you. Motion to receive the formal presentation. Councillor Collins, Councillor Pearson, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. And And to staff's information report, can we move to receive that as well, Paul, as part of this? Moved by Councillor McCaddy, seconded by Councillor Marula. Information report 7-1. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. 7-2, Chris Murray, City Manager. 2013 Strategic Plan Process Update. Upcoming strategic planning process. It's information report 7.2. We do have a handout. City Manager, you're one of the guys that endures anyways, but I guess I should thank you for your patience as well.
Oh, no.
I'm being a little facetious. Okay, Chris.
It's all good.
The floor is yours.
Okay, so PowerPoint's just going up. Thanks, Carolyn. I just have a few slides, so my presentation shouldn't take very long.
All members of the committee should have a hard copy in front of them as well.
Okay. With that, thank you, Deputy Mayor, members of committee. Last year at this time, I had provided you with an update as how we're progressing with the strategic plan. As you know, the plan was approved in April of 2012. It comprises 3 strategic priority areas as identified here: prosperous and healthy community, value and sustainable services, leadership and governance. And under that, we have 13 strategic objectives that support those 3 areas, and under those, we have 64 strategic actions. I recall very clearly at the beginning of this term, messages or comments from many of you was, look, we're tired of trying to accomplish everything. We just want to do a few things well, and at the end of this term, be able to point to things that are clear about how we're moving this community forward. So we took that obviously to heart, and that's why you have the strategic plan that you have, and that's why this organization is focused on very specific things. So with that, you have an information report in front of you that has a rather lengthy appendix that identifies exactly where those 65 or 64 action items are at. When I was here last year, we had completed 5, 54 are in progress, 5 are not yet started. Today, we have got 13 completed, 50 are in progress. Many of those are well underway, and we have 1 not yet started as of September, but I believe, in fact, we probably could reduce that to 0 as we speak, and that deals with the matter of a climate change action plan. But it's not my intent here to go through everything that's in the report. I know we're pressed for time, but suffice it to say that it's been our goal to continue to work through all of these action items and have them delivered so that when you do go to the polls next year, you can point to a number of very fundamental things that have moved this organization forward. And so that's really why I'm here today. The second part of my information report, though, speaks to a range of things here that you've heard me talk about before, but these are matters that are kind of in front of us now and matters that are coming down the road that we have to be cognizant of. And so, it goes without saying, we're an aging population. We know in 10 years we're going to have twice as many seniors as we do now. We know all about our infrastructure challenges. We know all about the healthcare costs and how they're rising. We know all about the pressure that we're under to try and repeat operating budgets that are as close to 0 as possible. So all of these changes are important, and so this brings me to something I now need to talk about. And the direction from Council, as outlined in our strategic plan, when you look at strategic objective 1.6, enhance overall sustainability. And when we say sustainability, we're not just simply focused on financial sustainability, although that's critical. We also include into that economic, social, environmental, and cultural. And so it talks specifically in item 3 of 1.6, a new community vision that will form the basis for future strategic plans, revisiting the role of Vision 2020 and looking toward overall sustainability. I'll speak to Vision 2020, kind of where it came from and where we are now and where I believe we need to go with respect to that. The second, though, objective 2.1, implement processes to improve services, leverage technology, validate cost effectiveness and efficiencies across the corporation, develop and implement a financial sustainability plan. You heard recently you approved a debt policy. That's an important tool amongst a number that all support where ultimately I think we're trying to go, and that is to ensure that we are financially sustainable into the future. And so we also know that the term of this strategic plan ends at the end of 2015. We will need a new strategic plan for 2016. And so with that, then there's some work I think we need to do in order to marry a couple of concepts together. And as you know, and the triangle that you see here on your left, the vision, of course, is Vision 2020, which was created in 1992, was renewed in 2003. 2020 is mere 7 years away, which is virtually tomorrow in terms of visioning exercises go. There's one thing, though, I do need to point out that back in 1992, there were many things that we weren't contemplating at that time. I don't think there was such a thing as social media. I don't think, the global economy was as vivid in our minds. And all the other things that have been unfolding that we've seen in the last 10 years, which begs the question in terms of what will the next 30 years look like. And so hence the reason to start thinking about, what is our vision for the next 30 years? What is it that we should be taking in consideration? And so with that, our strategic plan, as you know, this is the second iteration of it. The first one was basically developed between council and senior management. The second one, the one that we're dealing with now, 2012 to 2015, was a bit broader in terms of its involvement of staff. We certainly involved the leadership in the organization. Some 600 of us all together were asked questions about values, etc. But it's really time, I think, for the next strategic plan to go even broader in terms of its engagement efforts. I think it'd be really good for our organization, and I mean everyone from the ground up, to be aware of the next iteration of the strategic plan, the importance of it, how it affects their daily lives. So I think it is important that we start thinking in that way. Departmental business plans, which support the strategic plan. As you know, all of us now have departmental business plans. They are 1 year in duration. They are clearly linked to the strategic plans. And supporting those business plans, we have operating plans and work plans. All of that, of course, is the work associated with all of that finds its way into our annual budget. And I know we have talked previously about multi-year budgeting. So again, aside from being more sustainable financially and otherwise, I know you've also talked about wanting to have multi-year budgets, which leads me to my second of last slides here. A community vision. There's no question. Vision 2020 has certainly served this community well, I would say. It is internationally and nationally recognized as a best practice. Many other levels of government have cited the Vision 2020 work. Although I would say it was important, it wasn't implicitly connected to the strategic plan that we are dealing with now, and I would suggest that the next visioning exercise that we undertake should be a bit longer term in thinking. It should be at least 25 years, and the comment that I think Councillor McCaddy made about maybe a 2050 plan is quite reasonable. We should be casting our eyes in terms of decades, and I think it makes sense that we would do that work as we've done it before with engagement of this community. At the end of the day, it is to be developed with this community, but obviously endorsed by council. And that I think what would be equally important is to look at our strategic plan rather than from just strictly a 4-year term, that it's reasonable and it's done other places to have strategic plans that think in terms of 10-year blocks of time. And of course that strategic plan would benefit from the work of that visioning exercise. And so again, I think that strategic plan that we develop next time around should be more engaging. It should be obviously working with the community. I think it'd be wonderful to have 525,000 people understand where we're going as a community in terms of decades, and certainly be there to assist us in terms of what's important in our next strategic plan, as same with staff. Business plans, I think, though, rather than annual business plans, which is what we have right now, our business plans, I think, should coincide with the term of council. I think it would be a strong statement to the community that when you sit down every term of council that you have a business plan you want to accomplish, and supporting those business plans would be our annual operating and work plans. The business plans, by developing them, I think, in a 4-year time frame, would then support any kind of multi-year budgeting that we might contemplate. And of course, in terms of developing business plans, we would of course have supportive policies like our debt policy, reserve policies, and other policies that govern our actions. All of this is certainly key to, I think, becoming financially sustainable in the end, but also I think it speaks to the other elements of sustainability, which I know are important to you. You've seen this in the previous presentation. I'm just going to make this comment in terms of vision and strategic priorities, which are the basic aspects of our strategic plan. Culture is important. I know I've stood in front of you and said that we really need to be conscious about the culture of our organization, make sure our staff are clear on what it is that we expect of them. There's a great video, if you ever get a chance, on YouTube that talks about culture eats strategy for lunch. And if you get a chance, it's about a 3-minute video, check it out. You can have all the strategy in the world, you can have it all well written down, well researched, but if the culture of your organization isn't healthy, isn't engaged, you will never achieve what is possible. So I'm only showing this diagram to just, again, to reaffirm the importance of having a great vision, having it based on, some knowledge about where the world is evolving to, having a strategy that obviously benefits from understanding that world that's evolving. But in terms of the delivery, at the end of the day, making certain that we have an organization whose cultural pillars are as we have here and that they are taken very seriously. Otherwise, we won't achieve as much as I think we can. The money that's associated with both the visioning exercise and the strategic plan is identified in the capital budget. We've set aside about $250,000. I've looked at previous exercises just around the visioning alone. I know the work that was done in 2003 was over $200,000 just for the refresh that was done at that time. This money is there to ensure that we do engage in good engagement activities in the community. I certainly would want to, before I detail everything in that strategy, be working with the engagement group that you just heard here or their subsequent group to make sure that we do design a very good process for establishing the next vision, the 2050 vision, and of course using that money as well to assist in developing the next strategic plan that we need starting in 2016. So with that, hopefully that wasn't too long. If you've got any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them, and I appreciate your time.
Thanks for the progress update on strategic services and planning process. Thank you, Chris. Councillor Collins, please. Questions or comments to Chris?
A combination of both. I first wanted to thank Chris for the update, and if you look back several years ago, very rarely did we go through this kind of an update, whether it was usually an annual process. Staff would come in and we basically just reiterate everything that was in the plan, and we had very few I think, metrics that sort of monitored our progress as we were moving forward with some or all of the issues that you've referenced here. So I want to commend you and your team that you've worked with. You've done a tremendous job in terms of keeping track of our progress and keeping our feet to the fire and reminding us, whether it's through the budget process or otherwise, that we have some certain goals and objectives within the organization that we're trying to achieve. So thank you for that. I think one of our biggest successful moves was the tying our work plans and business plans to our strategic plan, and that certainly moved this process along. And I think, again, you and your staff are to be commended for that, and certainly this council as well, who supported that process. As we continue, though, to read over the plan, and I had an opportunity, obviously, through the report that you've submitted, to again go over all of the issues that's included in there. I think it strikes most individuals who would read that plan and see it as our priorities, the priorities of our corporation and our council, obviously. And you go through there, and there are certain ones that just, they pop out, right? So everyone would expect that we would have a waterfront strategy. We've worked for years on that, and we're well on our way. We have our airport strategy. We have a master plan for the airport. And so in many of the key strategic areas that move the city along, we have either master plans or we have strategies, or label it however you like. The downtown has one. We have one for transportation. We have one for poverty, and the list goes on. And I think most people, though, who are from outside of this community, maybe even some of those who live in this community, would be surprised that we do not have a brownfield strategy. We have brownfield programs, and they've been very successful. People have come forward and they've taken advantage of those, and we've seen redevelopments happen in all areas of the city. And I think our staff need to be commended for that. And to be clear, those same programs have been mirrored and copied and adopted by other municipalities, not just in Ontario, but elsewhere. I know our staff regularly meet with other municipalities who are just getting into the brownfield issue. But if someone was to come to us and say, what's your strategy to deal with your brownfield properties? We don't have one. And I think for a city like Hamilton that has as much contaminated land as we have, for a city that has as much industry still operating on those lands, knowing that one day, when and if some of them leave, we will have a problem on our hands. And I liken it to the Randall Reef situation. At some point in time, someone, over a decade ago said, you know what, we have this contaminated area within the harbor, it needs to be addressed. And there was a collective, plan put in place where people put the wheels in motion to start thinking about how we would clean that area up, and look at where we are today. I mean, it's taken a long time, but somebody had the vision and the foresight to say, we need a plan to address that, and for as much as there were hiccups and hurdles along the way, it's now happening. I mean, we're in the process of finally, I don't want to say putting the shovels in the ground, but we're on the verge of starting that process. That's not the same case for the brownfield property and brownfield properties, and maybe there's this reluctance to talk about it because it may, for some, signal the end of the industrial era and some of the large companies that continue to operate here. It is a touchy subject in terms of planning for the eventuality that some or all of the big industrial players that we have may not be here one day. But I think if we look south of the border and other places, it's a reality that we're going to have to come to grips with. And so just as we put our minds to what's next as part of the strategic plan, last term I tried the notion of coming up with a brownfield office as part of our ECDEV, and we studied that, and maybe the timing wasn't right. It didn't happen. But I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we don't have a plan or a strategy, and I think it's glaring in the strat plan now if you look through it. I mean, we've addressed all the major issues facing Hamilton, save and except that one big one, in my mind. Maybe others share a difference of opinion. But I'm hoping, Chris, that as you start to prepare for that planning exercise next year, that staff will put their minds to that issue and come up with something that helps council discuss that issue, whoever's sitting around this table in 2015, to help them start to discuss that issue in a very proactive way. Again, this isn't about lamenting the fact that we don't have industry anymore. It's planning for the eventuality that they're not going to be here someday, in whole or in part. So anyway, I know that's a long preamble to that question or that comment, but with some of the recent news that we've had coming out of the Bayfront industrial lands, and knowing that things could change by the hour, I think we need to be prepared for it, and right now we're not. So anyway.
Good.
Chris, any response to that?
Well, I mean, it's it's like any of the challenges that we're given. We're fortunate we have very good staff that can turn their mind to it, and you're absolutely right. It is a bit of a gaping hole. Why we're afraid to deal with it earlier, I don't know. Is there that reticence now? I would say absolutely not. We are steadfast committed to building the economy of Hamilton. And so, just by virtue of the fact that it's being mentioned here, then it becomes something that is going to be in our minds, and I'd be shocked if it doesn't appear as a priority. So the trick here, I got to tell you though, having done this now, having come up with a definitive strategy and everything else, and some of my staff will appreciate me at least saying this, is that as we advance these kind of actions and what the other work that they do to keep the ship afloat every day, it's like we got to do as senior management a better job of managing the workload. So I just make that comment. The skill and talent, I think, is here. If I've learned anything from what we've done so far, it's how do you advance kind of those matters that really move a community forward, and at the same time kind of keeping everything else afloat. And I just offer that. I know that wasn't your comment, but I forgot it in my presentation to say that we got to do as senior management a better job of managing workload.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Collins. Thank you, Chris. By the way, before I go to the next speaker, I want to acknowledge the hard work and research towards preparing this report by Lisa Zinkowicz and Beth Goodyear. Thank you very much, ladies. Councillor Whitehead.
Thanks, Chris. In regards to all the work that all the staff have done in the context of developing the strategic plan. And there's still some areas as I go through this that I don't see either, quite frankly, which concerns me. Okay. One of the key, well, first of all, I want to say that something still burning my mind, tactical urbanism. I'm getting a lot of heat from community people. They're asking if that's a geographic organization, it's focused on one geography. Are they now intruding on capital expenditures in your community for one geographic area that they've got to focus on at the expense of everybody else in the broader community? And you did mention in your speech at the Chamber of Commerce, and for whatever reason, you decided to mention tactical urbanism. It's raising a lot of concern certainly in areas where I've walked through this community. What does that mean to the balance of the geography where this small organization doesn't focus?
Well, if I can, through you, Mr. Chairman. In fact, the website that they talked about is going to be a website for Hamilton, which will allow citizens anywhere in the city of Hamilton to identify ideas that don't necessarily mean that they're guaranteed to be done, but at least an opportunity for people to identify ideas that are typically small in cost and scope that can then be considered by council and staff for implementation. In other words, it's not geographically, focused only on one small part of the city. The website is intended to kind of give opportunity to people who have ideas about things that could be done to benefit people's safety and otherwise throughout the city. So if there was that impression that it was only for one particular ward or one geographic area of the city, that's certainly not the intention of the website that's being developed.
Two things. One is they haven't been endorsed by this council, nor are they part of the staffing of this council, nor have they been requested to do this by this council, because we have our own processes in place. Mm-hmm. And the question is, clearly, who are making the determinations? Is it this organization that sets through their urban and tactical approaches, they start dictating the agenda outside of our normal processes here within the city? And there's real concern that we've now highlighted that within a corporate speech, right, that this is now a policymaker in the context of the city of Hamilton, which is really concerning to many people in regards to taking something and stepping outside the regular process. So I want to highlight that as a concern.
But if I can, through you, Mr. Chairman, they are a contributor of ideas. Just as any citizen can contribute an idea in their community, this organization is in fact trying to engage people in an exercise of contributing ideas across the city. So at the end of the day, the money decisions are here. The ideas that get generated through this process get certainly looked at from staff, because your concern was, well, wait a minute, are these ideas going to create safety issues? Are they going to create liability risk issues and all that? That was something that our filter will always be there to ensure that we're not advancing anything that's going to really be to the detriment of our society, our people, or obviously the concerns of this council. So they contribute ideas at the end of the day. They don't go out and build anything. That we don't hand money over to them, kind of through some, backdoor process or anything. I mean, everything pretty much comes through, what the website generates in the way of ideas. It gets filtered, or reviewed by staff. I don't like saying filtered, but reviewed by staff, and then ultimately, members of council are given a chance to understand where this is at and where this is going. So
I guess the concern is we are expending money, albeit very small, cleaning up the mess that they leave behind in regards to some of the tactical urbanism. And that's an expense, whether it's a minor expense to the operations of the city, is an expense. and it's an expense that is being driven by a small group of people at the expense of the broader community, and that's the concern, is how do they fit in this process? And since you've identified it in your speech, it clearly appears that they have a place. The question is, where's that place, and how can we ensure that every reach of this community has equity in regards to those issues?
To you, Mr. Chairman, I think we're probably closer, we're probably more on the same page than we realize, because I hear what you're saying. I think, again, it was a grassroots group that has proposed a method by which people can voice their ideas, which doesn't discourage anyone in this community from voicing ideas, of which those ideas will be considered by staff, and then ultimately, council plays its role in deciding whether or not to advance funds for that work or not. So I highlighted it only because I think, we're trying to work better with everyone. We're trying to work better with council, institutions, and with our community. And, as opposed to the only good ideas are the ideas that staff have. Well, at the end of the day, we're pretty good with some ideas, and sometimes it's really good to get ideas from other people in this community, and together we can probably advance some things to you that might make a lot of sense or not. And that's why I'm emphasizing it, I guess, in my presentation, is only to say that I think in where we are today and where we're going as a community, it's good that we have ways of including everyone if possible and working effectively together. And I think it's to Councillor Marula's comment earlier about, yeah, I do agree. I think the discussion around this table is a lot different than I ever remember it. You guys have done a fantastic job of that. We as staff have taken very seriously our relationship with you, and I think you and ourselves are now taking very seriously our relationship with the community. Tactical urbanism, to me, at the end of the day, is just one venue by which we can, engage people to get ideas to benefit the people that live in Hamilton. That's my take of it, not some kind of, a rogue group that is, going to dictate, to everyone what's right and wrong. I don't think that's not how I take them.
The two underlying principles is equity and inclusivity, and as long as that we don't lose sight of those two particular keystone values, then I don't have a problem. The issue and I guess the concern, based on the comments were made, that it's sending a wrong message. I think maybe it's just the name. Maybe people are having trouble relating to an organization that just takes it upon themselves to stick pylons up in a particular intersection because they believe it'll make it safer. People are having some challenges understanding that, and that's the feedback that I've been getting, and I want to share that with you because, again, it boils down to inclusivity and equity in regards to how we expend dollars and ensuring that everyone has access regardless of where you live in this community.
No, I think that, to you, Mr. Chairman, I think that's a great point, and I think if there is that perception, it's always important for me to understand perceptions because I take them pretty seriously. So that's good to know. If I ever, or when I speak of it again in public, I'll make sure that it's put in the right context, that it's not something that it isn't. So, but those are good comments.
On the strategic piece, I'm wondering as I go through it, I see that we have a report coming November 6th on the debt, the strategy. So I look forward to that. Some communities across Ontario, or Canada, quite frankly, I think Calgary might be doing it. I think London does it in regards to their budget. They actually have a pretty specific policy around their budget, and I'm wondering if we've looked at those examples and maybe incorporate some strategy around the budget itself.
To you, Mr. Chairman, in terms of how we engage people in the budget, certainly we are looking, not just in Ontario, but elsewhere, not just in terms of annual budgets. I mean, we've heard before there is an interest in starting to think about, multi-year budgeting, but how you engage communities in that process, that's something that we can certainly take back to you. We can give you the whole range of how budgets are done.
Make sure we don't say that. The other one is, we've already identified this community, with no exception, has an aging population. You identified it in your presentation. Well, the other challenge in this community, and I don't think is unique to this community, is that you have a lot of families where both individuals are working, and that itself doesn't come without challenges in regards to whether it's daycare space or whether it's recreational type programs and meeting all the needs of that new reality. Have we looked at that strategically about how we address, understand, appreciate, and try and facilitate and assist that sector within our community?
I might ask maybe Joanne if she's got a second here, or Vicky. I mean, in terms of how we engage. Sorry about that there, Joanne.
How about, Councillor, could possibly Chris and staff get back to you on that point, please? I'm trying to be respectful, Councillor, and I'm trying to move the agenda along as well.
Yeah, I just want to highlight
be respectful of your comments.
That we do have a lot of good, really good stuff in here. I mean, there are emerging things taking place in this community, and I just want to ensure that we think about it from a strategic point of view in regards to services. So,
no, those are obviously good
Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Marula, last speaker on this matter.
Just quickly, and I appreciate where Councillor Whitehead's coming from. Ironically, we're talking about how united we are, but those issues that Councillor Whitehead is bringing forward have divided us in the past. But I think it's important to recognize, and through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, urbanism is what is driving the renaissance in Hamilton. People aren't flooding from Toronto to move to the suburbs. They're coming from Toronto to move in the inner city. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, could you just elaborate on that fact?
Yeah, there's through Deputy Mayor. In fact, tonight there's a session I'm going to go to after this committee on the economic importance of heritage buildings, and so there's no question. I mean, people are looking for to live in the vibrant usually older parts of the city. I mean, you're seeing this movement. That's why you have the action that you're seeing on James Street North, and that's why you see all the things that we're focused on from a transit standpoint and everything else. There's no question. I mean, young families are moving here for a variety of reasons, and they want to live in these these older urban areas for economic reasons and cultural reasons and commercial reasons and a variety of things. So that's the trend. I mean, less so towards the periphery of your community, more so to take advantage for these beautiful old homes that we have here. So we want to capitalize on that. And the other thing we want to do, though, is to those young people, because when those young people come here with their young families and their kids get into our school system, I mean, we sort of have them. They start to sink roots here, and then they stay here, and they earn money here, and they work here. And so we want to make sure that we can do everything possible to kind of get them here and keep them here, because they're going to contribute to this economy. They're going to contribute to your tax base. Urbanism isn't a bad thing, that's for sure.
So in light of that, I think it's important to recognize that people want to live where they're able to walk to their schools, walk to their work, walk to their grocery store, and so on, which from a tactical perspective is exactly what the city has been focused in on and enjoying successes from. So when we say tactical urbanism, I'm not sure if people are misunderstanding what that terminology means, but from my perspective, it's identifying what the need is and putting a plan of action accordingly that benefits all residents from the city, including the suburban areas, and most importantly, even the West Mountain.
Yeah, and I think, to you, Mr. Chairman, I think you raised some great points. The other thing I'll just point out is that, how do people find themselves coming here? I mean, we could go down the road, and I think we've talked about this before, where we can spend lots of money on jingles and brochures and logos and branding and all that kind of stuff. Actually, what's happening, I think, is that people are understanding that the city, and this is council and the administration, are more willing to work with people than ever, and that our neighborhood strategy is a great example of how we're at the table with citizens, not telling or lecturing them, but simply there to listen to them and understand what's important to them, and then to come back here and to suggest ways in which we can advance their ideas. I mean, that's kind of the mood, that's the conversation, that's what you saw earlier before I came up, and I think that's not a bad way to market Hamilton, is to say, you know what, we want you here, we're open open to your ideas. We will certainly not compromise anyone's safety or put ourselves at risk or anything like that, but, we're willing to work with you, and I hope businesses are feeling that way too. So, I think that's how you'll grow this community in a very positive way.
And just lastly, on the front of real estate property or property increasing in value, we've seen 300-400% increases in the lower city. I know Councillor Ferguson was actually glad to see that because now it looks like the tax increases are going to happen in the lower end of the city as well as the suburban area. So these are all indicators of success, and we need to build on those successes rather than try to criticize them. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. And last speaker, Councillor Ferguson, please.
And I am pleased to finally see the tax load maybe start to shift down from the mountain, from Waterdown, because we have gone through explosive impact assessment growth. And, at 12% in the city, I think Ancaster was probably averaged about 20%. And it's great to see that starting to come back in Lower City. But Chris, very briefly, because in the interest of your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I always appreciate your presentations, whether it's talking about a strategic plan and how we're going to get there and how we're doing and the measurements to it, or your presentation to the Chamber of Commerce and what we've done. They're always interesting, and it's always surprising how much we've done. And it's refreshing to, stop the clock once in a while, take a look. And, I've stole a number of those slides from the Chamber and use them in my presentations now. My only question is, you talk about Vision 2020, that it may be coming to its end. It's still being used out there a lot, and it is terribly outdated, particularly on population projections. But because it's called Vision 2020, people still think it's our strategic plan. When can we retire that, as you said, or, in the case of slide rule, I think we had a little funeral and buried the slide rule.
Well, I think what we're saying to you is that starting next year, we feel we should be looking at a 2050 plan. And that one of the steps in achieving a 2050 plan is to do somewhat of an environmental scan, kind of looking not just 10 years, but 20, 30 years out to see, what are the trends that are quite predictable, and start to think about, well, if those are the trends that are going to affect Hamilton, then what's our strategy to take advantage of the opportunities those trends present, and in some cases address some of the problems those trends present. I can see very easily us working with many of the major institutions here, the healthcare sector, the educational sector, to sit down with them to kind of say, what's affecting your strategic planning? And so maybe, between what we can contribute and what they can contribute, have a body of information that this community can understand and actually start to think about, okay, where are we positioned today, and where do we need to be in 10 years, 20 years, and 30 years. That's the thinking. So, the Vision 2020 is to answer your question, it's served its purpose in marvelous ways. Many of your plans, the triple bottom line was embedded in Vision 2020. We were out ahead of everyone else when that idea came across. That's affected how our official plan is. That's affected our master transportation plans. It's affected a lot of things. Now it's time to kind of refresh, update the information to understand where are we going to be in 30 years from now. What are the things we should be cognizant of? Not just as City Hall, but also maybe other major institutions and our people, so that, when they see our strategic plan, they'll understand why we're focused on the things we're focused on. Because, as I say, there will be opportunities and challenges that we'll want to address. And so I'd say next year, with the help of some engagement that we will have with citizens designing this program effectively, you're going to see the remake of Vision 2020 into the 2050 strategy.
Okay, so we'll see that retired sometime in 2014 then?
Well, we're going to be replacing it starting in 2014, absolutely.
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. City Manager, thank you so much. Move to accept the City Manager's presentation and information report 7.2. Councillor Clark, Councillor Partridge, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. 7.3, Jane Lee, Jay Adams. Please come down. Jay Adams, come down. 7.3, this is about the web, referring this matter to the 2014 budget process, the $1.3 million. Jay, if you could, next few minutes, please, do your presentation, update us on the whole project, and committee then can deal with report 7.3.
You haven't gotten rid of me just yet. I'm just going to kick off the first couple of slides and hand the rest of the presentation.
Then just stay right up there and just preamble, please.
Sure. I'm just preambling along. That's my new title, the preambler.
Oh, no, it comes to me there.
I may be a little punch drunk, but I'm hanging in there.
You're doing a great job. I'm telling all of you.
Jay has to go and get them.
And Jay Adams is not ready to present. Is that what I'm hearing?
He's ambling free.
He's running down the stairs, and that's not a good sign. Okay.
Well, you know what?
Can we go to the next item, or what should we do?
Well, let's...
I want to keep the agenda rolling, please. If he's not ready to present, then we'll put him aside, and we can move on to Neil Everson and 7.4.
Why don't we do that?
Why don't we do that? Thank you. 7.4, Neil, why don't you come on up, please? 7.4, we have both the yellow pages in front of you, members of committee, 7.4A, and then 7.4 itself. 7.4A will be amendments. 7.4 was the original motion, and Neil will want us to hopefully amend with the yellow pages of 7.4A. Neil, it's about Relocation of Provincial Offences Act, courtrooms and offices, and the floor is yours, Neil. Yes. I'm starting a speakers list, yes. Okay, Neil. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. That'll be a thought.
Okay, Neil.
Good afternoon, Mr. Deputy Mayor, members of council. I'd like to begin with a chronology to show you how and why this report is in front of you today. On February 7th, 2000, just before amalgamation, we assumed responsibility for the POA administration here in Hamilton. The function resides currently in corporate services and reports to Clerk's Division. It's currently located in the John Spinka Courthouse on 45 Main Street East on the 4th floor, Suite 403, and it's home right now to a total of 30 full-time equivalents, 22 in clerks and 8 in legal services. On August 13, 2012, the lease renewal discussions began with Ontario Realty Corporations for John Spinka Courthouse. City staff were informed by ORC that the 5-year lease renewal, starting effective September 1st, 2012, and concluding in August 31st, 2017, would be our last. So this is the first time, members of council, we learned that the clock was ticking, and from a portfolio management committee perspective, excuse me, this was not even on our radar screen nor in our long-term accommodation strategy. So this caught a lot of us completely off guard. In 2017, ORC will require all of the John C. Spinka Courthouse for provincial purposes and to meet their existing and growing forecasted demand. So consequently, we had to look at a new home for the POA offices. The volume of POA offices are placing large demands on our own local POA administration. We now only have 2.5 courtrooms, which is totally insufficient for the current demand. Because, as you can see, the number of new acts and the implementation of the new early resolution process, this is really putting pressure on us. Additional courtrooms and staffs will be required in order to avoid trial delays and dismissals, which would be a loss of revenue for the municipality. So, we had to determine a new location for POA in the downtown core. The primary criteria was close to the John C. Spinka Courthouse, police headquarters, and with access to public transit, which is particularly important for those people with driving offenses that have no ability to get to the courthouse. So we were directed by council and determined if we could capture the additional revenues by looking at some short-term accommodations for temporary space for the POA, for another POA courtroom. We had a study conducted on that, and the following, as you can see, this is where we are right now. The Main Street, you can see the item A. That is the current courthouse now, and John Spinka is right beside it. And as you can see, there's not a lot of property in the surrounding area. So, Public Works retained MHPM project leaders to conduct a feasibility sensitivity analysis on the council direction for both short-term and long-term accommodations. The analysis determined that only one site could possibly accommodate a short-term solution, and that was Stony Creek City Hall. It was not a perfect solution. We would actually have to reduce the space standard normally used for courtrooms. It had poor access and transportation, and as the consultants determined, it was economically unfeasible. The incremental revenues received by using this courthouse would not cover the costs of construction, and eventually it would be a throwaway cost when the new facility was made. The consultant's recommendation in this short-term feasibility section was that we must move quickly as possible for a long-term solution. So, the long-term accommodation feasibility study focused on 4 options: renovation of 50 Main Street East, construction of a new building to house the POA function. Number 3, a design-build lease-back option for a new building, so that would be designed and built to our specifications by a developer and then leased back to the municipality. And the 4th one is a shared facility at 50 Main Street East with the Hamilton Police Services for their new forensic center. Now that one was eliminated after discussions with the Hamilton Police Services, who informed senior staff that they require a standalone facility and that this facility would not meet their specific requirements, particularly in regards to underground parking and storage, and the fact that being a forensic lab, they would have unique air handling requirements as well as contamination protocols that would have to be undertaken. So, the MHP consultants determined that retrofitting the 50 Main Street East was the least costly option at $20.28 million and offered the following advantages. Being a city-owned facility, it would eliminate any delays from negotiations and dependency on third parties. And I guess this is a point that I really have to stress with this ticking clock. We need to be operational before August 31st, 2017, or we are in violation of the MOU between the province and ourselves for the POA administration. So that is a very firm drop-dead deadline for us. This building, the 50 Main Street East, is located right across the street from the GIC courthouse, and as well is very well served by transit. The efficiencies are the combined POA, legal services, OMB and JP, Justice of the Peace functions are all in the same building. There's going to be significant cost savings, which I will show you in a table further on in my presentation, of relocating 2 other city divisions to that operation. And the other major factor in this was the Hamilton Community Energy conversion of the facility to district energy, and we met with the HUC board last Thursday on that, and that's, again, my apologies for the revisions, but the reduced number on what that contribution would change some of the numbers, but that would be a $4.9 million investment into providing district heating into that facility. As well, it would allow Hamilton Utilities Corporation to service the John Sapinka Courthouse, as well as some neighboring developments. So here's, as you can see, this is 50 Main Street East. There is a heritage easement, Mr. Deputy Mayor and members of Council, but that only, it's not on the building itself. It is only on the property in front of the 50 Main. So, the consultants also identified the risks associated with this development. It's a 100,000 square foot, 12,000 square foot building, which is more space than POA requires. But the solution, as you will see, is the relocation of 2 other city divisions that are currently leasing space in the downtown core. There's always a need for contingency when you're dealing with a retrofit of an older building. It was constructed in 1958, but our initial analysis of the building shows that it's very structurally sound. The building is listed on the inventory of architectural and historical interest, so there is, a possibility that there may be some potential cost increase with that. And the other one is the potential loss of the McMaster continuing education program outside the core, or perhaps even outside the municipality. Now, just to show you, this is the Gantt chart provided by the consultants on the four options. And as you can see, only the first one, 50 Main Street East, will fall within the prescribed timeline and the drop-dead date of August 2017. In fact, it actually ends. They believe we could have this facility operational 10 months early prior to the deadline. And that 10 months is significant because we do have the ability to terminate the lease without any penalty with ORC, so that would be some savings for the municipality. As you can see, the other two options, 2 and 3, are all getting very close to that very important timeline. So, the consultants did not recommend this option for the following reason. This is option 2 of a new separate building, and you can see them right here. The project costs at $33.5 million. The availability, and this is the big one, the availability of finding a suitable parcel of land somewhere close to where the existing courthouses are now. Very, very difficult to find that in the downtown core, and certainly negotiations, from what we understand, would take a long time on that. The potential significance for delays, and always when you're dealing with third parties, is negotiations and dependency on the third party, and the fact that the building design and construction really can't commence until the property is secured. So, option 3 is the design build lease back to us. This is the most expensive of the 3 options at $47.5 million. We would have to negotiate a partnership agreement with them. Again, that would take considerable time. Also, option 2, like option 2, it would be conditional on finding a suitable property. And we would have to have that ability again to move in on August 31st, 2017. And as Mr. Zagaric will tell you, this has the most significant impact on the ability of the city's capital funding. So here's the financial analysis, and it's included in your report, and you can see the cost of the 3 scenarios, option 1, option 2, and option 3. And actually, I did a quick calculation on the net present project cost as on a per square foot basis. For option 1 of relocation to 50 Main Street, it would be $181 a square foot. For option 2, the design build would be 680 square foot, and option 3, the design build leaseback, would be $965 a square foot for project costs. So that those are some pretty significant numbers that indicate option 1 really is the most cost efficient to us. This is the quick financial analysis summary. As you can see, additional courtroom space, this is what we would expect to receive as $1.425 million in POA revenue. And currently, right now, the benefit to the levy of our POA offices are $4.418 million per year. The $4.9 million contribution comes in from Hamilton Community Energy, and the finance costs, the net capital levy impacts $1 million per year for 15 years. And you can see the lease savings, 100 right now, we lease the John Sapinka Courthouse for $180,000 a year, and if we move the 2 divisions that we're eyeing at and incorporating them into the new courthouse, that would be another $575,000 savings for an approximate annual savings cost for leases of $755,000. So this is the staffing analysis, and I won't go through it, but suffice it to say is once we become fully operational with 6 courthouses, there will be an increase in both city employees from the clerk's department and from legal services. Here's our quick legal analysis. If retrofitted, this will beat our timelines and allow us to inform ORC that we can vacate early and then achieve some of the savings. Additional quarter space will enhance customer service by accommodating increased demand for POA, and the inability to meet the August 31st deadline will make us in non-compliance with the existing MOU. So that's a quick go through, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and we're happy to take questions. I'm sure there's going to be a few.
Thank you, Neil. To be clear, the yellow pages, if committee's comfortable, we need to move and approve those new numbers and incorporate them into the original report of the white pages. Is that correct?
Through you, yes, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's correct. When we received the HUC numbers last Thursday, those changed, so we had to make the corresponding changes into the committee report.
If committee's comfortable with your recommendation.
That's correct.
Okay, speakers list. Thank you, Neil. Councillor Collins, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and I have to say just to start that when I put the motion quite some time ago, never in a million years did I expect to see a recommendation like this come back in terms of what our options were. Yes, it's a surprise to say the least. And so, I think for most of us that were looking at the courthouse, we had a building that, with a tenant, certainly a good tenant, and some very good activity. However, the lease arrangement that we have with McMaster isn't a full cost recovery.
That's correct.
And I think what we've noticed slowly over the years is that the capital requirements to maintain the building were adding up. In fact, we had several $1 million set aside to start replacing the boilers and the roof and retrofit the parking area, and the list goes on. And so, again, for some of us, there was the thought of, this building really doesn't have a lot of municipal value, although it does have great value in terms of its location in the downtown, the size of the property, and other attributes. Certainly the heritage component, I think, is a great asset as well. And so to see that you've come back now, Neil, with something that, is financially significant in terms of the strain that it's going to put on the capital budget process is a little disturbing. However, in reading the report, I'm trying to find wiggle room for council from a financial perspective in terms of looking for other options that may be part of this the problem that we're facing. So we've essentially been, I don't want to say we've been evicted by the province or the ORC, but we no longer have lease options at the Sapinka Courthouse. And so we're looking for alternate space. I'm wondering why in the charts that you've presented, we didn't investigate retrofitting one or more of the private commercial spaces that are available in the core. Although the prices are starting to rise in the core, there's still, I think, an abundance of locations that might be able to, from a space perspective, meet the needs and requirements of what you've proposed here. So there's a design build option, there's a build brand new, there's a retrofit this building option, but there's nothing in there that says, let's look at the Stelco Tower and the space there and use underutilized commercial space that's currently on the market. Why is that not part of the equation? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Deputy, that's a very good question. And the answer to that, Councillor Collins, is the very specific standards that the province sets for POA offices. And in particular, things that people don't think about. There has to be underground parking for the judges. They have to have a separate elevator with a secured elevator. They have to have holding cells, which also has to be in a secured area. They have to have secured hallways in between the courtrooms. The fit up for the judges, they're just not, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but there are very specific and high leasehold improvement standards for judges' quarters. That's about as diplomatic as I can put it. You have to have the ability to be able to secure the entire building, and that's an issue. If we look at many of the buildings in the downtown cores, a lot of them have windows. There has to be that. Those courtrooms cannot have windows. So it's really would be a very expensive option to try to go that way, and we couldn't accommodate it from a security standpoint. If we didn't have underground parking or that secured access to the judges' chambers in the courtrooms, they don't necessarily have to accept the offices, and we could be without the facility itself.
And those are mandatory requirements. If the municipality is going to operate the court on behalf of the province, those are conditions that are put forward by the province that says the only way you can operate the court system or the court building and the operations inside of it is if you have these amenities. Is that safe to say?
And I'll ask for maybe one of my colleagues from legal service to perhaps chime in on this one. But our understanding is if these courts don't meet their standards or the judges' standards, they don't have to serve in them. And maybe, Janice, I'll look for you to just verify that.
Yes, through the Deputy Mayor, those are mandatory requirements that have to be met.
So in a scenario in which we didn't, let's say that the city didn't have the 50 Main as an option for us, and we lost our tenancy at the Sapinka Courthouse. Would we be in a position right now where we'd be looking at having to purchase land in the core and build a new building? Is that the scenario we'd be in?
I don't think there'd be a lot of other choices. We would have to do a design build facility.
Well, so from a financial perspective, this is a new one for us. I don't think this was on anyone's radar screen in terms of looking at a $30 million price tag. And when I start to compare the number of staff you have in this new building compared to what we have in this building, which was basically just over 2 times the cost of what you're proposing here. I mean, we have 400 plus people in this building. We're going to have, a lot less in this retrofitted building, and we're paying just a massive price attached to this. How are we faring with the POA revenues? I mean, I'm assuming it's worth it for us to be in this business. I mean, I guess one of the options is that we're not going to operate the court system and we hand it back to the province, but I know it's a revenue generator for us. Over the long haul, are we still in a positive cash flow position despite the pressures that you're presenting here today from a capital perspective?
Well, I'll ask Mr. Zagarek also to chime in on that, but the net benefit to the levy is $4.418 million, I believe, and the additional POA revenues would be in the area of $1.45 million. So that would increase it up to close to 6.
Through you,
comment from Mike?
Please, yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Neil's correct. In terms of the 2013 budget, POA revenues helps reduce the levy pressures by approximately $4.4 million. So in terms of our non-program revenues, part of our annual presentation includes POA revenues over and above the cost of delivering POA, and again, that's approximately $4.4 million.
So, sorry.
Just in terms of the financing plan, part of the financing plan, net of additional revenues from additional court space and activity, it assumes $10 million in additional debt, and that debt would be funded over a 15-year period. That translates into an additional cost to service that debt of about $1 million annually. So if you were to net that $1 million off of the 4.4, in the next 15 years, the city would realize a reduced net benefit of $1 million, bringing the net benefit to closer to $3.4 million.
Well, I guess that's small consolation, but so I'm trying to look for another option, to be honest with you, and I don't know if there are others on the. In terms of how we accommodate this, have we already made accommodation in the 2014 budget process then? Or is it contingent on what happens with today's decision?
Mike?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there is a capital project as part of the 2014 tax-supported capital budget, and again, it will have to be updated for the change in the Hamilton Community Energy HUC contribution. It is approximately $32 million, $17 million of which would be funded from additional revenues from POA, the $4.9 million from Hamilton Community Energy, leaving $10 million to be debt financed and funded over the next 15 years.
And in terms of the domino effect that occurs, I mean, we've been through this before. We moved public health, and we had the White House representatives here, talking about now the fact that we were going to empty their building out, and there will be a domino effect here as you're proposing to move city staff that are currently in lease spaces in parts of the core into now a municipal building, now, albeit it'll be in a couple of years from now. What's the domino effect now in terms of what buildings are we vacating, and where will we not be renewing leases from a private sector perspective? Through you,
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I would prefer not to identify the 2 locations right now, since their landlords obviously would not be aware. But one will be a division whose lease is coming up in, I believe it's early 2015, and the other one will be just about the time that this new courthouse would be ready. And if was ever a good time to move offices within the core, now would be it, because the vacancy rate has dropped again back down to 12%. And based on the number of activity we're getting, and you'll see some positive announcements coming very soon on that, there's more office space being absorbed in the core, and it'll be happening within this month.
Thanks for that. My last question would be, I'm reading between the lines in terms of the bells and whistles that come with the courts and the associated space outside of the courtrooms. And having watched and actively participated in the City Hall process and other capital campaigns that we've had for other facilities, I mean, our biggest fear around this table is that number, and you've alluded to it in the report, you've hinted at it. It's an old building, those costs could go up. Is there a way for us to meet the bare minimum provincial standard to ensure that that number is as close to the figure that you're providing to us today, as well as trying to hold the line on the construction process on a go-forward basis? I thought we did a fairly good job with City Hall, and we had a subcommittee, and the council kept a close eye on that one. Now, I mean, mind you, that issue stood out in the community. It was, you know, fiercely debated even prior to us going through that process, and this one won't fall into that same category, but there's still a lot of money on the table, and I'd hate for us to fall into the trap where, you know, 3 or 4 years from now, we're talking about a budget that's up 5, 10, 15, 20% or more. And for whatever reason, with government projects, that does happen from time to time. So I'm wondering what kind of a system we can put in place, or what kind of checks and balances we can insert into this process to ensure that we're not in a scenario where we're looking at a different number than what you've proposed here today. Neil, through you, Mr. Chairman.
Neil?
Through you, Mr. Deputy. Yes. One of the important factors is that I believe almost every municipality in Ontario has a standalone facility. There's only a very few remaining that have a shared facility like we do currently right now with John Sapenka. So, you know, ultimately we are the landowner and the owner of that building. We do have to meet the provincial standards. I'll maybe ask if Mr. Delangelo would like to chirp in, but I don't think we have to provide the Cadillacs. We have to provide a standard that's equivalent to other municipalities. Rome, I don't know if you have anything to add to that?
Rome, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Just like Neil said, I mean, we'd keep a close eye on the project and meet the standards that the province is asking for. But the fact that this is our own building, we could look at various components, and if there is some sort of scope creep, we could defer some of those components of those buildings and manage it that way.
Okay. Thank you, Rome. Councillor, you still have the floor.
Well, I thought I heard through your presentation that we're overbuilding because the building has more space than we require for the courthouse. It gives you the opportunity then to construct space for staff that are currently in leased facilities. Is it still cheaper for us to move those leased, I want to call them, the employees that are in the leased space now into newly constructed or renovated space in that building? We've done the math on that one as well.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the total footprint of the 50 Main Street East is 112,000 square feet. POA will be taking around 55,000, 56,000 of that. The remainder would be 2 floors, which could accommodate both of the 2 divisions that we're looking at for moving over. There would have to be some retrofitting of those offices.
And we've done the cost comparison with lease space right now?
Rome, have we? I don't believe so. But we do know that, again, the offices that are being leased currently now is $575,000 per year, and I don't think that number would be, any higher, certainly.
Okay. Those are the questions I have at this point in time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Collins. Councillor Whitehead, please. Questions of Neil?
Yeah, I think Councillor Collins actually covered, he's covered my questions.
Terrific, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Farr, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Neil, for the report. I know you've been working on this for some time, and certainly your attendance at our HUC meeting last week, myself and Councillor Powers, along with the Mayor, represented. It was an important delegation on your part, as it results in, obviously, as indicated in the report, some good things in terms of an expansion of our power generation, and some of the achievements we've made with respect to Hamilton Community Energy over the short term, actually. So to that, and having a look at this report, there's one area of which I need to highlight on as a representative of the folks behind the charter with the Beasley Neighborhood Association, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And this came my way. It's a piece of, and I believe all of council would have received it yesterday as well. Probably hadn't been seen by all of us on planning committee who were involved in a marathon session in Stony Creek during the day yesterday, but certainly I had a look at this last night. They have some issues, some concerns with respect to option 4, which is not recommended here today, I should add, and that's the consultant's work in investigating the feasibility of allowing for a shared use with Hamilton Police Services and their needs as it respects the forensic facility. So they have a quality, the BNA has a quality of life issue, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in their community. They don't support, clearly, the forensic lab and the preferred location. Hamilton Police Services has indicated as far back as I think 2009, maybe beyond, with respect to the area in and around the mosque. They are good friends, as I've noted many times on the record here before, with the mosque community, close to 3,000 folks getting together on Fridays particularly, but they work together with the Community Association often, and they're a big part of that community. And recently, in fact, on the weekend, I attended a fundraiser. The mosque are now seriously looking at a parcel in central community, staying downtown, but potentially moving away from Beasley to accommodate their goals and dreams and wishes revolving around the initiative to build a community and a new mosque. And they're now looking at the location over by the old barn location. They had a very successful fundraiser, and members of the Beasley Neighborhood Association were at that fundraiser. That said, they still, in this piece of correspondence that just came my way and our way the other day, are talking about the quality of life. They're talking about maybe having their representative direct staff to further research option 4, as indicated in the report, as not a good option, with the co-location of the forensic facilities at the courthouse. They speak fairly strongly with respect to their feelings on the Hamilton Police Services. One of the lines, by insisting that their storage and forensic needs can only be accommodated on the lot behind the mosque, the HPS has strongly and negatively affected the mosque's viability in Beasley, and they threaten to take hundreds of pairs of socially invested and community-focused eyes off of Beasley Park and its surrounding streets. So it's clear from this two-pager that they're interested in having their ward councillor, and I appreciate that they did reach out to me, appeal to Neil and his group, who have done a fairly thorough, with the help of a consultant, investigation, and ultimately come up with an option other than 4. But I think at the very least, it's incumbent upon me to at least ask the question, and I know we're looking primarily on Appendix B, page 45 through 47. And particularly with option 4, the key risks. You talk about, Neil, through you, Chair, and I appreciate the latitude for the preamble. It's an important issue to the Neighborhood Association. HPS securing project funding is an issue as a key risk. Inappropriate connection between the POA and HPS was also a risk, according to the report. You talk about major points of conflict. You and I have spoken about this in the past as well. Yep. Certainly initially I thought it was a terrific idea in our conversations, but there are many other reasons as to why that option didn't work. And I'm wondering if even on a general level, or Rome, where somebody can help you in sharing with us why option 4 couldn't work and why it would be difficult for us to entertain the idea of a more complex feasibility study to make it work. Through you.
Neil, please.
Through you, Mr. Deputy, I'll start and maybe ask Rome to finish it. Quite frankly, I don't believe there would be enough space in the basement for both the requirements for the POA offices, being the parking for the judges and the separate elevator. Also to accommodate the HPS, Hamilton Police Services, investigative trailer unit, which would be very big. It would not even be able to get down those ramps into that separate basement. The other issue would be being a forensic lab. My understanding is there'd be much higher requirements on air handling and HVAC than there would be in a standard courthouse. There's more contamination protocols that would have to be followed. From a space standpoint, we don't believe there would be sufficient space in there. Also, the fact that the police also want to bring one of their investigative units down and co-locate it in the same area, and there's insufficient parking for this to accommodate this in the surrounding area. So, Rome, I don't know, was there anything you'd have to add to that?
Rome, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Neil touched on the HVAC system. What HCE's coming in with district heating and cooling, we would have to enhance the systems there to accommodate the space that the police and the forensic unit would require. So there's additional costs associated to that as well.
Thank you. Councillor, you still have the floor.
I know you can ballpark it, I guess, but through you, Chair, what sort of cost, if we were to entertain a more thorough feasibility study, ultimately in your expertise and having worked on this extensive project and ultimately coming up with another option, ballpark estimate of making forensic lab work with the POA office?
Neil?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that would be very difficult for me to ballpark, but the cost would be significant.
And we're already hearing around this table a concern to that end, just as it stands now with respect to the cost. And there was an expectation from where I sit that these good questions were going to be asked, but I think they're relevant even to the correspondence that we've received. I also think with respect to this correspondence that the Neighborhood Association has done a good job communicating with HPS, but there are some notes within this correspondence that I think I'll make every effort to try to engage a conversation, maybe at a greater level specific to the wishes of both the police and the Neighborhood Association with the Police Association. I think that they should be clear on what it is, the feelings and thoughts of the Neighborhood Association. And quite obviously, too, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we still have the issue. I don't even think it is before us in the 2014 budget process, but in May, we'll see. And actually, maybe I'll ask through you to Mr. Zagaric, are we even debating the ask as it relates to the actual project of the forensic lab, the police forensic lab? And now what I'm hearing today and reading in this report, in addition to a forensic lab, other police services housed in that facility. Are we debating that during the 2014 budget process through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Mike, please.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, staff continue to report the forensic project as $1.5 million previously approved by council. The balance is not part of our 2014 financing plan.
Thank you.
Yeah, that 1.5 is directed for the feasibility study or the design study. Through you to Chris Murray.
Chris, please.
If I can, through you, Deputy Mayor, there is a report coming next GIC that is confirming the 1.5, and I know the desire of the police to move on with that design work in 2014. So there is a report coming next month.
Councillor?
Right, I'm going to take a break, listen to others, and allow for some questions from my colleagues. I may come back, but I just, again, appreciate what I've received. It was a little last minute, and certainly I completely understand where the Neighborhood Association is coming from. Whether or not we approve this here today, certainly there's some time between now and ratification at council for me to communicate with the Neighborhood Association. I prefer to meet face-to-face and speak to them, and I certainly will endeavor to do that And thank you, Neil, for now, for what you've offered in terms of answers as to the feasibility and what they're looking to achieve as a neighborhood association. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got a speaker's list. I don't mind going through it respectfully. If there's some uncomfortability in what I'm hearing from the first three, and there still is going to be, I'd rather, and this is a huge project with huge dollars, I'd rather we consider deferring or referring this back, but I'm here respectful of the speaker's list. Councillor Clark, you're next, please.
I just want to ask a question with regards to the parking on the 50 Main property, because I recall parking being an issue on that site when it was a courthouse, and the judges were upset and uptight about the security of parking, and that was many years ago. So are we sure that we can redesign the parking on that facility to meet the current standards of our justices?
Through Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll ask Rome to answer that question.
Rome, please.
Through the chair, I don't recall any issues when the courts were there or any complaints with regards to security in the basement, but we do have 30 indoor spaces with a private elevator adjacent to the judges' parking spots, and externally there's, if I recall, 60 spaces on the outside in the lower bowl.
Well, we may want to do a media scan because there were issues back then, and we want to make sure that there's no challenges. Mr. Deputy Mayor, with regards to your comments, I'm not sure we're ready to actually make a decision on this at all at the moment. I think we've heard a number of issues that are of concern. I think if Councillor Farr is going to meet with his residents, perhaps he should take some staff along who've been involved with the actual pricing of it so that they may be able to answer questions that we as elected officials can't. I still would like more time to review the document and come back with that. So I'm comfortable deferring it until a future meeting, and we can bring it back. I understand we're under some time constraints, but by the same token, we need to do our due diligence. So I won't be voting to support it today if people are asking.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few questions. First of all, this building cost us $85 million. Now, that included swing space, which we'll probably need a little bit of here because the court cases, the OMB cases are going to have to be held somewhere else. But this building cost us $85 million. There's 200,000 square feet. We have 112,000 square feet here, and you got a budget of $32 million. Now, I think one of the keys to this building going quite well was we experimented with a new delivery model called integrated team approach, where contractors actually bonused to bring it in on budget. And we ended up giving him a check because we brought it in our budget. So I hope staff would consider taking a look at that delivery model again for something like this, because you know going in right up front what it's going to cost. And if in fact it does overrun, then you only pay half. The contractor pays half. But if you do better, the contractor gets half and we get half. So I just wanted to lay that out. I think the hard construction costs here, Jerry, were in the order of $70 million. And the rest was for swing space, furniture, and so on. Am I close with those numbers to your recollection?
Jerry?
So the all-in, it was 75 million, about 62 million was construction costs.
Okay, so...
and that includes architectural fees as well.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, this does too. The 32 million, I assume, is all in, includes architectural costs. So the price per square foot looks right, but the whole secret is how you tender it, and how you procure it, and how you do it, and how you save costs. I put that out for food for thought. The Hamilton Community Energy, there's a $4.9 million payment we'll get when they purchase our chilling system from us, if I've got this right. That chilling system is brand new. How much do we still owe on that? Through you to Mike, Mr. Chairman.
Who could help us on staff with that? Jerry?
So through you, the chair and the Mike, Chairman, the chilling system, the selling of the assets is separate from this. The new district heating and cooling to go into this building is the $4.9 million, which they would pay for. The selling of the assets that the HUC Joint Advisory Board looked at was a separate issue, and the debt outstanding on that is $3.6 million.
Okay, so part of this recommendation is, at this time, is not selling the chilling assets. This is the savings that would cost to put the pipes from our central utilities facility down to the courthouse. Is that the correct way to analyze it?
Jerry?
Through the chair, they're going to build a new plant, a new substation right at the courthouse, and then from there, they will be able to expand within the city to other facilities. So it's a whole new facility being built there for district heating and cooling.
Similar to what's at Sir John A. Macdonald now?
That's correct.
But they're losing money in that, aren't they? Or they have been for years. I mean, I think they've brought it up to the water line now. They used to lose big time money on that.
Councillor Ferguson, Neil wanted to chime in if he could, please.
Sorry.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, yeah, the intent is to see if we can sell the district energy back to the John Sapinka Courthouse, as well as some of the new condo developments that are happening in the area. And this will not be as large as the one at Sir John A. Macdonald.
Okay, what's the 4.9 million purchase you then? Or what
No, that's the contribution, that's the cost of it that HCE will be investing into the building. That's their contribution into the building.
That's to bring the piping from their new facility over to the building?
That'll be the whole thing. Whole facility. There'll be a smaller station versus the one at Sir John A. Macdonald that they will actually place in the building. And then they'll be doing the renovations for
this is the whole complete building, similar to what you see at Sir John A. Macdonald, through you, Mr. Chairman?
On a smaller scale.
Okay. I'm not sure why that even shows up in these documents, and if that's their project that they're doing, then we'll purchase the energy from them.
Well, it's a cost, through Mr. Chair, it's a cost we would have to incur if we didn't use this route.
Put our own heaters and cooler system.
Right.
Okay. And on the capital side, Mike, you say it's 17 million funded from Provincial Offences Act. Does that mean Marty needs 50 more guys out there to get a whole pound more tickets in order to generate new revenue? Where's that come from?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, part of the capital financing strategy that committee will receive next week through the capital budget process, the $17 million will be funded from $1.425 million in additional POA revenues. As well, there was a $275,000 lease cost savings. So POA currently leases space. That $275,000 is a savings that would go towards funding the capital project. So in total, the $17 million would be funded from some additional POA revenues related to additional court space, as well as some lease cost savings.
Okay, but in the report, at least on page 4, you don't show the breakdown of that additional 1.4 million in POA revenue. Does that mean we got to issue more tickets to generate more revenue? Is that, well, what is that?
Mike?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I'll ask Wendy if she can speak. Wendy Mason maybe can provide you the details. There's approximately $2 million in additional gross revenues, and then there are some additional costs, including employee-related costs to those activities, and the net benefit of that is $1.425 million.
Okay, but the $2 million of additional POA revenue, is that because we're issuing more tickets?
Wendy Mason, manager of the POA office. Councillor Ferguson, if you don't mind, please. Wendy?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. No, we would have 1.5 more courtrooms in our new space operational, which would permit more matters to get through the courts. And we did an estimate on convictions and estimated revenues from having the additional courts running. Our charges filed are still increasing year to year. We're anticipating an additional 5,000 charges issued in 2013 over 2012.
And that comes from police primarily or by law?
There's 40 different enforcement agencies that file with the POA office in Hamilton. Okay. The largest filer is certainly Hamilton Police and then the OPP. But there are a multitude of ministry charges, bylaw offenses, all kinds of agencies.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if we're going to get a report back, additional time, don't give me an 86-page Appendix B. Give me a one-pager of where this extra $2.4 million in revenue is going to come from for Provincial Offences Act. because I want to make sure that as soon as we approve this, and Marty's going to say, well, I need 50 more guys and to go and issue all these tickets to generate that revenue, which hits the operating line. I want to have a clear understanding where that money's coming from, and is it real? That you don't come back, because too many times I've been caught in here where we agree that, well, we'll invest in capital because it's going to have impact on the operating line. We saw it last week, just on Monday at Public Works, about the savings that we're having by having newer buses. Then they come along and need more staff, the savings aren't really there. I want to very clearly understand where that $2 million additional Provincial Offences Act is coming from, then what are the additional costs you're going to incur, the $800,000 you're going to incur because to finance the $17 million? Can we get that through you, Mr. Chairman, to staff?
Well, if the report's referred back, could staff work on that, please? Well, I'm seeing nodded heads, right? Thank you very much, Councillor Ferguson.
Okay, thank you. So that's the $17 million. The $10 million from capital budget. I never heard a definitive answer to you, Mr. Chairman, to Mike, but you said yes or no, it's in the capital budget that's coming before us next week.
Mike?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the $10 million is assumed to be debt financed and funded through the capital budget, so that debt financing represents $1 million annually for the next 15 years.
Okay, so does that flow through to the operating budget then, the levy budget?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it's part of the tax-supported operating budget.
Okay, so I want another one-pager. If we say yes to this, what's the impact on the levy? And because I'm hearing $700,000 in savings by not having to lease property from other locations, so I'd like to see that flow through to the levy if there's a $700,000 savings in that. But now we got $1 million hit to the levy to finance the $10 million in extra capital we need. So can we get a nice one-page summary on how this will impact the levy if we say yes? And also something from staff about what delivery model you're going to use to ensure that we bring this sucker in on budget. Those are my only comments.
The clerk has noted those as part of hopefully the referral motion. Councillor Whitehead, last first-time speaker.
Yeah, can I ask, because we just talked about debt strategy earlier, and Mike, you can remind me, it wasn't very long ago we were at 12%. I thought we're projected to be 18% of revenue by 2018. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it would be closer to 32% based on our projections in 2012.
32% of our revenue?
Yes, of own source revenues.
When you talk about standards poor credit rating, province stepping in, where's that danger point?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, council just approved the debt policy last week. There is a target in that debt policy of 60% of own source revenues would be the ceiling in terms of both tax and rate supported debt, inclusive of DC funded debt.
Is that best practices, 60%?
That is, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's actually the ratio that Standard & Poor's examines and pegs as the ceiling as they go through their exercise of developing the credit ratings for municipalities across Ontario.
Okay, so currently in 2018 we'll be around 32%.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that was based on our debt projections last year, and we will be bringing forward some revised debt projections, principally around some additional flexibility in our rate supported program. You may recall that the federal government committed to $100 million towards the wastewater treatment plant, and that's having a positive impact in terms of our debt projections.
Okay. So this particular project, was that part of the projected debt in the Standards Poor report?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, this particular project was not part of our debt forecast last year, and so it would not have formed part of the information that Standard & Poor's would have assessed as they developed their latest credit rating report.
Okay. POAs. Who has control of the increasing the ticket prices? So there's a truer cost reflected in regards to cost recovery. In regards to here's the service we're providing, but at the same time we should at very least cover our cost. And I don't necessarily want to be going out driving more tickets. That's not what I'm suggesting. But who has control of increasing the fines?
For for you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm not sure if Wendy
can you answer that, please? Or Ron Zabo, please.
Through the Deputy Chair, you heard the comment, the Chief Justice, they approve the actual set fines. It's usually the ministry or the enforcement agency that has to apply to increase set fines. So in the last couple of years, for instance, the Ministry of Transportation substantially increased fines for red light camera and a couple of other moving offenses. And also the province increased the ceiling for set fines. It used to be $500 was the maximum. That's gone up to $1,000. Both of those suggest that over time that there will be some increases in set fines, and that affects ticket revenues, but they aren't in control of the city. All the city controls is the set fines on its own bylaws.
Okay, so help me understand this. So we have a model that the city basically does all administrative, take on all the administrative responsibilities for POAs, is that correct?
Up to before the appeal level, yes, that's correct. We deal with the trial.
So we incur that cost. We don't have any control, but yet enforcement agencies outside of our control, which is you identified OPP, whatever. We can't make the application. They would have to make the application for the increase of POAs. But since they're not being impacted by the administrative cost, I'm trying to reconcile how do you resolve that? I mean, if they had direct expenditure in regards to the service versus the fines, then obviously there's a better correlation in regards to ensuring that you got enough revenue to at least offset those costs. If they don't have those costs, we're not charging back to those organizations for our cost. Then how do you reconcile from this model a fair return for the administrative cost for providing the program?
Ron? Through the Deputy Mayor, from the ministry's perspective, they're setting set fine levels for their deterrent value, not for their revenue value. We do have some dialogue with them, and they have responded in some cases to fees that attach to fines. The court fees have been increased slightly over the time that we have been involved in provincial offenses administration. But ultimately, if the question is, do we have control over the revenue? No, we don't. Not the set fine level, and the courts also have a role in setting fines, but all of that is based on the deterrence and not a cost recovery.
Well, the courts are defined by the minimums and the maximums, so they can't provide a fine that's less than the minimum. Is that, I mean?
In some cases, the courts do have discretion to ignore a minimum fine. There's very few offenses where there is a minimum fine.
Okay. So we covered off that beast. This was passed on to the municipalities by the province of Ontario. Is there any opportunity, have we explored any opportunity, when I look at how the housing stock was downloaded, the paramedics were downloaded to the city, and there's these legacy costs in regards to appropriate facilities to continue housing those agencies. So in housing, for example, there's the infrastructure deficit. So there's always a legacy cost. Were we handed any additional dollars for legacy costs as a result of the downloading of the POA, and is there an opportunity to apply or request additional funds to offset the impact on the levy?
Ron, please, can you answer that before we get to a referral, hopefully soon?
Through the Deputy Chair, I can't answer all of that. The province did, with the exchange of responsibility with POA, give us outstanding fines to collect. A lot of those were uncollectible, but as far as costs, legacy costs, I'm not sure I can identify those. There were opportunities for revenues, but I can't identify costs for you. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I recall that there was like 10 million or something that we couldn't collect on or something, so it was pretty significant when they handed it down to us.
If the matter's referred back, Ron, could you include that as extra information, please, for council's edification, if you can get that?
Yes, I was trying to, through the Deputy Chair, I was trying to say I'm not sure I would know the legacy cost. but I can work with other staff to identify.
Okay, so I was just trying to make sure we completed the circle in regards to all the possibilities, revenue and so forth, Mr. Chair. Anything that requires a long-term financial commitment from the tax for this community that doesn't generate revenue to offset the additional cost concerns me, and I'm sure it concerns some of my colleagues around the table. So I will support, I think Councillor Clark suggested, or somebody suggested deferral motion, because I think we don't have enough information to make it an informed decision at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Now, Councillor Farr, second time. You're the only second-time speaker.
To table with the caveat that Neil provide an opportunity for staff at some point to have maybe a workshop. We're hearing some councillors suggest easier reference points on why it's cost effective and at least maybe, or a visit planning committee, whatever Neil chooses to communicate to us, to offer this council and the mayor an opportunity to go over what's before us. It is vast. It can be a little bit complicated. Maybe even have representatives from HCE as well as part of that, or DEC as part of that conversation as well.
Carolyn, what would be more in order, referring this back, or the councillor suggesting tabling it to have a further presentation by all parties here in the future? Just looking to you. Yeah, okay, I'm coming to Councillor Clark and Ferguson, but this councillor is suggesting tabling instead of referring.
A referral motion is probably more appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. And first of all, Councillor Clark, before I come to you and Ferguson for referring the package back, the clerk has advised me, can we move the yellow page up-to-date numbers, just move those into the original report so that they reflect the up-to-date numbers? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Clark, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Now, Councillor Clark, on the main report as amended.
Yeah, so we're referring the report back to get the one-pagers that Councillor Ferguson had asked specifically, and any other information that the councils are interested in receiving. We want to find out about the parking situation, but I can tell you, and you want to remind me exactly what those one-pagers were. Mr. Everson, at least the POA staff, came to my office and showed me the documents and explained what was going on. They're available to do that to any of the councillors. It's still a complicated issue no matter what.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Moved and seconded. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, I want two one-pagers is what I'm looking for. Number one is what's the impact of the levy? What the carrying cost for the capital, plus the savings on the rental cost, net, every $6.5 million is 1%. So what's it mean to us when we're doing the operating budget? And the second part is having a better understanding of where this extra $2 million or $2.2 million is going to come in Provincial Offences Act. I've actually talked to Marty about this yesterday in Stony Creek. It is complicated because there's a whole slew of agencies out there. How many? There's the police and Marge Group and the dog catcher and I think we heard today whether there's 25 of them or 30 of them. I need to better understand the whole Provincial Offences Act, but more importantly, is the annual savings of $2.2 million real that we can count on, that we're not going to get an oops report coming in here after it's finished, and that revenue isn't forthcoming to fund that $17 million of the $32 million in capital.
All your caveats are captured by the clerk. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. It's all referred back. Neil, it may not be for December 4th. I heard your 2017 deadline, but hopefully over the next 60 days, I would suggest, Madam Clerk, to get this back before committee. Back to 7.3. Jay Adams, please. Quickly come forward, Jay. The website, web redevelopment strategy update. Members of committee, item 7.3. It's a referral of the 1.3 eventually to the 2014 budget. And Chris Murray, would still like to lead off before Jay gets to the slide presentation.
Exactly. It's gone to my head.
Members of committee, I just want to advise, my goal is if we can get through the public items on this agenda, finishing off the public items, and then the in-cameras refer to council for next Wednesday. So if you can hang in there with me for another hour, the 10, 11 of you, that would be terrific. Chris, please.
Okay, if I can, Jay, I think, is getting this thing put up on the screen. But just, there's just a few slides here, so we know you're pressed for time. But This is 7.3. Yeah.
7.3, Councillor Clark, please.
And as
okay, Chris, please.
So this is obviously an important topic for you. It was in fact identified in the strategic plan under strategic priority number 2. More specifically, it speaks to delivering high quality services for residents. The objective, though, I think that you need to focus on is 2.1, item 2, develop and implement a redeveloped website and associated management plan, provide more online transactions. So that's the context for our presentation. The next thing I want to focus on is the current state and what we're trying to transform to. As you know, our website has been somewhat of an unmitigated disaster, and we recognize that, and that's why we're here. It was built based on what we thought was important to be on a website, according to staff, and the one that we're now talking about is resident focused. Basically we utilize whatever technology we're using, and then apply information to that. And then what we're aiming to do here is to use technology as a way to enable things. So, again, our website not just being designed for residents, it's meant to be easy to use by people. And we have clearly, call it complex processes, others might call it red tape. What we're trying to do here is ensure that our processes are much more simplified and easier to navigate. We have inconsistent ways of which to do common work. So, you may be aware we have about 30-some websites that are all related to City Hamilton. And what we're trying to do is establish a consistent approach to all of that common work. And then finally, in our current state, it's, whenever you're doing transformative change, which is what this is, there's always resistance within the organization to do something different. And so what we're trying to advance here is a much better website, meets the needs of people, but that we're able to improve on a continuous basis. So I point all of that out, not to say to you that this is more than just applying a new, page to our website. It's more than just technology. It is about getting people in our organization to kind of change their ways so that, we can become a 21st century municipality. Because everything that we're doing here is geared towards what people expect of a municipality. And I'll leave with the fact that I think what we have really is an image matter. We talk about branding and everything else. The way your website works and looks reflects greatly on the city. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Jay. He has just a number of slides here to take you through kind of where we are and where we're going. And as you point out, Chairman, the fact is that the money matter of this, which Jay will speak to, is going to be, or is included in our capital works program.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Jay, please.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Mr. Chair and members of committee. So the work for the web redevelopment project began last year after Council approved in principle the outcomes and strategies in the report that was before you. Just a reminder, on the left-hand side, the outcomes that we are achieving, improving the city's online image, as was just mentioned by Chris, and of course that's both the experience of using the city's website as well as the visual identity that's on the city website. Also, improving communications with citizens and opportunities for engagement. We've actually done quite a bit of consultation with citizens on this project, and it's noted there, improved communication to citizens, and citizens were quite vocal with us about making that say with, because of course in this day and age they recognize that conversation is two-way, and certainly they want to see that enabled with the new city website. Of course, improving online customer service to our citizens and businesses is our key objective, and longer term, as we move forward with this project, looking to the future, how we can position ourselves to find efficiencies, to look for new revenue sources, and deliver better service to citizens. On the right-hand side of this slide is the outcomes that we expect to achieve, and in the original report, these actually went from the bottom up because they were sort of starting with the foundational aspect of the work, which is delivering a well-managed website, and then building upon that foundation to deliver an outstanding customer service option for self-serve. So the well-managed website will be achieved with comprehensive standards and policies and looking at best practices, and we're currently underway with that work. Next is the information and design. So improving all of the information on our city website is a major objective for the work that we have before us today, as well as developing a new easy-to-use and accessible user experience for that website, and that's part of the design. Also, the online experiences, the online services that are part of that website redevelopment, those are really the transactions that really impact the experience for citizens, and if they can't complete their task that they came to the website for, they leave very frustrated. They may have to call at an inconvenient time for them, and that frustration compounds over time, and of course, we have a poor reputation with respect to our city website, and that's the reputation that we're hoping to turn around and deliver much improvement on. And again, all of that work makes us ready for the future. Just some background on what was approved last year. So Council approved the project in 2 phases, which was actually one of the alternatives in the recommendations. And so we looked at the review of the information and design and the online services. Originally, we were proposing those be done simultaneously. With the phased approach, we actually did those back to back. So that was the difference that was made. And so that is why we're here before you today to talk about phase 2 work, which is the second component of that. So phase 1 was the rebuild of the website, the new technology platform, the review of one online service, looking at the AODA compliance regulations and making sure that we are compliant with those going forward. Phase 2 is looking at 5 of 6 transactional services, so the real service where citizens get that experience of interacting with the city, and we wanted to look at those services to make sure that they were performing well for citizens. The report before you today, just to give you an overview of that, so the report recommends that phase 2 funding be referred to the capital budget process. As part of the report, there's also an update on all the phase 1 deliverables that we've been working on over the last year or so. As well in there is a business case for the redevelopment of the city's website. That's attached as an appendix, and that describes in greater detail the expected benefits, long-term and short-term. With respect to the funding request, additional funding is required to complete phase 2 of the strategy in the amount of $1.3 million. That's the request that is before capital budget, if pending your approval. These additional costs relate to the redevelopment of those top online services, as I mentioned, and I'll talk a bit more about those in a few minutes. Just a quick update on the phase 1 work that we have been doing. So as I've talked about a number of times, we are looking to modernize our website technology platform. We've done quite a bit of engagement with experts as well as community members who have advocated for open source software, that the city pursue open source software. And you received an update earlier this year that we are proceeding with open source software as part of our foundational platform. We're following the lead of the province of Ontario, the federal government. Many other municipalities are also using open source, so we're quite excited to start down this path. We're also looking at all of the information. When we were before you last time, we talked about how our website had become bloated over the years. There was actually far too much stuff there, and it was getting in the way of citizens and businesses being able to find the really important stuff that they were coming to our website to look for. So we are looking at a significant streamlining of that information. That not only will benefit citizens, improve the search results for citizens, but it will also make it easier for staff to maintain that information going forward. So we will not have out-of-date content or incorrect information on our website. We will do a much better job of maintaining that going forward. As part of the work we're doing, we're also looking at the AODA compliance. So there's quite a number of technical requirements that we need to complete by the time we relaunch our new website. And by streamlining the information on our website, again, we're making it easier to also achieve those compliance regulations. And we're quite excited because we've been working with people with disabilities in our community, with the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities. So we actually have quite good engagement with community members with respect to accessibility of our website, and we hope to continue to work with them throughout the project. Very importantly, a new visual design for the City of Hamilton's website. So recently we provided an update around that. We have been working with a design team who has delivered to us 3 design concepts, and I'll show them briefly in a moment and talk a bit more about those. This is a process that we're looking at to develop the new look and feel for the city's website. Again, we've done some consultation with citizens around that, and not surprisingly, they've actually given us feedback with respect to how easy the website is to use and how important accessibility is. So that's great feedback that we've received, and we'll incorporate that into the design.
And just one more point on this slide, we had originally proposed 6 online services that we would review. As a result of the phased approach and doing those back-to-back, we focused on one service area. It was actually one that was added since the report at that time, and that was looking at clerks' legislative services. With respect to the AODA compliance and the volume of information that's managed by clerks on our website, there is such a large amount of effort there to make sure that we work with clerks to ensure they're achieving the AODA compliance regulations. So that was identified as the first project that we would undertake. We're also looking to deliver on some of the citizen expectation around providing more information about the council-related business that takes place and providing it in a timely manner, while at the same time ensuring that there isn't an overwhelming amount of work for clerks. So finding efficient ways to deliver that information to citizens. Just stopping briefly on the visual design. Of course, this is very important, I know, to members of council as well to members of our community. We did an open house where more than 50 people from the City of Hamilton attended to provide their feedback to us. As well, we did an online survey that was shared through social media and our citizens panel. We've started a citizens panel so that we can tap into citizens throughout this process to get their feedback. There's a lot of work still to do on the visual designs, but we did receive favorable feedback, lots of suggestions for different things that citizens would like to see, and we're quite excited about this component and bringing this forward. And this work will continue through the end of this year and hopefully be implemented, well, it will be implemented sometime in the second quarter of next year once we get our new technology platform and are ready to go. So, to talk about the Phase 2 deliverables and the work that we have ahead of us still, as I mentioned, we're looking at 5 of the 6 online services. Those services are in the area of transportation, recreation, business services, animal licensing services, and taxation services. We're looking at these for a number of different reasons. In some cases, it's because the service, we understand from citizen feedback or from reviews of those services that they aren't performing as well as we would hope they would be online. We also are looking at services for other reasons, such as opportunities for efficiencies, improving the processes so that we can focus on higher value work. And there are some services such as animal licensing and recreation where there's potentially a revenue impact. And so we're certainly looking forward to improving the experience online and hopefully being able to deliver on those strategic objectives. So what is included in the work that we do with the online services? And each one of them is a little bit different depending on what is involved in that service. So for instance, transportation, we know that there's a large system that drives, as Don Hall mentioned earlier today, their back office operations. That service also has a front end that's part of our website. We are looking, so many of the services have a large technological component to them. Other services, process is the main issue. So for instance, in clerks, where there's a limited number of resources in high demand to provide information quickly and to be able to inform citizens, we want to be able to provide more information, but not to increase the workload and demands on resources and staff. Another area, I was happy to attend the Open for Business subcommittee that took place recently and to hear from members of that subcommittee the number of priority ideas that they have around servicing business better, enabling business to be able to start, locate, and grow here. And so that certainly is our agenda for the work that we have on the web. And in fact, many of those recommendations on the work plan have been transferred to the Web Redevelopment and Service Channel subcommittee. And so it's exciting looking at those kinds of areas because one of the feedback from staff at that subcommittee meeting was that the priorities mentioned were currently not resourced, and they were struggling with how they might be able to achieve those priorities with the existing resources. That's a great opportunity where the web can play, where our project can play a great role, because we can look at those difficult friction points and focus on automation or looking for efficiencies in process so that staff aren't involved in manual processing, but rather focused on the high priorities of councils and subcommittee to ensure that we're delivering on those objectives. So we're looking forward to undertaking the business service area for sure. A breakdown of the budget request that's before you today. So as I mentioned, there's $1.3 million that we are recommending to refer to the capital budget process. The online service reviews, there's quite an extensive amount of work in those 5 areas, and so that totals $825,000. There is some internal staffing to ensure that we have project management throughout that project, and we are also using Mohawk College students co-op placements to add to the team, and that's for $160,000. $150,000, and other capital including training costs and backfilling of staff and other AODA compliance work for $365,000. And there's just one slide there about the benefits. I probably don't need to go into great detail about these. I know they're well understood by members of council, but certainly there are benefits for citizens in terms of providing convenient services 24/7 and in making sure that those services are really positive experiences for citizens. And then there's a number of other benefits as well. There's benefits for employees in terms of making our jobs easier so that we can focus our energy on those important things, your priorities. And looking to the future in terms of the partnerships and the innovations that are coming down the pipeline. So this project is not just about delivering a website that meets today's needs, but also that serves us well into the future. It's a significant investment, and we want to see it have the returns delivered over the next number of years, because we know that technology and the components of that will be with us for quite some time. And so the next steps for our work, completing the Phase 1 deliverables, as I mentioned, in the early part of next year. Currently planning for Phase 2, so we have been working with the various teams across the organization in those 6 service areas to start scoping those projects and understand from them where they would like to focus with us in our work. And then, of course, the report before you that recommends referral to the capital budget process.
Thank you very much, Jay, for the thorough presentation. Councillor Partridge, questions of Jay, please.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And Jay, thank you. I sit on the subcommittee along with the other councillors around the table, and you really have done a great job, you and your team, and kudos to Jane for all the work that's gone in here. I have 2 questions. You mentioned you're using Mohawk students in placements. Can you give us an idea of how many and over what period of time?
Jay?
Yes, for certain. Currently, we only have 1 co-op student placement with us, and the reasoning just being that we want to make sure we have appropriate staff time to provide the mentorship and work with those staff, and that takes time to be able to give them a good work plan. So right now we have 1. Certainly, they are great energy and great skills, so it's a great opportunity to work more closely with them. And in fact, in one of our public consultations, Sheridan College was out participating and talking about the new innovation programs that many of the colleges and universities are developing as potential partnerships with municipalities to work with their whole programs in terms of students, getting the whole team of students focused on municipal challenges and service delivery opportunities, so that there's a long-term partnership that's really quite innovative. Yeah. That's an interesting thing that we might consider in future years.
Yeah, and I really like that. I particularly like the idea of the fresh new ideas coming from the students and what's new in the market. The other thing I wanted you just to touch on is the comparative municipalities that you reviewed during this process and some of the best practices.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. We haven't reviewed comparative municipalities since the original strategy in depth. We're, of course, always looking to other municipalities and certainly to other levels of government as well, because often the provinces and the federal government can be leaders ahead of the municipalities. At the time when we provided the original strategy and recommendations, there was some analysis done with comparative municipalities both locally and across Canada, and our strategy was when you compare apples to apples, and that sometimes is the challenge in making sure that municipalities are all approaching this in the same way. When you compare apples to apples, our project was very similar to similar sized municipalities.
Right. Well, Jay, what I was referring to though was Ottawa, because we did spend quite a bit of time looking at Ottawa as a comparative municipality, and I don't mean compared to Hamilton, but in terms of a website that is very functional, that is very much includes open data, that all of that that we used. I don't want to say as a model, but some best practices from that.
Oh, certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the clarification there. The City of Ottawa has participated with the federal government on a partnership to see collaboration amongst levels of government to speed up the process of ensuring that websites can be developed quickly, efficiently, and also, most importantly, easy to use and accessible. And so, of course, the federal government has quite a number of resources and a community of experts that are participating in their project plans around moving their website service delivery forward. And interestingly enough, our plans are very similar. Of course, ours is scaled much smaller, but our plans are very similar, which is comforting because they definitely have great experts moving forward there. We are looking at that model of the collaboration between the City of Ottawa and the federal government, and we actually are using the same technology platform going forward and leveraging a tool called the Web Experience Toolkit. And basically, it's just built-in accessibility and ease of use for citizens. We are benefiting from all the work that the federal government is doing and that the City of Ottawa has done before us, and looking at integrating that into our website as well.
Excellent, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Partridge. Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Jay. And also as a member of the subcommittee, it has been a great learning experience. And first and foremost, I have to say that we can't get on with this any faster. We need to move this as fast as possible. So I did have a question though, Jay, and I know Councillor Partridge, thank you for asking one that I was going to ask. But do we have an idea when you're saying, okay, bluntly, when we do this web redesign and we get it all in place, will we ever be back at this position again where we have to review and do this all again? Or will this now bring us to a point where we just need to keep updating?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, our goal with this project is to come forward with a long-term management and sustainability plan, recognizing that we don't want to be in this position where we do these big hits and then we go away for a number of years, and in our case, quite a number of years. 7 or 8 years is a long time in technology development, and then have to have another big hit. We would like to see a more continuous, ongoing work, and that would be coming forward to Council sometime in 2014, pending approval of Phase 2.
Thank you, Jay, and I thank you for that answer, and I think it just puts in context the rationale of the costing at this point, because we're really starting from square one, and that is a tremendous challenge, and we need a system that's going to carry us forward for more than just 7 years. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Pearson. No other speakers, questioners of JJ. Thank you. Excellent. We're in good hands. Jane Lee, thanks for your leadership. Move to receive Jay's presentation. Councillor Partridge, Councillor Pearson, all in favor. Any opposed? Motion carried. And item 7. No, hold on, ladies. The chair will handle this. Thank you. We received officially the presentation. Now, report 7.3 that says to refer to 2014 budget, moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Pearson. You both are on the docket again. All those to the motion, Councillor Farr? Oh, okay. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you very much, Jay. Discussion items, members of committee. 8.1, it's an information report on joint municipal opportunities for bulk purchasing. Motion to receive, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pearson, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. 8.2, user fees. Councillor Farr, please. Pardon me? Point of order.
I forgot to...
Hold it. One speaker at a time. Councillor Ferguson, you asked on a point of order.
Yeah, I was remiss. I did not spot buried in those documents when I read it through last night and this morning that there was reference to a taxi thing on one line, and the Integrity Commissioner says, I only need to declare a conflict on that one line, not on the whole report. So I was remiss in not declaring that at the start, so I wonder if the clerk could note that now.
Councillor Partridge intimated that, but you were out of the room earlier this morning, so she said you probably would do it. So would the clerk note just on that one particular item, otherwise the councillor can vote on the rest of the package. Councillor Farr, to you on 8.2, please. Thanks, Councillor Ferguson.
I move with all save for the reference to on Appendix H, page 4 of 84. Is it 4 of 84, the downtown Hamilton Farmers Market? We were going to...
It's actually page 31 of Appendix A, Councillor Farr, if I can help, right at the bottom.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
And that's seconded by Councillor McCaddy.
Perfect, because we had assured the delegation for December 4th we would park that until they came in. Moved and seconded on that. All in... Councillor Duval, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Duval, on that motion to defer the market stall holders only.
No, not enough.
That's all it was, just the market stall holders fee.
No, I just...
Okay. It was only a motion to table the market stall holders fee at the bottom of page 31 of Appendix A. Did you wish to speak to that motion, Councillor Duval?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, did you want to speak to just that?
Yeah,
Okay, just that. Councillor Whitehead?
Just that. I went to Nations Food and they indicate that they have no issue with the parking. They're doing very well, so I'm trying to understand. Is the user fees for the market?
Yes, that's all this item is right now.
Well,
Not for the rest of the report.
I'll save it for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Whitehead. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Now to the rest of the report, 8.2, with the, yes, Councillor Duval, to the rest of the report. Now it's the time. Councillor Duval?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I just, through you to staff, on these fees, and I'll refer to page 45 of 84. Again, we're seeing difference in the cost of the same programs. So, for instance, Dalewood Recreation Center has the dance fitness program, 1-hour class is $60.88. Then you go to Benito, it's $45.12. Huntington is $54.23. So I thought we were going to make these all uniformed.
Okay, who from Recreation? Acting General Manager Vicki Woodcox. Vicki?
Through you, Deputy Chair, I'm going to ask Brian to respond to that. You are right, there is a plan in place to make them all the same, but it's being phased in gradually, but I'll pass it over to Brian just to be a little more specific.
Thanks, Vicki. Director Brian Osorio. Brian?
Thank you. So through the chair, yes, there are our fees that we charge for programs in rec centers are not harmonized. There's a wide divergence of fees for the same programs across the city. This is basically sort of a hangover of amalgamation. We haven't gotten around to harmonizing those program fees. We have done some preliminary work in terms of some options we could look at in terms of doing that, but there's some issues that we need to deal with in terms of harmonizing those, because it's going to mean that some fees are going to go up for some people and some are going to go down for other people. We're going to be talking to you later this evening about harmonizing facility rental fees, although that's a far less complicated task.
Councillor? So you, Mr. Chair, so I'm kind of surprised at this, because we're going to the third year now on the same issues. And I understand there was supposed to be a report coming back fixing this, harmonizing all these programs, and now I'm hearing again, we're working on it, but at the same time, when some of these programs are full and people have to go to another one, we're the ones that get into complaints. Why the difference in price? So are we doing the same, through you, Mr. Chair, when the complaint comes, we're going to do, working on it as a one-off, or until we fix this, or?
Through the chair, I guess what we're trying to do, because there's some difficult issues to deal with in harmonizing fees, we're trying to pick them off in categories. What we've been focusing on now is standardizing the facility rental fees. We're going to be asking you to approve a recommendation later this evening around that, and then we would focus on the last big component of de-harmonized fees, which is the program fees in recreation centers, and that will complete the harmonization process for our fees.
So, when is the harmonization going to come? When will we get a final report?
Okay.
Final fix.
Our plan would be to come to council, if we're getting that direction, to come back with recommendations. It would probably be sometime mid next year, because there's some fairly detailed analysis work we need to do there.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, I'm kind of disappointed. It's frustrating. We're doing this year after year. On a normal basis, I have to make the complaints, and then through my residents, which they are actually right and justified. So I was told 2 years ago that we're going to do something, and I was told last year that we're going to do something, and I see it this year. It still hasn't been finalized. So I'm certainly not going to support any kind of increases when there's such a difference between, and it could go as high as $25, $30 for the same programming for the people. Until that's fixed, I will support what's in front of us, but it has to be fixed first. I'm not going to. It's been too long, and I just can't keep on going on like this and explain it to my residents. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Duval. Next, I have Councillor Collins, please.
Thanks. Very quickly, on the museum component, I noticed that those fee increases are higher than the others that would be considered, I guess, the average in the 2% range, and many of the museums are higher than that increase. I know it's a nominal increase when you start looking at the dollar amounts, but is that related to the service delivery review suggestion, where it said that our fee structure for, I think, some of our cultural facilities was lower than the comparator municipalities, or is this completely unrelated? This is basically, why are they higher than the other increases that hover around 2%?
Okay. Acting GM Vicky, can you help with that, please, on the cultural, or Joanne, please?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that would be Planning and Economic Development, and that would be Anna, who will come forward and answer that question on the museums. Further, though, if I just could...
Just a little closer to the microphone, Joanne, thank you.
On the recreation fees, Mr. Deputy Chair, and further to Councillor Duval's questioning, that is on the service delivery review list, and so if Council wants to pull that off of the service delivery review list and give us direction to proceed with that review of all the rec fees, we've got some of the base work done, and we'd look forward to that direction on that one. And Anna could answer the question on the museum fees.
Anna, please, Director of Culture.
Through the chair, and excuse me, I have a bad cold. No, it's not related to the service delivery review. It was more just to bring the fees up to a point where when you put the taxes on it, it was a round figure. Excuse me.
Councillor?
So, thank you. So where we see the, double-digit increases, that's as a result of the taxes, not necessarily the base increase in the fee structure.
That's correct. We were trying to just bring it up to a rounded-off number.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Collins. Councillor Whitehead, and then myself. Councillor Whitehead?
We harmonize services faster than we're harmonizing rates, user fees at our rec centers. And the service, I think, was 3 years. So I'm trying to understand how something so complex as services could be done in 3 years, and yet we've been asking for 3 years to have the user rates in our rec centers and programs to be harmonized, and we're still waiting for it to be done. So I'm not satisfied with the explanation, because services are much more complex. We were able to do that in 3 years, but we can't do that. Even bylaws, we've done in 3 years. Why is it taking so long to take a simple dance rate that's $30 in one rec center, and in the Westmount it's $68, and my seniors are saying, well, why is it that it's costing me more for the same program on the mountain than it's costing at a different rec center?
Brian, please.
Through the chair. We understand there's issues here, but they're difficult issues to deal with. We're trying to pick them off one at a time. So we started with the facility rental fees. Our plan, if we get that direction, we've already done the preliminary work in harmonizing the program fees, and we would come to you with that. But we're just trying to tackle these issues one at a time, because there are some fairly significant issues we need to deal with in terms of harmonizing these fees.
So, Mr. Chair, sometimes these things are maybe more complex than we see on the surface. To me, it sounds pretty simple, but I'm getting an explanation that's complex. So I'll take it offline and try and understand the complexity of doing it, because there's probably things I don't understand at this point. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councillor Whitehead. Previous Deputy Mayor, Councillor Ferguson, take the chair, please. Mr. Deputy Mayor, first of all, generally speaking, these rate of increases on these fees is basically, give or take, the rate of inflation, zero to rate of inflation. Correct, staff? I'm seeing affirmative nods. Just to Councillor Duval and Whitehead, I've met, Mr. Deputy Mayor, with staff, especially recreation staff in the last year, and I would encourage Brian after today to meet with as many members of council as you can, because it is, Councillor Whitehead, not as simple as it seems on paper. There's going to be some winners and losers, and right now Councillor Whitehead pointed at one where his community would win with the harmonization, but trust me, I've looked at the entire city, and there's going to be some areas where you might see an increase in one, and your citizens and participants are going to complain, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and in other areas you may see a decrease through the harmonization, but you better be prepared in terms of the user groups that are using your recreational facilities facilities. So I encourage members of council to meet with Brian, Jack Brown, and staff, especially in the recreation area. Lastly, Mr. Deputy Mayor, on page 33 of Appendix A, Chief Simons, I just had consulted with Chief Simons ahead of time. The very top one, members of committee, page 33 of Appendix A, Fire Services, it's a brand new fee, 100% full cost recovery. Chief, for the record, I need to hear, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I understand that if extra fire equipment is needed for a particular fire, the insurance companies, we used to bill the insurance companies to put out that fire where it was an extraordinary fire and needed new or extra equipment. We used to bill them, but I understand the insurance companies, Mr. Deputy Mayor, are balking at absorbing that now. I need to ensure with the chief that this will not be passed on to the homeowner who was victimized by the fire and to potentially re-victimize them through an additional cost. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through
question, Chief.
Explanation, please, Chief.
Through the Deputy Mayor Ferguson to members of council, thank you for the question. I welcome the opportunity to provide the clarification. As Councillor Jackson has indicated, historically when we required additional heavy equipment to support our efforts to undertake fire investigations with supporting the Office of the Fire Marshal and so forth, we have from time to time had to secure heavy equipment to ensure firefighter safety or the safety of investigators. Historically, those costs have always been borne by the insurers, and they have always agreed to pay those. During the past 18 months, we've had some insurance companies who push back from those costs, and because the charges were not incorporated in our user fee bylaw, we felt that it was prudent to bring this before council. However, to be absolutely clear, this is not intended for as Councillor Jackson has indicated or alluded to have this cost passed on to the property owner who has already suffered a loss. Historically, we know that insurance companies, first of all, they have a very vested interest in learning the cause and origin of fires. Sometimes we find ourselves that we have to secure equipment that would go outside our normal operating budget. This would be considered to be an operating pressure. I believe this year we probably spent at least $8,000 securing additional equipment that is passed on to all taxpayers, and historically they have been paid by our insurance companies, and for the most part some insurance companies do pay, some do not. This is a way in which to bring it before council for your consideration that legitimizes our ability to secure the funds from the insurance companies when the need arises to do so.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you to the Chief. So, Chief, you put this down as a new potential fee, but are you telling me you want the ability, it won't be passed on to the victim of the fire, and you want the ability over the next year to monitor whether that $8,000 becomes $80,000 or stays about the same? Mr. Deputy Mayor, just clarification from the Chief. What are your suggestions to us today regarding this new fee?
Through the deputy and to members of council, this is meant as an extraordinary measure for those times when you have unanticipated costs that would go outside the normal fireground operations. It would be considered to be common practice in many jurisdictions across the country. In many jurisdictions, the insurance companies would absolutely pay for this. We have identified this for the past 18 months as a growing trend. We felt that we wanted to be proactive to put it before council for your consideration.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, we have a consultation set up with the Insurance Bureau of Canada primarily over the flooding issue, which has been an ongoing work in progress. Could we not potentially add, I know it's a small potatoes item right now, my fear is that someday the budget pressure, the insurance companies, everybody box is going to be handed over to the victim of the fire, and the last thing they need is another $500 bill or something. So could we not just possibly table this, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and just allow the Chief to work with the Insurance Bureau of Canada, our staff working team on the flooding issue where the Bureau is participating in how they can reduce costs to our community and our citizens and our taxpayers and their clients, and maybe the Chief can monitor over the next year exactly where the $8,000 goes farther up, how other municipalities are handling it, etc. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through the Chief, is that a possible course of action?
Through the Deputy and to Council, I welcome that opportunity. We have a very positive relationship with the Insurance Bureau of Canada. The insurance industry absolutely appreciates the investment that this council puts in fire protection. As a result of the investment the council makes in fire protection, we enjoy some of the best fire insurance premiums in the country, and I would anticipate that we could have some very meaningful dialogue on this matter and come back in a year's time and provide that information if that is the pleasure of council.
Thanks so much, Chief.
So, Councillor, do you wish to lift this item then from the report?
I would, and refer it back to the Chief for a one-year monitor.
Okay, moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Partridge. Discussion on it? Seeing none, all in favor?
Carried.
I turn the chair back to you.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Chief, and thanks, Deputy Mayor Ferguson. No other speakers I have to 8.2 then. A motion on the report. Councillor Farr, Councillor Pearson, all in favor? Any opposed? So 2 opposed. When the clerk comes back, carried. Okay, Duval and Whitehead will be opposed. 8.3, again, recreational facility rental fee. So here's your consolidation, some members of council, from about 130 down to about 24. What is the pleasure of committee? Motion on 8.3. Councillor Ferguson, move it. Seconded by Councillor Pearson. Councillor Partridge, question on 8.3.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. On 8.3, I have a question actually on the Appendix A, page 4 of 8.
Yes, page 4 of 8.
And I'm just wondering, through you to staff, where I don't see Mill Grove Community Center anywhere in this report, and I'm assuming that if it was going to be anywhere, it would be on page 4 of 8, and I'm just wondering if I could get an explanation for why it isn't there.
Okay, who from staff? Brian or Romus, author of the report, who can possibly answer the councillor's question on that? Romus?
Hi, yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. That fee would probably be consolidated under one of the other fees listed here. Right now, we have 129 fees listed, and they're used at multiple facilities. They're not all site and facility based, so it would have fallen under one of the existing generic fees.
So I just want to make sure I understand that then, because it does have the other. It does have the other buildings broken out, but Mill Grove Community Center is not there. So Mountsburg is there, North Wentworth Arena is there, Carlisle Arena, Carlisle Memorial Hall.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yep, so some of the fees cover multiple facilities. So for example, we have a Halls Hamilton Community Center gym adult fee. That fee is used at multiple facilities throughout the city. So the Mill Grove Community Center would be covered by an existing fee, even though it is not specifically listed. I hope that helps.
Okay, I still have some questions around that. I think there might be something else going on there.
Brian, can you add anything further to the councillor's concern, or sure. Something between
I appreciate that, Brian. Thank you.
Brian,
thank you, Chair.
Through the chair. So, I mean, I guess the problem we're having with the existing fee structure was, which is 129 inconsistent fees covering a range of sort of times, activities, user groups, is we don't have a specific fee for every specific facility and every specific meeting room. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. So for the particular facility you're speaking to, or you're asking the question about, we don't have a specific fee for that. We use a generic fee that we use for a number of facilities, meeting rooms. So what we're trying to do now is consolidate them all so we have the same fees for all the same category of rooms.
All right, and I appreciate that, but through you, Chair, I have 2 complaints now that have come in from the Mill Grove community on trying to book at the Mill Grove Community Center, and nowhere can they find out where the fees are or how much everybody gets charged, and it's not done through through Jeannie Hood, who normally does all the bookings. So I've been asked to get to the bottom of that, and that's why I'm asking the question through you, Deputy Mayor.
Great. So maybe we can just identify what the specific fee is for that particular facility. I mean, we'd have to go back to the class system to see what specific generic fee we charge for that specific facility. Maybe we can give you that information.
And I'll take it offline then. Thank you,
sure.
Mr. Deputy Mayor.
How
Thank
about
you,
between
Brian.
now and council next Wednesday, Councillor Partridge to meet with staff?
Yes.
That can satisfy
we'll send it to you tomorrow.
Okay,
Brian?
thank you. Appreciate it.
Commitment to do it before council?
Yep.
With Councillor Partridge. Thank you. No other questioners or speakers to this? Item 8.3. I had a mover, sorry. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. 8.4, Business Improvement Area Advisory Committee, moved by Councillor McCaddy, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. 8.5, Open for Business. There is 6 recommendations. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor on all 6? Any opposed? Motion carried. Hamilton, I'm sorry, that was 8.5. 8.6, the future Board of Governors, Councillor Partridge, Councillor Collins. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Members of committee, that we got through the discussion items 8. Now, motions, on to motions. 9. 9.1, if you recall, about 8 hours ago, Councillor Clark indicated he was willing to table this. So can I have somebody in his absence table it, please? Ferguson, Partridge, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Table to the next meeting. 9.2, Councillor Powers isn't here, but it's all from Dundas Reserve. Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Notices of motion. Members of council, 10.1, Councillor Ferguson.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to get this through before the capital budget's approved next week, so I'd like to move we waive the rules to vote on it tonight.
But refer to November 28th's capital.
It'll be, yes, yeah, it'd be part of the capital budget then.
Correct, okay, correct. Not to decide it today, but to move it to November 28th's capital. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? Any opposed? Oh, Councillor Farr on that? Yes. 10.1, notice of motion, he's waiving the rules, but referring it to the November 28th capital budget discussion.
So it says that the $400,000 of $1 million in unallocated funds in the 2014 discretionary capital budget presented at October 18, 2013 capital budget workshop general issues committee meeting be approved to renovate and construct the dressing rooms at Spring Valley Arena in Ancaster.
Okay, my notes had said that you were going to move this to the capital budget workshop on November 28th.
Well, through you to Mike, help me craft this motion. Are we taking it to the budget workshop or are we approving it then?
Thank you, Councillor Farr, for pointing that out. At my agenda review, it had said that it would be at November 28th capital. Mike?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, committee may want to refer this to the 2014 capital budget process. If you wish to approve the project ahead of the budget process, we can do so, but again, given the fact that committee have not received the 2014 draft capital budget, you may want to refer this as a project to be considered as part of the 2014 capital budget process.
Okay.
Councillor Ferguson?
I'm in Mike's hands on this. Just a little history on it. 2012, there's some stimulus funding that came along. They're in disgusting shape. They're 1950 furniture in them and shower fixtures. And at 2012, the argument was, well, it isn't in the queue. I think Councillor Whitehead made a good point of that, so I agreed. It was put in the queue to be done then in 2014. I checked with staff before the operational budget workshop, and they said, yes, it's in. It's in the arena section, the arena renovation section. So I let it go then, and then about a week and a half later, I got an email saying, no, we did miss it. And so now they want to push it through to 2015. These things are disgusting. I brought it up here numerous times. There is $1 million in the unallocated capital budget, so whatever wording is right in order to get it done in 2014, I'm on for it, Mr. Chairman.
So, thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Before I go to Councillor Duval, Carolyn, you put your hand up. I thought through agenda review, this was going to be referred to some capital budget meeting for 14. Please guide me accordingly.
Yes, through the chair, what I advised to Councillor Ferguson was that if it served as a notice of motion at this meeting today, it would appear as a motion in the capital budget agenda meeting, which is on next November 28th.
Also, keep it as a notice of motion today, and that it would appear as a motion on November 28th.
Correct.
At the capital budget meeting.
Yes.
Councillor, could we revise then your motion?
My problem is I won't be here November 28th. I have a scheduling conflict.
Oh, I see. Well, but it's going to be part of the 14
Mike's got a solution.
deliberation. Mike?
through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if committee is agreeable, you will see next week through our presentation that we have approximately $872,000 unallocated. In our current forecast, assuming a 0.5% capital levy increase, we can include a slide in our presentation identifying this project as a potential project to be considered with respect to that unallocated funding.
Okay, procedurally, Carolyn, Councillor Duval's been waiting patiently. Procedurally, I thought we were going to keep this as a notice, and it was going to appear as a motion on November 28th, but I wasn't aware of Councillor Ferguson's absence for next November 28th, next week. So how can we procedurally accommodate him, but still allow all of council to have a fullness of discussion where this might rank?
Maybe a solution, Mr. Chairman, I rely on Mike and Carolyn, is if we leave it for a notice of motion, it'll show up as $872,000 in the capital budget unallocated next week, and then we'll come back to the December 4th, and it'll be for approval then, not for referring it to the budget. Help me out on this and on the best way to manage it.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in an effort to ensure that it's captured as part of the discussions next week when Councillor Ferguson isn't able to attend committee, I will include it in my presentation to committee so that committee is aware of the request relative to that unfunded or relative to that $872,000 of unallocated funding. And again, it would form part of council's discussions when council finally deliberates on the 2014 capital budget process, if that helps.
So in light of what Mike has said, Carolyn, what do we do today, please, procedurally?
It will form part of the 2014 capital budget presentation.
So what do we do today? It stays as a notice of motion?
No, it will be on the agenda for November 28th.
I'm not clear. Are we moving then this item to November 28th?
No, I don't. I think Mike has a response to that.
Come on, folks, please. We're almost at the end of the day. I know it's been a long one. I appreciate all the cooperation of those remaining. Mike, please.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, one option, as Carolyn pointed out, is it would be a notice of motion today. It could be referred to next Thursday's capital budget process as a motion, but it will also form part of my presentation so that committee is reminded of the request in terms of the project.
So just leave it the way it is then. It came in today as a notice of motion. Thank you. All right, Councillor Ferguson, are you satisfied with that?
Well, except I won't be here when it's debated.
It's not going to be lost, though, because you will be back in time to still have discussion.
Except if you approve the capital budget next Wednesday. Okay, am I?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, next Thursday or is it General Issues Committee, and then it goes to Council for approval as well. So there is an opportunity, assuming Councillor Ferguson's able to attend the Council meeting for further deliberations on the capital budget process.
Or I could simply leave this notice of motion, bring it back on December 4th too, couldn't I? The GIC.
I mean, now that you know both options, Councillor Ferguson, I'm in your hands.
Leave it as notice of motion and bring it back on December 4th, GIC.
Fine, it stays. Councillor Duval, thank you for your patience. You want to speak to the item?
No problem. It's a notice of motion, so I don't think I can speak to it, but it's going to stay as a notice of motion, and it'll be brought back to the GIC, and I'll make my comments then. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. So that stays as a notice of motion. That was 10.1. 10.2, Councillor McCaddy, your motion regarding Red Hill Valley Parkway lawsuit stays as a notice. Thank you very much, Councillor McCaddy. And did Councillor Clark end up putting Carolyn a third? He didn't end up doing that today. Okay. Members of committee, 11.1, outstanding business items. You have their revised dates in front of you. So move the revised dates. Councillor Collins, Councillor Pearson. Just on A, the shoreline, is that part, Carolyn, you were going to confirm, is that part of the January 15th item A along with double A and double B?
No, it will be part of a report that's coming back on December the 4th.
That one stays as December 4th. The other two are January 15th of the new year.
The
double A and double B.
The MOU and HPA parking
Yes.
will be January 15th.
Perfect.
The
Thank
other
you.
issue, the financing strategy, I think, will be December 4th.
Perfect. Councillor Collins, Councillor Partridge, all in favor? Any opposed on the revised dates? Motion carried. And private and confidential, those will be city manager put aside for council a week tonight. If that is satisfactory with committee, Carolyn, yes.
The in-camera minutes, if they could be dealt with at this meeting, please.
In-camera minutes from the last meeting. Councillor McCaddy, Councillor Ferguson, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Marula will be opposed to adjourning. So Councillor Pearson and Councillor Farr, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And Carolyn Biggs, thank you. Great effort, Carolyn. Thanks, Brian. Thanks.
It's been a long day, probably mentally exhausted, but I thought it was
Great road, great guidance. Sorry, Carol, a couple of times you came up, but I was in the middle of trying to listen in case they were going through the chair for questions. I'm sorry.
Updates. Yes, I did. Last update we received was provided a different implementation.
Carolyn, I'll leave this with you. Okay, thank you.
We also
think I got something in there.
Yeah. But a different interpretation of the camera. And we've actually got the judges. Very different than what we heard in camera. So the second.
I'm sorry to interrupt. So next Wednesday at council, we're okay as long as we do this then?
I gotta call your diabetic doctor. The proposition is that the federal knew that they were applying the assessment erroneously. They did so in bad faith or professional in the city council. So that's what it is. So it's based on trying to raise civil services here, including the 60 professionally and with analysis. Whether it is
Yes, fair enough. I think there's been your update. Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Well, it was
by the way, unrelated sources of mine, check it out. There's a counterpart in tiny townships and in Sudbury.
And the findings of the project that started a couple of years ago.